Shuts down. The games light up. This is BetMGM Tonight with Brad Evans and Pat Boyle on Westwood One Sports.
Hey! Welcome on in to a Tuesday night edition of BetMGM Tonight here on Westwood One Sports. My partner is back. He is Brad Evans, and I'm Pat Boyle. And we are brought to you by BetMGM. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. We're with you every Monday through Friday, 6 to 11 p.m. Eastern. You can watch the show live on YouTube. Just search BetMGM Tonight and hit that subscribe button. You can watch the show live on Twitter at BetMGM Tonight. And you can listen to the program on the Westwood One Sports app, the Odyssey app, SiriusXM Channel 375, and hundreds of local affiliates throughout North America. The talk and text line to join the show is 310-840-4910. That's 310-840-4910. You can call, you can text. Brad, how you doing, brother? You were gone and the World Cup was producing incredible games. You've come back and the World Cup continues to produce incredible, thrilling, chaotic finishes. And today it was the GOAT, Leo Messi, and Argentina coming back from 2-0 down in the 78th minute to knock out Egypt. Brad, the soccer is soccering, brother. I mean, this World Cup has been incredible. All the details on this Argentina comeback. But I know you know Messi. Argentina is the reigning World Cup champions. Just when you think, hey, we've got a big upset here, think again. What a comeback from Argentina. How you doing, brother? It's good to be back with you.
Oh, man, it is wonderful to be back with you as well. I sweated my tuchus off, and unfortunately, I think I gained about roughly 2,000 pounds during the several days off as I consume more calories than any human should do on a per-day basis. But hey, man, it's the middle of the summer. It's sweltering temperatures. There's delights on my plate. Lots of imbibing going on. And I really enjoyed the R&R, and I've thoroughly enjoyed, which I never thought I would remotely say, the action that's going on the various pitches across the North American landscape. This World Cup has been bananas. It's been off the charts. It has been must-see TV. And we got another thriller today, one that you and I were discussing earlier today on our prep call. What would be the other sports equivalent of what we witnessed today by Argentina and that stirring and unforgettable come-from-behind victory against Egypt? As you mentioned it, down a couple of goals, only minutes remaining, and then Messi just stood up and looked like the damn GOAT. He was serving up all kinds of milky treats and putting the biscuit in the basket, the ball into the net, with the equalizer assisting on another goal. It was breathtaking, to say the least. And that's kind of been the story that's been going on. I know PJ Glasser, thank you, PJ, for filling in for me. Kate Constable as well last week. You and PJ had said repeatedly, oh, man, that was the best soccer match I've ever seen. Well, you just rinse and repeat. You take a little nap, you wait for the next game, and guess what? That just raises the bar again and raises the bar again and raises it one more time. I just hope this World Cup continues to deliver in this knockout round, and we have one of the most memorable stretches and with a punctuation point at the end, and maybe one of the most unforgettable title games in World Cup history. It has been something.
That's right. 310-840-4910. Right away in the YouTube chat, West Coast 250 says, Argentina, a team destined? Wow. Yeah, wow is right. You can join the YouTube chat. Like I said, search BetMGM Tonight. Hit that subscribe button. You can watch the show. You can also call us and text us 310-840-4910. What is the four major sports equivalent to the Argentina comeback? I mean, I don't know. Brad, I didn't think I was being prisoner of the moment in the moment, and a month removed almost. I still don't think I was, and I still don't think I am, and I still don't think I'll ever see a greater comeback than Game 4, Madison Square Garden, the New York Knicks coming from 29 points down in the third quarter to beat the San Antonio Spurs before winning Game 5 to win the franchise's first championship in 53 years. Nothing is ever going to beat that in my lifetime. And I'm sure that nothing will ever beat that for a lot of folks, whether they're Knicks fans or not. This was a pretty incredible comeback. It's never been done before. In terms of what Argentina did today, no team down 2+ goals in the 75th minute or later came back to win in regulation. Now, we saw Belgium do something similar just last week against Senegal. They were down 2-0. In the 85th minute, they scored 2 goals and then won it in extra time. No team has ever scored 3 goals in the final 15+ minutes of regulation to produce the kind of comeback we saw from Argentina. They didn't even need extra time today. They get it done with 3 goals in the span of 13 minutes, and it was Leo Messi, right? I mean, if not him, then who? And if not now, then when? It had to be Leo Messi, who, by the way, let me remind everybody, if you didn't watch, the first 70 minutes, Messi was terrible. Messi didn't do anything. Messi was largely invisible. Had a penalty kick saved, right? Egypt goes up early. Messi and Argentina get a penalty in like the 25th minute. Messi hits it, a bad penalty. It was low, and it was not even close to the post. Very savable. Bad penalty. He had a terrible game. He needed to redeem himself. And when Egypt goes up 2-0, they show Messi, and he rolls up his captain armband, and he basically says, all right, here we go. Let's lock in. And that's what the greats do, Brad. And then Messi, here is goal number 1 for Argentina, where Messi, not only does he play a part in it, he gets the assist. Here is the 79th minute goal that got Argentina on the board.
If you have to throw a ball in there.
Alvarez dishing it off. Messi was in position. Oh, free header! And that is exactly what Argentina needed. Cristiano Romero hauls them back into it.
And that is courtesy of Fox. You're going to hear 2 more. That's Derek Ray on the call, who I love as a broadcaster. So Messi gets the assist to Cristiano Romero. That made it 2-1. And then, not even 4 minutes later, after assisting on the first, the greatest of all time ties this baby up with an absolute banger of a goal. Listen to this one.
On Saturday. They're trying to link the play again using Lionel Messi. Deflection there on the way through. And can they line something up here, Argentina? Oh, it's gone in. It's 2-2. And who else? Lionel Messi, the savior for Argentina.
The savior indeed. I mean, an incredible finish. Just blasted on a half volley. Goalie gets his fingertips on it, but it's so damn powerful that it still deflects up under the crossbar and into the goal. That is the World Cup leading 8th goal for Messi, and Brad, he's already broken the record for most World Cup goals of all time. He extends that record with his 21st goal. And at that point, Brad, I'm like, all right, we're going to extra time again. And you know, you mentioned it, me and PJ saying, oh, this is the best goal at the game of the tournament. This is the best game of the tournament. It's going to take something remarkable for me to top the Argentina-Cape Verde game last round. That was one of the greatest games I've ever seen. But at this point, this is already pretty damn close. And at this point, you got to feel, Brad, you were watching this game, that this was inevitable, that Argentina, they've come back from 2-0 down. They're not losing this game now, right?
Yeah, precisely. Momentum is a thing. There are a lot of people like, oh, no, it's not. That's the most ridiculous and idiotic take I could ever imagine. But it does apply in many sports. And when teams really start to galvanize and come together, and everybody is on their side, and you feel the energy. You feel the emotion as you're watching unfold on the screen or maybe in attendance. And you just know in the pit of your stomach what is going to occur. And unfortunately, at the expense of the Egyptians. But, you know, Argentina was amazing. And, you know, Messi is a guy that he's a Superman. He's one of the all-time greats in the sport. I know very little about soccer, but I do know that as a fact. And, you know, Superman shows up. And the rippling cape was, full front and center in those 13 minutes with him, getting his foot on the soccer ball. And, obviously the high velocity kick that went under the crossbar and into the goal, that being the great equalizer. And even in that sucker up and then the assist with what became the game winning goal. You just knew. You're right, man. You just knew watching it that everything was going to shift in their direction and they were going to come out on top and pull off what many people believe is the impossible. Now, Pat, I'm going to ask you this. The equivalency in sports, and just kind of a general example I'm going to throw out. You threw out the Knicks, which, I mean, that was like minus 10,000. You're going to throw out a Knicks reference, but it was a fair one. I give it credit there because you're right. That was a monumental comeback. And I'm thinking of like other basketball examples. Like if you had a 20-point lead with under 3 minutes remaining and you blew it. I think that is the equivalency here. Even Tom Brady, with this game played in the ATL appropriately, said on social media, this might have topped 28-3. And of course, the ultra memorable meltdown by the Atlanta Falcons at Super Bowl against the New England Patriots. So those are kind of the equivalencies for people that aren't soccer fans that live in this country, who are living and experiencing the moment with the world of what we're seeing. We've seen it played out in other sports that you're familiar with, and this is something that is very much on par with what you witnessed today. Yeah,
and that was funny, by the way. I think Brady probably more so trolling than anything else because it was in Mercedes-Benz Stadium in Atlanta. So I don't know if he actually believes that that top 28-3, but of course, nice little dig there to the folks that live in Atlanta. Just a reminder in case you ever do forget. Yeah, I mean it's up there, and again, it's the fact that they got it done in regulation. Like it happened in the blink of an eye. I think I don't know if it was Combs in our group chat or one of my other friends said I went out to grab something quick for 15 minutes, and I was like, I guess like. Maybe at best they come back and tie it, and they got back and the game was over because Argentina took the lead. And like I said, once those first two goals got banged in, Brad, you mentioned momentum is a real thing. Argentina playing at the peak of their powers at this point, and this third goal here in the 92nd minute, it really did seem to be inevitable. Take a listen.
For the shoulder, but that didn't fool Julian Alvarez. Lautaro Martinez sending it over. Enzo Fernandez. Can you believe this?
And there you go. Enzo Fernandez gets on the header inside the post. No chance for Egypt to save that one. Messi plays a part in the buildup of that last goal. And so 15 minutes, not even 13 minutes, 3 goals, Argentina, another stunning comeback after they got taken to the brink of elimination by the Cinderella of this tournament, Cape Verde, in the previous round. That game, this doesn't beat that game, but this was pretty damn close. And it just feels like Argentina's got snake blood, right, Brad? You like to use that term all the time. They've got snake blood. They've got voodoo magic. They've got black magic working on their side. It's as if they need another fortunate run here through the World Cup. They won the last one in 2022. Messi already got his World Cup title. And yes, they were overwhelming favorites in these last 2 rounds. So it's not like they won games against teams they shouldn't be beating. They should be beating those teams. But you made the argument Cape Verde was a couple minutes away from going to penalties, and Egypt should have won this game. So that's a monumental collapse from Egypt. But, again, it takes the GOAT. It takes the reigning champions. It takes the crown to get it done and produce this comeback. And Messi was in tears, after the game. And he's not really a hugely emotional guy. He cried after they won the World Cup, which at 35 at the time, you can't blame him. But in all my time of watching soccer, Messi's not an overly emotional player. The tears were pouring out of him after they won the game. He hasn't officially confirmed it, but I think everybody realizes this is going to be his last World Cup. And so he was 15 minutes away from basically getting sent into international retirement. And then he essentially goes Super Saiyan mode, invincible mode, and turns on the Jets, and Argentina scores these 3 goals here. The teammates threw him in the air after the win. And, Brad, he's one of the all-time greats. He is the greatest. And this is somebody that when I was in college, I tended to lean towards Ronaldo. I like the speed and the power of Ronaldo's game. Messi's finesse and agility and craftiness and creativity. And he's as much of a great passer as he is a scorer. There's no denying he's the GOAT now. I mean, he's got an astonishing 47 official trophies throughout his club and international career. He won the World Cup with Argentina. That was the big piece that was missing. He's won 2 Copa Americas, the tournament for all the South American teams. He's won an Olympic gold medal back in 2008. And then with Barcelona, he basically won everything there is to win before he went to PSG. And now we know he's in the MLS with Inter Miami. He's got 8 Ballon d'Ors. That's basically the MVP, the best player on the planet. That's a record. There's nothing he's beaten the game of soccer. And to see somebody at 39 years old still play with that much emotion, that much hunger, that much drive, when it 2-0 down, he could have said, "Oh, it was a great career, guys. Could have packed it in." No, he literally went and dug as deep as you possibly can. I think just as enjoyers of sports, no matter what the sport is, there is something admirable and there's something incredible and legendary about what this guy continues to produce. You've got Mbappe, who's 27. You've got Erling Haaland, who's in the peak of his career. And here's Messi at 39, still scoring more goals than them, still winning games, still with a real good chance of winning another World Cup title. It's remarkable. All you can do is bow to the greatness that is Leo Messi.
Yeah, there's no question about it. I'm just doing everything. And, I understand he might have been asleep at the wheel for 3/4 of the game, but he arrived in crunch time. He arrived when it really mattered the most and just willed his team to a victory. He could put them on a plane like the John Stockton of soccer, and I'm probably underselling it, maybe Michael Jordan-esque as well, to have a basketball reference there that may be on a similar par with what Messi has done his entire international career. But the guy has just, kind of redefined the sport, elevated the sport. We saw Ronaldo play his last game for Portugal in international competition. He got teary-eyed as well. The waterworks are flowing for him. Messi, you're right. This is a penultimate moment for him, and maybe one of the last moments, and could be the last moment he experiences the high of highs, and you witnessed it last night. So yeah, just sit back, absorb it, and embrace it, Americans and casual soccer fans. Again, my arm and hand firmly raised, because what you're witnessing you may never see again in your lifetime.
310-840-4910, the number to join the show. You can call, you can text your thoughts on Messi and Argentina's stunning comeback. You're listening to BetMGM tonight with Pat Boyle and Brad Evans, and we're sponsored by Progressive Commercial Insurance, protecting your business vehicles 24/7. See if you could save at progressivecommercial.com. All right, when we come back, the fallout from Team USA's embarrassing loss, and Christian Pulisic, even more embarrassing than his play on the field, was his comments after the game. We'll explain. Plus, Donovan Mitchell gets a big bag, and the World Cup continues. We've got Colombia and Switzerland right now. Halfway through extra time, we could have a penalty shootout for the final spot to be determined in the quarterfinals. The winner of this game plays Argentina, so we'll get you a live scoreboard update when we return, and so much more to do here on this Tuesday night. He's Brad Evans. He's back in the saddle, and I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM tonight on Westwood One Sports.
So during an extensive press conference yesterday, Brad Stevens and Celtics owner Bill Chisholm fielded questions about the Jaylen Brown deal to the Sixers in exchange for Paul George. And the word optionality. I mean, if we were playing a drinking game with the word optionality during that Celtics press conference yesterday, we'd all still be hammered. Was mentioned over and over and over and over again. And Brad Stevens kept talking about how difficult it is in this system to keep two stars together when they're eating up so much of your cap. 70% of your cap is going to two max deal players. It's just so hard to do. And then Brad Stevens was asked about still having two players, thanks to Paul George's contract, eating up 70% of the cap. Listen to this.
And I know there are salary matching rules, but you talk about how you can't have 70% of the salary cap tied up into these two players.
Still do.
You still do.
That's right.
So
Good follow-up.
what's next
Yeah.
after this?
I think the biggest thing is that it's that plus the picks, plus the optionality moving forward. Paul's contract is shorter.
Drink. Optionality, drink. You know somebody at a podium is screwed when they acknowledge the quality of the follow-up question. Oh, yeah, you got me on that one. Good follow-up. All this was, in the end, the Jaylen Brown trade by the Celtics, all it was a salary dump that doesn't even take place for at least a year, probably more likely two. This isn't the Boston Celtics. What are we doing? Seriously. And again, I'm not even a Celtics fan. Closest I've ever been to being a Celtics fan was when I was in high school and listened to Jump Around by House of Pain incessantly and briefly thought for just a moment about buying a Celtics jersey. A green Larry Bird, obviously, but that's the closest I've ever been to being a Celtics fan. But if I were a Celtics fan right now, I'd be storming the gates. What are we doing? We're the Boston freaking Celtics. And we're worried about retaining big-time salaries 2 years from now? 2 years from now. This is the most massively mismanaged deal. And I know there have been a lot of really bad trades in the history of the NBA. So maybe I shouldn't say it's the most massively mismanaged deal in NBA history. But it's easily the most mismanaged deal in Boston Celtics history. The Boston Celtics, just a couple years removed from a title run, decided to say, you know what, guys? We really need optionality. Drink. Are you kidding me? Look, there is a hardcore reality to the second apron in the NBA that can make it damn near impossible to manage a roster if you cross that second apron more than one time. Hell, even one time it becomes very punitive. And I understand you want to avoid that possibility. But you don't shuttle out one of the top 10 players in the league in order to avoid that possibility in exchange for a 36-year-old on one of the worst contracts in league history. You don't do that. You ride it out with Jaylen Brown. You run, if at worst, you just run it back. You've got a healthy Tatum going into next year, and you've got Jaylen Brown back. Oh, by the way, the guy that just helped carry you through Tatum's absence. But instead, you trade that guy for another guy who you repeatedly said during yesterday's press conference is, well, we like Paul. He's very good. It's a resounding vote of confidence.
Welcome on back. BetMGM tonight, Westwood One Sports. He's Brett Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. The phone number to join the show is 310-840-4910. That's 49-10. Opening segment talking about Argentina's crazy comeback. Another thriller, another instant classic at the World Cup. I think it's going to take an all-timer to beat the Argentina-Cabo Verde game. That's still the game of the tournament for me. Cinderellas of the tournament against the reigning World Cup champions. And not only do they come back to tie the game and it goes to overtime, they go down in overtime. And then one of the great goals I've ever seen from Cabo Verde to tie the game at 2. Then Argentina scores 3 goals in extra time. All the circumstances that I mentioned, the Cinderella story, Argentina, the reigning World Cup champions. That to me is the greatest game of this tournament. But we got another great one with Argentina coming back to beat Egypt down 2-0, scoring 3 goals in the final 13 minutes to win it in regulation. That's never been done before. And then right now, we're 10 minutes away from a penalty shootout between Switzerland and Colombia. Brad, do you have any Colombian in your blood? You got a side you're rooting for here, the Swiss or the Colombians? Who would you rather see win this game?
I am a fan of neutrality. So because of that, I guess I'm back at the Swiss, and their chocolates are damn good.
That is, you're right. Swiss chocolate, neutrality. I'll tell you what, I dated a Colombian girl in high school. Phenomenal food.
Yeah.
Phenomenal women. Phenomenal food. And phenomenal food. And they know how to dance and they know how to party.
I'm in.
So
I'm in. You sold me.
I'd probably, and you love yourself some tequila. You're all about the Mas, noisy huevos and Mas huevos, team huevos. Yeah. So I think, Colombia nearly scored one right there. Yeah, I think, and plus, if we were looking at what's going to be a great quarterfinal game, because we got some good ones already lined up. You got England versus Norway. You've got Spain versus Belgium. You've got France, Morocco. That's a rematch of the semifinals in the 2022 World Cup. Argentina, Switzerland would be good, but Argentina, Colombia is one of the great rivalries in soccer. They've played each other in the Copa America. I mentioned the tournament that is for all the South American teams that happens every 4 years as well. They've played each other in the last 2 editions. One of them went to a penalty shootout in the semifinals. The other was the championship. Argentina won both of them. So that would be a hell of a quarterfinal as well. Your phone calls and your texts here at 310-840-4910. We've got Neil from Vancouver checking in, and he says, what's good, boys? The fact that Messi was stopped on the penalty kick and the team still had the motivation and drive to come back and win is incredible. Messi's composure was unbelievable. Yeah, look, I mean, that's why he's the greatest of all time. And we throw that around a lot here, Brad. Like, we throw around the GOAT a lot. We had with Tom Brady, Tiger Woods in golf, Novak Djokovic in tennis, who, by the way, right before we got on the air, finished up a 5-hour and 15-minute marathon and won. He's on to the semifinals in Wimbledon at 39 years old. Most Grand Slam titles in history. Leo Messi as the GOAT. We're talking, the debate between Michael Jordan and LeBron, although you and I both think it's still MJ. But we're like, it's Shohei Ohtani, the greatest of all time already in baseball. Like, it feels like we throw around that term a lot. But I really do feel like we look back 50 years from now, and if we're not prisoners of the moment, we're going to be looking back as this last 20 years or so, the start of this millennium, as probably the golden age of sports in terms of the greatest players of the sports, of these different sports, soccer and tennis and basketball and football and baseball. So, we throw that term around a lot, the GOAT, but it really does apply here for Messi. And when you get the greatest player of all time that kicks into high gear and goes into flow state, you get these kinds of performances and you get these kinds of comebacks.
Yeah, you do. And again, that's why just bear witness to the greatness and wrap your arms around it and enjoy the ride because it is indeed a thrill a minute with the highlight reel kicks or swings or swishes that we have, watched over the last several years. Now, determination for true GOAT status will be determined down the road. What is the time frame needed to ultimately determine who really is the greatest of all time? Well, like a 30-year period, 25-year period, they can sit back, sit down and reflect on who are truly setting the pace in that sport, that you could pull the most casual fan off the street and say, hey, name me one player from that sport. And somebody might say, Wayne Gretzky. in hockey. Somebody might say Shohei Ohtani in baseball, whoever might be in football. Maybe it is Tom Brady. And that, I think, is a good measuring stick, of a really good indicator of who the true GOATs really are. But ultimately, that will be determined down the road. But I'm with you, man. I know we may be a prisoner of the moment. We are living in this day and age. We may be leaning one particular direction based on recency bias, and it usually is a hell of a drug. But I think this drug is going to have long-lasting effects. And you are seeing so many GOATs right now in various sports during our lifetime. And then somebody may one-up them over the years. Victor Wembanyama could maybe reach that status with a multitude of Larry O'Brien trophies and MVPs. Certainly has that kind of career trajectory, but of course he's not remotely there yet. So, again, just sit back, watch it, and enjoy, folks. This is why we just get wrapped up in every single sport imaginable, because we are witnesses and we are striving, we are desiring more than anything else greatness. We want to watch it, we want to see it, and we want to pass down those stories for generations to come.
310-840-4910. Brad, maybe you can help out our next texter here. We've got a 403 area code that's texting in, and they say, I'm wondering if someone here can help me. This is Bork. Okay, Bork. Rogers Communications canceled 960 Sports Radio in Calgary, but I listen to Westwood One Sports every day, and now I can't. How can I listen live on my phone? Brad, would you like to tell Bork all the different ways he can listen to our show?
Yes, there are various ways. Obviously, you can download the Westwood One Sports app, the Odyssey app as well, and you can get our content on that particular application. If you have Sirius XM, channel 375, you can tap into that. We're also available in over 300 stations terrestrially across the United States. So, honestly, you could probably go to one of our station affiliates' websites, unless they have local programming on, and tap into our show. Those are just various ways you can get a hold of us. You can also watch the show right now and live in living color on X. We're always giving it to you there. X gonna give it to you. At BetMGM tonight. I'm streaming it right now at Noisy Huevos. Pat is doing the same at Pat Boyle 44. We're streaming on YouTube. We have a multitude of ways that you can see this highly punchable and undesirable face. And of course, the cute, the adorable, the bushy hair Pat Boyle. Oh man, I would kill for your due, man.
Yeah, that's funny too, because by the way, I've been trying out this new look, if you will. I got a haircut right before Spain. I had to go to a new barber. My barber, who was my college teammate in baseball, he lives in Jersey City and Hoboken, right near New York City. I'm in Philly now, as you know. And so I was like, look, dude, I love you, man. I'm not driving an hour and a half, nearly 2 hours for a haircut every time I need to get one now, as good as your haircuts are. So I tried out a new haircut, and I don't mind it. And when I do it, I can, if I put some product in it, I can still comb it over. But my old barber, my buddy, he would always leave the hair on the side that I have my natural part a little bit longer, so it just would easily comb over. The new barber, I didn't mention that. He cut it kind of the same length as everything else, so I can't really comb it over. It kind of just sticks up here. So I've just been kind of letting it floof out. And Corinne, my girlfriend, let's just say she's not the biggest fan. She's trying to warm up to it, but she likes when my hair is done. And I don't know. I feel like I keep getting that I look like a Zoomer, a Gen Z, which, I mean, look, man, some people know how to keep it hip. Some people know how to keep it young. So yes, but what'd you call it? You call it bushy haired? That's a good description.
Yeah, bushy haired, man. Again, I would just kill to have actually active follicles on top of my barren dome, which of course I do not have. I haven't had a whole lot of active ones. If I were to grow this out, what's weird about my hair, I've got a peninsula that sticks out. And my wife was like totally down with the peninsula for years. Why? I have no earthly idea. I guess I married the right woman. But I told her when the runways were starting to get deeper and this peninsula became more of a hair isthmus, it got thinner and thinner. That was it. That was going to be a wrap. I was going to buy a skull shaver, and I was going to, take it all the way down and just live with the bald dome. I said, hey, man, maybe I'll grow a goat, maybe grow a stash or something like that. She wouldn't allow it, but it still makes me look tougher. Like, nobody is crossing my path under the cover of darkness, especially in a dark alley after a couple of beverages, because they know they'll just look at me like, oh, that dude, he kicks some serious ass. I'm not going to, get in his way at all. I'm not going to try to, have any kind of altercation because I'm going to be a bloody mess. That's exactly what I'm trying to portray with this very tight hairstyle that I have. I do have a little bit of hair, but again, I would kill to have your bushy hair for a day. If that were the case, I probably wouldn't be married anymore.
For better or for worse. Yeah, by the way, so I think you immediately on the toughness scale, you give yourself an extra point or two if you're bald. I'll tell you what else.
Correct.
Arm sleeves. I mean, you could have a guy that doesn't lift a single, day in his life. But if I see a stranger that's got the arm sleeves, I'm like, ooh, that guy looks a little tough. And then on top of that, you got like the Rick Ross, like thick beard. I feel like that gives you a little bit of toughness as well. And I know this because when I used to work at a pizzeria in high school, the guy who owned it, biggest wimp ever. Like if you were to actually confront him, he would probably cower. But he had a big thick beard and he had sleeves for a tattoo. And he said like two people came up to him one day in the shop. They're like, oh, you do like MMA or anything like that? He goes, no, I don't even spend a single second in the gym. So yeah, bald, arm sleeve tattoos, and a thick beard. You could fool just about anybody into thinking that you are a tough SOB. So you're a third of the way there. You just got to get the beard and slap on some sleeve tattoos.
Yeah, I'll get some hennas. Because I don't know if my wife would allow me to have like full-fledged sleeve tattoos, but you never know, man. Give me a bottle of tequila and magic could happen. And maybe there would be all kinds of dragons are wrapped around my biceps and skin, and I would look ultra tough, man. There'd be no question about it. They would just see me on the street. They'd be like, oh, man, that guy is bench pressing a minimum of 250 pounds. I ain't going to mess with him.
Oh man, what do you think the first thing? What would a midlife crisis look like for Brad Evans? Like, what would be the first thing would you do? Would you go out and get an exotic car? Would you get some tattoos? Have you ever thought about what a midlife crisis looks like for you in terms of action steps that you start to take?
Okay, well, listen, I got 2 years and I'll be the big 5-0. So at that point, a lot of people have their midlife crisis. Now, it's kind of crazy to consider the midlife crisis. Am I really going to live till I'm 100 based on my various vices and habits? Hell no. I'm not going to make it that long. If I do, it's a miracle, bestowed upon the gambling gods on yours truly. But I don't get wrapped up in midlife crisis. I think I would have already have gone through that if that were the case. But I don't see myself just kind of wandering off. I've seen other dudes that have gone through midlife crisis and they nearly ruined their marriage. In fact, one guy that I do really well did exactly that because he was going through that midlife crisis, and that brings on another set of problems, a whole nother crisis. But for me, man, I live it day to day. I don't get wrapped up in all the drama. I shake it off. I'm a pretty happy-go-lucky, jovial dude. So midlife crisis will not apply to thee, but maybe I'll have an excuse to, buy that top shelf tequila bottle of Clase Azul when I turn 50.
There you go. So a midlife crisis it's just a little bit more exaggerated of what you do on the regular, which is drink a lot of tequila. And that's a good thing.
Yeah.
That's
exactly.
how you know that if there is a midlife crisis, you're not going to go ruining your marriage or your family like one of your friends did.
Precisely, man. Nobody go down that dark path. High recommendation. You will be poor.
310-840-4910 is the number to join the show. You could call, you could text. When we come back, all right, no midlife crisis because of this next segment, because Brad is going to continue to try to make history. Can he push it to 16 in a row? It's been a while since he had a go at it because of vacation. We're going to go streaking when we return, and Brad's 15-game hit streak, if you will be on the line. That's up next. I'm Pat Boyle. He's Brad Evans. This is BetMGM tonight right here on Westwood One Sports.
Oh yeah, there is. And part of it feeds into something that we touched on a little bit earlier in the conversation, which is the age of these players. When the US missed the World Cup in the qualifying cycle leading up to 18, Pulisic was a teenager. He was the young up and comer. Yeah, you could have asked for more from him at that time. And he was on the field for the defeat that knocked the US out of qualifying, but he was still a teenager. That was not yet his team. It was his team in 22, and yet there was still this belief that, okay, everything is still pointing towards 26. 26 is when Pulisic, Adams, McKennie, when they're all going to be in their prime, and you put Richards in that conversation too, Anthony Robinson as well. This is when everything was pointing towards the big year, when you're in your mid to late 20s and that's your prime. This was it. Whether it's fitness, whether it's form, it can't always be something. And with Pulisic, it has seemed too often that there have been explanations or excuses and reasons why it hasn't all come together. This was the year. This was the World Cup on home soil. You play every game on home soil. You played every meaningful game on the West Coast. There were no excuses about long travel, etc. It was all pointing to this World Cup. And for whatever the reasons were, maybe injury was part of it, he just didn't deliver enough. And Balogun was their most dangerous offensive player throughout the course of this World Cup. I would say Tillman in his role was probably a close second. McKennie was probably third. Pulisic was, when healthy, he was good. But that wasn't enough, and certainly he wasn't good last night. And again, the injury is part of that conversation. More than likely, that will help explain it. But it can't always be something, Chris. And I think that the feeling for American soccer fans right now is it's for this generation collectively, and Pulisic is a huge part of this. It is unfulfilling. Unfulfilling. This was supposed to be the World Cup. Last night was supposed to be the night. And I think it left a lot of American soccer people, a lot of casual American fans who tuned into this team in this World Cup, just felt everyone a little bit unfulfilled after that game last night.
Chris Mack, thanks for the invite, and I'll tell you how it feels. I'm a big movie buff, but I feel like Warrior fans feel like we're watching something about Mary. And LeBron is Mary. We're all in line, hoping he chooses us, and you are correct. Last week, I didn't believe LeBron was leaving L.A. You know, I think he's a narcissist. I know he is, but I appreciate what he is as a ball player. And when Draymond Green opted out, which nobody expected, they got a relationship. And, you know, Steph Curry and LeBron played on the Olympic team. So we bought that, Warrior fans, hook, line, and sinker. And I'm thinking to myself, this thing might really happen. But I was just listening to your conversation. I look at the Sixers. If I'm LeBron, with all that young talent, their roster's better than what we have here in the Bay. And it didn't happen the next 48 to 72 hours. And now I'm thinking, oh, my gosh, we're thinking he's not coming here. And now you look at this roster, which is devoid of what I like to say, Chris, and call Thundercats. I don't know if LeBron's coming to the Bay, and every second that goes by without that announcement, we're feeling like, you know what, he might not be coming.
Live lines, late games, and breaking angles. BetMGM tonight with Brad Evans and Pat Boyle. Back now.
Back to back like I'm Jordan, 96-97. Whoa. Welcome on back, BetMGM tonight. Westwood One Sports. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. The phone number to join the show is 310-840-4910. That's 310-840-4910. Looking to take your MLB action to the next level this season? Boosted odds are here to crank up every pitch, swing, and home run. BetMGM is hooking you up with your very own MLB Odds Boost token. Just add any MLB bet to your bet slip, activate your Odds Boost token, and lock it in. If your bet hits, you're cashing out with an even bigger payout. All right, really quickly, just before we get to streaking, live scoreboard update, final game of the round of 16 of the World Cup, Switzerland, Colombia, in penalties. Switzerland made their first two, Colombia made their first, but then Davinson Sanchez smashed the next one off the crossbar, and Colombia just snuck their third one in. So they're 2 out of 3.
Ooh.
Switzerland is 2 out of 2. If the Swiss make 3 in a row, they're going through to the quarterfinals to take on Argentina. You know, Combs was just saying in the break, Brad, that, all right, this World Cup is guaranteeing that he's going to watch soccer at least once every 4 years. And you know what? If nothing else, I applaud that. I'm not going to be the snob that says, oh, no, you need to start watching Premier Leagues on every Saturday and Sunday morning, bro. You need to start watching the MLS. No, like, look, if you're going to watch the World Cup every 4 years, I mean, Brad, you said it, kind of like the Olympics. I'm not watching swimming and, you know, the world finals or whatever of swimming. I watched it during the Olympics, and that's about it, even when Michael Phelps was at his peak. So I can't blame people. I'm not going to be a gatekeeper for soccer here. But it has been a thriller, and oh my gosh, Switzerland, I think that was Manuel Akanji, by the way, who used to play for my team, Man City. He just hit the ball into the tunnel that they come out in. He hit it above the tunnel, onto the tarp. I mean, they were hitting it over the crossbar, and they was doing what he just did. My God, is that a bad miss? Yikes.
Yeah, that's rough right there. When you're aiming for the tunnel, yeah, maybe the adrenaline is flowing and pumping in the veins a little bit too hard. And that's the issue sometimes. You get in these penalty kick situations. It's like a shootout in hockey. You're thinking, oh, yeah, one-on-one, the advantage is always going to be the person either slapping the puck or kicking the ball. You know, soccer is really a dumbfounding sport at times because that net and the goal is so large. And you're thinking, oh, yeah, you got all that space to operate. There's no way that guy's going to be able to stop it. But some of those goalkeepers are remarkably athletic. They're Stretch Armstrongs, and they find a way to get a paw, a foot, a piece of body on the ball to prevent it from going in. Or in the case that you just brought up, you get somebody on Switzerland that kicks one, maybe that will eventually reach the outer reaches of the universe. So Mercury, be warned.
Yeah, well, Kobel for Switzerland, their goalkeeper, just had a remarkable save, Brad. I mean, this is a good penalty. It was a line drive about halfway up, maybe a foot inside the post, and Kobel, like a Mr. Fantastic, like Gumby, just stretches and explodes out and saves it. So after Switzerland misses, Colombia misses, and then Switzerland just buried their fourth. And so now we're down to the final round. Colombia's got to make it, and then they got to save it. Otherwise, Switzerland is going through. But in the meantime, it is just past 6:45 p.m. Eastern here. And you know what that means. History on the line for my co-host. He's trying to make it 16 in a row. Let's go streaking. And we go around the crew.
Maybe not.
And we go around the crew. And everybody picks one hitter that they think will correctly get a hit in any baseball game that starts after 7 p.m. Eastern. A lot of the teams adopting the early starts here, Brad. A lot of 6:45 local start time. So we've got about 6 or 7 games to choose from. I'll start us off. We'll save you for last since you're going to try to extend history here. I'm building a pretty nice streak myself. I'm up to 4 in a row. I'm trying to catch Monty for the best percentage out of anybody in the full-time crew. 40 out of 52 correct picks. I've got 4 in a row. And to make it 5, Give me Bobby Witt of the Kansas City Royals. Kansas City in Citi Field in Queens to play the Mets tonight. And you got one of the newest Mets, Cionel Perez, on the mound tonight for the Metropolitans. The lefty's got a 5.50 ERA. Not very good. Bobby Witt actually does have 2 lifetime at-bats against him. He's 0-2, but, I mean, come on. He's hitting 292 on the season. He's hitting over 320 against lefties. And Bobby Witt has 4 hits in his last 2 games. So, bit of a mini heater here for Bobby Witt Jr., and I'm going to take him to push my streak to 5. All right, over to producer Brandon Combs. Had his streak snapped last night by the good man. He was a bad man, Hunter Goodman, looking to start a fresh one. Combs, who are you going with tonight?
Yeah, Hunter Goodman was a jerk, man, is what he was. Freaking can't even get a hit.
Boom, roasted.
All right. I'm going to go with Miguel Vargas of the Chicago White Sox facing off against the Boston Red Sox tonight. Look, I would love to tell you all sorts of things about Miguel Vargas. The White Sox are having a fantastic season. One of only teams with 3 players with 20 home runs in their lineup. But all I need to tell you is that Monty said it was a good pick. So I'm going with Miguel Vargas.
It's true.
Ooh.
Bang.
All right. Rubber
And
stamp it.
speaking of Vargas, how about Ruben Vargas? And I think you might have said Ruben Vargas at first. Ruben Vargas from Switzerland just drilled the final penalty. The Swiss are going through to the quarterfinals to play Argentina. Wow. They knock out Colombia. So you're going Miguel Vargas to get a hit tonight. Ruben Vargas is going to get as many hits of the bottle as he wants tonight because he just sent Switzerland through to the next round. All right, let's go to our video producer, the aforementioned Michael Montgomery, a.k.a. Monty, a.k.a. the owner and operator of batters-box.com, the hyphen. Monty got a new streak going last night with Teo Hernandez, and I got a feeling he's going back to that Dodgers-Rockies series. Monty, who you going with?
That's right. We're going to keep it simple with Brad doing annoying things by beating my streak. Keep it simple and go with the GOAT. Give me Ohtani, second highest rated hitter on the board tonight against Michael Lorenzen. Elite matchup against Lorenzen, who's getting smoked by left-handed hitters. 365 batting average, OPS over 1,000, 48% hard hit rate. I couldn't believe he was available for me to pick, so I'm super thrilled to have him tonight. Over 300 games with an elite rating for Ohtani. He's getting a hit nearly 75% of the time. One of the best trends on the site. And then a 5-star pitch mix rating for Ohtani as well, with at least a 330 expected batting average against every single one of Lorenzen's pitches. If Ohtani doesn't homer tonight, I'll be surprised.
Wow, if he doesn't homer tonight, Monty will be surprised. All righty. 15 in a row. Last time he picked, it was before his vacation. He took J.J. Weatherholt. The game got banged. My co-host, Brad Evans, looking to continue to make history and get it to 16 straight correct picks. Brad, who is the big selection for you tonight?
Let's go back to the south side of Chicago. I'm going to go, though, the other dugout. And while you're Abreu of the Boston Red Sox, a guy that is absolutely destroyed southpaw pitchers this season, going to face Noah Schultz, who is an LHP for the Southsiders this season. Abreu batting .361 against lefties. He's got hitting 5 of his last 6, batting a robust .271 on the road this season. And Schultz, a 5.68 ERA on the year with 11.2% barrel rate. Abreu! Take me to 16, baby! I'm shooting for 50 in a row.
All right, and we got some juicy odds tonight, Brad. If all 4 of our guys get a hit, Witt, Abreu, Vargas, and Ohtani, what are the odds on BetMGM?
You're looking at cool plus 302 as always. Fade or follow. That
this
is
up
Westwood
to you. One's.
The version of Team USA that we saw last night bore zero resemblance to what we have seen from this team throughout the World Cup. The excitement that we saw was totally absent. I really don't think, I don't believe that the Balogun situation, is he in, is he out, who's involved in getting the red card suspended, etc. I don't think that decided the game last night. Did it shift the focus a little bit and create more noise than perhaps they needed? That may well be true. Whatever the reason was, I concur that this team was not focused last night. They did not play like a focused soccer team. They seemed at times to be unsure, tentative. It could have also been just as simple as this, that for a while they were maybe the analogy I'll make is that when you're watching a college basketball game in March and the 12 seed is all of a sudden about to eclipse the higher seed and they're closing the gap, and then all of a sudden they take the lead with 6 minutes left. They look up at the scoreboard and say, okay, well, now we got to win this game. And then it changes everything. The atmosphere changes, the tone changes. And this felt like a team that did exactly that, looked up at the scoreboard and said, oh, man, we got to deliver now. And they just didn't. And there was the Tillman moment with the free kick goal, which was another beautiful strike from him. And by the way, he's still young enough that he's going to be a huge part of this team for a long time. But this was the game. This was the game, the pivot point to where if you win last night and if you lose to Spain on Friday, you can still stamp this as a competitive step forward, because for so long, the round of 16 has been that moment where it all fell apart. And it was the same story. And it wasn't just that they lost, Chris, it was how they lost. Mexico lost on Sunday to England, and yet still emerged from that game as a team that was lauded and celebrated in Mexico and around the world for the way in which they performed, even in defeat. That was not the case for the Americans last night.
Who's your replacement for him? I'd love to hear this.
Right.
Who wants to walk into this situation after this guy just got the most wins for the U.S. men's national team, where he has to go to the media and being like, guys, you're being too harsh on yourselves. You're acting like you're the New York Yankees when realistically you're the Pittsburgh Pirates. You just got to stop. And that's the problem with Team USA and their supporters sometimes, is that this level of competitiveness is great to have, but you also have to look at yourself in the mirror and realize you're nowhere near what you thought you were. 2002 was the last time they even made a quarterfinal, and then prior to that was 1930. Can we please stop this? Because now you're going to put a lot more pressure on whoever would have replaced Poach in the first place.
Hey, welcome on back to BetMGM tonight here on Westwood One Sports. He's Brett Evans. I'm Pat Boyle, and we are brought to you by BetMGM. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Hour number 2 kicks off right now here on this Tuesday night, and you can watch the show live on YouTube. Just search BetMGM tonight and hit that subscribe button. You can watch the show live on Twitter at BetMGM tonight, and you can listen to the program on the Westwood One Sports app, the Odyssey app, SiriusXM Channel 375, and hundreds of local affiliates throughout North America. The talk and text line to join the show is 310-840-4910, but right now we're going to the guest line as we are just a couple of weeks away from training camp beginning around the NFL.
Woo!
We're 2 months away from the NFL season beginning. And so why don't we talk some Colts football, baby? Let's bring in James Boyd, who covers the Colts for The Athletic. He's also a host on 107.5 The Fan in Indy. James, it's Pat and Brett. Thanks so much for joining us, man. How you doing?
I'm doing good. Excited like you all are. Football's around the corner.
That's right. That's right, baby. James, what's the let's get right into it here. What's the latest on Daniel Jones? I know you reported last month that head coach Shane Steichen expects Daniel Jones to participate in 11-on-11 drills when training camp begins. Is that still the expectation? Because this is getting more and more real that DJ is going to go. He's going to be ready to go for week 1, just 9 months after his Achilles tear. I find that incredible. So is that still the expectation? He'll be good to go for 11-on-11?
Yes, that is the expectation. As crazy as it sounds, the dude is very tough. I got to remember last year, Daniel Jones did play through a broken leg before the Achilles tear. So he's been hitting hard in rehab. He looked really good, better than I thought he would throughout the spring. Did a lot of 7-on-7 stuff as well. Did some wind sprints at the end of practice. You can see his gait, his running style, all of that looked pretty normal. So I would be honestly shocked if he isn't doing 11-on-11 here in a couple of weeks, and even more shocked if he isn't available in week 1, as crazy as that sounds. I know it's 9 months, a very, very quick timeline, but all signs point to him being ready for week 1.
Bravo to modern medicine. I could say that. I never would expect Daniel Jones to be ready week 1, but that's great news, James, to say the least. Let's say the offensive side of things with the ponies there in Indianapolis. Full expectations are Jonathan Taylor is going to carry the mail once again in this old school run heavy attack. Is he, a major injury the only reason why Taylor doesn't reach at least 1,400 ground yards this year, in your opinion? Is he locked in 18 to 22 touches per game? And on a related note, how does the offensive line look? So what's the forecast on Jonathan Taylor this upcoming season?
We'll start with the O-line. They did have one significant change at right tackle with Braden Smith, their longtime right tackle since 2018, going to the Houston Texans. So you insert a recent draft pick in Jalen Travis, who's going into his second year with this group, who's a 4th-round pick last year. He did start a handful of games last year, so he has some experience, but that's the only real big new face up front. But they're confident this offensive line can still have that continuity, and they can get up to speed with Jalen Travis on the right side. Now, with Jonathan Taylor, yes, I would say that they're ready to load him up again. Last year, he played a career-high 82% of the team snaps. But fun fact for you, he actually never appeared on the injury report, let alone had any time missed throughout games. And so very rare for a running back to go all season with never having anything pop up on the injury report at all. Knock on wood, they want that to happen again. And honestly, the reason why they have to lean on him so much is not only because he's a star, but because they have nobody else really behind him. If you look at the rest of the depth chart, their backup role is being competed with between 2 guys who have barely played in the NFL. One of them, not at all, was rookie 7th-round pick Seth McGowan out of Kentucky, competing with DJ Giddens, the 5th-round pick out of, I believe, Kansas State a couple years ago, competing for that backup role. But JT, yes, they're locked and loaded, ready to go. We've asked Shane Steichen, like, wait a second, man, do you need to rest this guy, or do you need to find ways to kind of get him, less hits, less touches? And he's kind of looked at us like, no, I got to make the playoffs. And so I would expect that JT has a big workload again, and he's responded well the last couple of years to that workload, over 1,400 yards in back-to-back seasons. And then last year, obviously led the NFL in total touchdowns for non-quarterbacks.
Yeah, in other words, fantasy football fans that are out there, he is worth every penny in round one, even of your 10-team drafts. James, speaking of fantasy football, the fantasy community is all abuzz about Josh Downs. Are you buying a breakout season for the wide receiver? And who do you believe is going to have the better in-season stat line? Is it going to be Josh Downs or his tag team partner there in Alec Pierce? So your thoughts on Downs and who actually puts up better numbers this season, Downs or Pierce?
So I'll start with Pierce because right now I'm a little like, hey, what's going on? He had left ankle surgery earlier this spring, and then he did not practice at all this spring. So they gave him all this money. He's your number one receiver, and last time I saw him, he was walking with a slight limp. And so we'll have to see where he is. He did tell us, hey, I could be back at some point throughout training camp. It could be close to the start of the season, but there's no official timeline when he could be back, so that is a bit concerning. But as far as Josh Downs goes, I do think that he's somebody who could have a bigger season. He's coming off a career low in receiving yards, but remember, they did trade away Michael Pittman Jr. They did trade away A.D. Mitchell, and so it should open up more opportunities for Josh Downs. But the reason why I still would probably bet on Alec Pierce having the bigger season is because he's a more unique player, and quite frankly, they paid him to basically throw him the ball. He said it. If you give me, a big contract, I have to have those target shares increase. And so assuming that he can get back to being healthy, which again, we'll see throughout the latter stages of training camp towards the beginning of the season. But let's say he is healthy, I would pick him to have a bigger season than Josh Downs. And mainly because Josh Downs, as good as he is, and I expect him to have a bigger season than last year, he still overlaps skill-wise with Tyler Warren in that middle of the field, intermediate passing game part of the offense. And so as far as Tyler Warren goes, I would expect him to increase his production too.
We're talking to James Boyd here on BetMGM tonight, Westwood One Sports. He's Brad Evans, I'm Pat Boyle, and James covers the Colts for The Athletic. He's also a host on 107.5 The Fan in Indianapolis, and you can find him on Twitter at Romeoville Kid. James, the trade last year at the deadline for Sauce Gardner, it went about as bad as it could have. 2 first-round picks for the former Jets 2-time All-Pro corner. He suffers that calf strain almost immediately, and along with Daniel Jones' injury, it turned a very promising season sour very quickly. There was a league survey poll conducted, I think mostly by ESPN, with the results trickling out today. A lot of coaches and scouts, of course, under anonymity, have Sauce sliding in their rankings, with some dropping him out of the top 10 corners in the NFL. So are you expecting a big bounce-back season from Sauce, and what has he been up to during the offseason from what you know?
Well, first off, I'll start with his age. He's 24, not 25. Got to the bottom of that earlier this summer. It was kind of a funny story I did in The Athletic where everywhere on the internet had his age wrong, even in Madden. And so I had a long talk with him about it before summer break, and he's kind of like, wait a second. When I'm playing Madden, I'm looking at my rating, not my age. We got to get that corrected. So he is younger than a lot of people initially thought league-wide when it came to the trade. So he's going to be turning 25 later this year. But, yeah, I would say he's motivated to have another big year. I think the full year, first full season with the Colts will help with some of their transition. And I get that the rankings, I looked at the list myself, and I had to say, hey, these guys that are ahead of you, Derek Stingley and Trent McDuffie and other players, I'm like, look, they are, at least in my opinion, better at the moment, but there's still not a knock on you and what you can do. So I do think that he's been working pretty hard this summer, posted some videos of him getting some reps in. He's still such a big guy, and he moves so well. Saw that throughout the spring. Obviously, he'll face better competition at wide receiver throughout the season. But nevertheless, yeah, I think that Sauce Gardner is going to be a big part of that defense. They're banking on him to be a big part of that defense. And so I don't think that there should be any reason to believe he won't have a big season. I know a lot of people knock him for not having the interception numbers like some of his peers, but the bottom line is it still might not be that great from an interception standpoint if teams are just too scared to throw the ball his way. So we'll see how much they test him, but the guy is still a very, very good player. And obviously, like you said, it kind of went disastrously last year with trading for him, then him getting hurt and Daniel Jones getting hurt, not winning a game. I think that they're banking on him, being healthy, being a part of that young core on defense, and then leading this group when it comes to just making sure they can get some stops.
Yeah, certainly a guy needs to back up the smack talk, to say the least. James, let's go back to the offensive side of things. You mentioned there could be a slight uptick in Tyler Warren's overall production from last season. There was a lot of creative deployment with him in this offense last season, really ran deep. I mean, there were some design handoffs and jet sweeps, and of course, he can run every single route in the tree. Do you anticipate any new wrinkles with his usage this year? And assuming 17 games, I just made up this number. I'm going to throw it out at you. Over or under 849 and a half receiving yards for Warren this year. What do you say?
Oh, that's a good number. I'm going to take the over on that one, mainly because I think he's going to be arguably the focal point of their passing offense. I would even argue that last year he was a big part of what they wanted to do, and it just came down to the health of Daniel Jones and why he kind of tapered off. But as long as Daniel Jones was healthy and moving around and had some mobility, they were really, just cooking teams with some of the stuff that they were doing. And if you look at Shane Steichen and you ask him on and off the record, like, hey, what about Tyler Warren? I think his eyes kind of light up every time we talk about it because of the mismatch, and it comes to the ability for him to always have an advantage, whether he's, too big for a defensive back or too fast for a linebacker. So he also talked to us throughout the spring about getting in and out of his breaks quicker, because he was like, hey, if I can time this better, or if I can shake this guy a little bit easier, then that 1 yard separation can turn into 3, which means, more yards after the catch, more first downs, more touchdowns. So I would not be surprised if they move him around a lot more this year, given his versatility. And again, I'll be kind of shocked if he isn't a big part and perhaps the focal point of this passing offense, because with Alec Pierce, I get it. They paid him. He's their number one, quote unquote. But until we see some of that versatility, I still think that Tyler Warren's going to be such a big part of their offense because he can do so many different things. And it's just harder to kind of gauge or predict that stuff when you're playing tight end. You can line him up anywhere.
Talking to James Boyd here on BetMGM tonight. He covers the Colts for The Athletic, and so we're diving deep into all things the horseshoe, all things Indianapolis here ahead of training camp just a couple of weeks away. And, speaking of Tyler Warren, was well on his way to a 1,000-yard rookie season before Daniel Jones' injury, so it's a shame that the back end of his rookie year did not really get to live up to the hype that he set for himself in the first half. James, the AFC South is always unpredictable. The Texans are the favorite this year. Every team's win total is between 6.5 and 9.5. The Colts are at 7.5 on BetMGM, our friends. So do you think that's fair, to expect the Colts to be under 500, or do you think the Colts should be getting more respect heading into this season because of what they did in the first half of last year?
I think that's a very fair line to put out there. I think I predicted they go 8-9 or 9-8. I always forget because it's always right there around the same thing every year. I feel like they give you enough hope to pay attention towards the end of the season, and you're like, you know what, you do this every year to me, you break my heart. And so the fans are kind of telling me, hey, don't drink the Kool-Aid too much. But when it comes to Daniel Jones and his health, you want to believe in him and what you saw through the first half of last season, which is why they paid him, which is why they brought him back, and why there wasn't a whole lot of turnover and changes outside of a few key pieces. But the thing is, he's only had one full season where he's been healthy throughout his career back in 2022 when he led the Giants to the playoffs. And so 1 year out of 7 in his career, do you want to bank on that? Do you want to bet on that? And so as much as he's tough and he's a likable guy, he's a locker room dude, he's great, I just don't know if he's going to be healthy for a full season. And then on top of that, the Colts seem to always lose when it comes to the bigger games, especially in their division. They haven't had a lot of success. I believe they lost maybe 5 straight against the Texans. They lost a couple last year to the Jacksonville Jaguars, at least in recent years. They can never win in Jacksonville. I don't care what lines are out there when that game comes up. I'm always going to pick against them. They're cursed. So it's just certain things like that that make me think, like, okay, can they really get to double-digit wins? Can they really make the playoffs? I'm not so sure about it, man. And so, as boring as it sounds, I think they're going to be right there in the middle again.
And so I'll ask you this then to finish, James. One more question for you here. Is GM Chris Ballard on the hot seat, or do you think he should be? Because Carly Ursay-Gordon has had a very visible presence on the sidelines and throughout the season in terms of the day-to-day operations since she took over as CEO of the team after her dad, the late Jim Irsay, passed. Colts haven't won a division title in Ballard's 9 years. So do you think this has the rumblings of a make-or-break year for this front office?
Absolutely. This is Chris Ballard going into his 10th season with this team. Like you said, they do not have any division titles. They only have 2 playoff appearances and 1 playoff win during his tenure, and most GMs cannot sit up there and have that kind of resume and be around for a decade. And so I did ask at the end of the season, Carly said, Gordon, hey, are you going to extend Chris Ballard? At the time, people were like, that's such a dumb question. It's crazy. I get that it is a dumb question on the surface, but the question was asked because most of the time, teams do not let their GM or their head coach get to the final year of their contract before making a decision. And she told me flat out, well, ask me that again in a year. And I was like, well, in a year, he could be gone. And so that's basically what she was telling me or how I took it. So we'll see if he can deliver in year 10. So, yeah, he's on the hot seat. I think everybody should be, him, the coach, all of it, because if you don't deliver, if you don't make the playoffs, we could be looking at some wholesale changes, and rightfully so, with this team. Now, it's been a little awkward for me at times because I was the guy, I will admit. Once they lost their season finale last year, I published at the end of the finals horn, they should fire Chris Ballard. And then they didn't. I had to see him like 2 weeks after that. So we'll see if he can, right the ship, turn things around. Maybe he looks stupid for keeping him around, but at the same time, when you don't win, I can't sit up here and say you should still get another chance after chance after chance.
Well, that's good stuff, James. I was hoping you were going to have a very opinionated stance on it, and I'm glad that you did. That's great stuff, man. Hey, we really appreciate your time. Thanks for all your insight. You do a great job covering the team. So looking forward to following your stuff once we get rolling with training camp here in just a short amount of time. So we hope to catch up with you soon. Thanks so much.
Much appreciated. Yeah, I appreciate you all. Make some time for me, and then whenever you need me, just holler.
Thanks, James.
There you go. James Boyd covers the Colts for The Athletic, and he's also a host on our sister station, 107.5 The Fan in Indianapolis. You can find him on Twitter at Romeoville Kid. Good stuff there. Yeah. Brad, I think
fantastic.
That's probably the biggest headline. The two biggest headlines going into Colts training camp. What does Daniel Jones look like? And is Chris Ballard on the hot seat? And I think that the answers, or however Daniel Jones looks this year, is probably going to determine whether or not Chris Ballard keeps his job. Because I'll tell you this much, Brad, and maybe this is Captain Obvious here. If Daniel Jones can't replicate the season he was having last year before he got hurt, it's going to be a long year in Indianapolis because they still have Anthony Richardson on the roster somehow, despite trying to basically openly trade him. And after that, you're talking about Riley Leonard and Easton Stick. They brought in old man Phillip Rivers last year. It was a disaster. If Daniel Jones cannot be a good quarterback this year, they are toast.
Yeah, I would concur with you on that. I mean, look, the centerpiece of this offense is still going to be Jonathan Taylor. And I would argue, too, because, James even mentioned in that interview, they don't have any depth at running back. And you can say, oh, well, running back is a replaceable position. No, it's not. Not when you have a certifiable stallion, a workhorse, a Clydesdale in Jonathan Taylor, a guy that if he plays every single game this season, he is probably going to accumulate 310, 315 carries on the ground. He'll also, contribute 30, 35 to 40 receptions as well. He is the heart and soul of this Indianapolis Colts team. And, he needs a healthy and stiff and stout offensive line, one that my buddy Mike Lady projects as being a bottom half unit. There is some continuity there, as James laid out, but that is a question mark. And defensively, too. They're going to have to step up and be competitive in games so they don't have to abandon the run and lean too much on the arm of Daniel Jones. But I think the strongest takeaway outside of the Ballard point is the fact that Daniel Jones isn't walking with a visible limp. He's a guy whose gait, James said, he's seen it and live in a living color already, folks, and mandatory minicamp and OTAs. There doesn't seem to be any kind of restriction, any kind of hindrance 9 months removed from a devastating Achilles injury. It's mind-blowing to me that he is looking like he is easily going to be on pace and available week 1 without any restrictions whatsoever. So I'm going to pat myself on the back here, Pat, because selfishly, I'm in a 14-team auction league. I got Daniel Jones in a super flex, which means you can start 2 quarterbacks for $2. A whopping 2 buckaroos. I was praying to the football god, sacrificing all kinds of chicken wings at the altar that Jones would be ready in time for like week 5. I don't have to worry about that because it sounds like he's going to be ready week 1. And man, that is going to be a steal of a deal for $2.
That's right, baby. A $2 chuck on Daniel Jones. And if he is healthy,
that's right.
We saw how good this Colts offense can be. So we're going to dive deep, even deeper, do our 3-point stance on the Indianapolis Colts. Fantasy football style, biggest fantasy value, best prop play. And me and Brad will predict over or under those 7.5 wins for the Colts. Don't go anywhere. That's coming up next when we return right here on BetMGM tonight. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. This is Westwood One Sports.
So during an extensive press conference yesterday, Brad Stevens and Celtics owner Bill Chisholm fielded questions about the Jaylen Brown deal to the Sixers in exchange for Paul George. And the word optionality. I mean, if we were playing a drinking game with the word optionality during that Celtics press conference yesterday, we'd all still be hammered. Was mentioned over and over and over and over again. And Brad Stevens kept talking about how difficult it is in this system to keep two stars together when they're eating up so much of your cap. 70% of your cap is going to two max deal players. It's just so hard to do. And then Brad Stevens was asked about still having two players, thanks to Paul George's contract, eating up 70% of the cap. Listen to this.
And I know there are salary matching rules, but you talk about how you can't have 70% of the salary cap tied up into these two players.
Still do.
You still do.
That's right.
So
good follow-up.
What's next
Yeah.
after this?
I think the biggest thing is that it's that plus the picks, plus the optionality moving forward. Paul's contract is shorter.
Drink. Optionality, drink. You know somebody at a podium is screwed when they acknowledge the quality of the follow-up question. Oh, yeah, you got me on that one. Good follow-up. All this was, in the end, the Jaylen Brown trade by the Celtics, all it was a salary dump that doesn't even take place for at least a year, probably more likely two. This isn't the Boston Celtics. What are we doing? Seriously. And again, I'm not even a Celtics fan. Closest I've ever been to being a Celtics fan was when I was in high school and listened to Jump Around by House of Pain incessantly and briefly thought for just a moment about buying a Celtics jersey. A green Larry Bird, obviously, but that's the closest I've ever been to being a Celtics fan. But if I were a Celtics fan right now, I'd be storming the gates. What are we doing? We're the Boston freaking Celtics. And we're worried about retaining big-time salaries 2 years from now? 2 years from now. This is the most massively mismanaged deal. And I know there have been a lot of really bad trades in the history of the NBA. So maybe I shouldn't say it's the most massively mismanaged deal in NBA history. But it's easily the most mismanaged deal in Boston Celtics history. The Boston Celtics, just a couple years removed from a title run, decided to say, you know what, guys? We really need optionality. Drink. Are you kidding me? Look, there is a hardcore reality to the second apron in the NBA that can make it damn near impossible to manage a roster if you cross that second apron more than one time. Hell, even one time it becomes very punitive. And I understand you want to avoid that possibility. But you don't shuttle out one of the top 10 players in the league in order to avoid that possibility in exchange for a 36-year-old on one of the worst contracts in league history. You don't do that. You ride it out with Jaylen Brown. You run, if at worst, you just run it back. You've got a healthy Tatum going into next year, and you've got Jaylen Brown back. Oh, by the way, the guy that just helped carry you through Tatum's absence. But instead, you trade that guy for another guy who you repeatedly said during yesterday's press conferences, well, we like Paul. He's very good. It's a resounding vote of confidence.
Live lines, late games, and breaking angles. BetMGM tonight with Brad Evans and Pat Boyle. Back now.
Welcome on back, BetMGM tonight, Westwood One Sports. This segment is sponsored by Progressive Insurance. Save on commercial auto insurance from Progressive. Get a fast quote at progressivecommercial.com. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. The phone number to join the show is 310-840-4910. You could call, you could text 310-840-4910. Huge shout out to James Boyd for joining us last segment. He covers the Colts for The Athletic. He's also a host on 107.5 The Fan in Indy. So that was great stuff. That was a great interview. Gave us a lot of good insight. And yeah, he's a radio host. So I was expecting some strong opinions, and he gave us one. He gave us a couple, especially on Chris Ballard. He's like, yeah, I kind of awkward. I said it myself. The Colts should fire him. And then I had to see him like 2 weeks later. Yeah. So that was good stuff. Shout out to James Boyd for joining us. But Brad, we're getting closer and closer to training camp. And we are about, if I'm not mistaken, halfway through our full 3-point stance here. We've been doing it for every team in the NFL. Started with number 1 in the draft with the Raiders, and we're working our way all the way down to 32. And so the Colts, they had the... What spot are we in our 3-point stance?
15 or 16, I think, right?
Yeah, 16, because the Jets, because I was wondering, I was like, wait, where the hell is the Colts pick? And then I realized the Jets had that pick for the Sauce Gardner trade. So we are at 16 because the Jets picked in the Colts slot at 16. So we're halfway through, and we are going to be sprinting towards that finish line as training camp begins in just a couple of weeks from now for just about every team in the NFL. So we've arrived in Indy. The Colts completely retooled their roster in the offseason. They still have the key pieces from last year, and it was an offense that was very promising when Daniel Jones was healthy. Jonathan Taylor, top 5 running back in the NFL. They re-signed their guy Alec Pierce and make him one of the highest paid receivers in football. They bring in, excuse me, they don't bring in, they were expecting Josh Downs now to have a much bigger role after the Michael Pittman trade as they sent him to Pittsburgh. Tyler Warren coming off a fantastic rookie season. The offensive line is really good. The defense took us some big steps forward last year as well. And, we've been saying it, the big pieces here, the big question marks. What does Daniel Jones look like? They re-signed him to a big extension, considering he's coming off that torn Achilles on December 7th. That was always a massive risk here for GM Chris Ballard. Probably going to determine whether or not he keeps his job after this season or not. And so, other additions, on the defensive line, they get Arden Key and Michael Clemens. They also add some guys in the middle of that defensive line, Jerry Tillery and Derek Nottie. They sign Akeem Davis-Gaither, and they also get Colby Wooden in a trade from the Green Bay Packers. But I mentioned they lost Michael Pittman. They trade Zaire Franklin to the Packers. They trade Kwity Paye to the Raiders. Braden Smith, one of their best offensive linemen, joins the Texans. And then in the defensive backfield, Nick Cross goes to the Commanders, and Samson Ebukam goes to the Falcons. So with all that being said here, Brad, we look at the Indianapolis Colts, and everybody's getting ready for fantasy football drafts. I know you've already got one going on that we'll get to. A lot of people gearing up in about a month and a half from now for their fantasy football leagues to get underway. Who on this Colts offense do you think provides the best fantasy value.
Well, talking to James in the last segment, he just solidified my position. I think it's Josh Downs. I'm going to get Downs with a wide receiver who is going to be really the architect of moving the chains in underneath coverage. The organization during mandatory minicamp and the OTAs have been experimenting with using him more outside, primarily line up in the slot last season. So that versatility is going to come in handy, to say the least, within this offensive scheme. And of course, with Michael Pittman, as you said, now catching wounded ducks off the hand of Aaron Rodgers in Pittsburgh, there's a lot of volume that's going to shift about in this offense. I think Downs is going to greatly benefit as a result. So right now, wide receiver 48 in terms of average draft position, 118.92 overall. So you're basically paying like a wide receiver 4, wide receiver 5 price tag. And I think he's a guy who's going to finish inside the top 36. That means he's going to be at least a wide receiver 3 in 12-team leagues. Mike Clay, ESPN's got a projected for 105 targets, 76 catches, 718 yards, only 3 touchdowns. Has him at WR50. I think he's underselling the TD side of things. I think there's upwards of maybe 6 scores that he could haul in this season. Pretty easy overall strength of schedule for a fantasy wide receiver. The uptick in targets per game from last year, you're going to see it this year. Only 5.4 targets per game a year ago. It could be closer to like 6.5, maybe 7 this season. And you look at a lot of the secondary analytics, a lot of it not all that exciting. From last year. Number 43 in fantasy points per route run. Number 42 in average yards of separation per target. But again, I think it's a guy that can easily get to 850 yards, score 5 or 6 touchdowns, haul in 75 plus balls. He achieves those feats, Pat. He's easily going to be a top 36 wide receiver. Hell, he could be as high as maybe wide receiver 26, wide receiver 27, and wide receiver 48 is the price tag. Yes, please, and thank you.
Yeah, I agree with a lot of what you said about Josh Downs. I'm a big fan of his, and I think he could be due for a breakout year this year. I know he's tight end number 4, in terms of ADP, average draft position. And so you could say, well, how are you getting value on a guy that's a top 5 tight end? Because I think he should be probably tight end 3, and somebody whose average draft position is in the 60s. So if you're in a 10-team league, we're talking about this is the 7th round. If you're in a 12-team league, this is right at the end of this is right in the beginning of the 6th round. I don't think this guy should be lasting that long. Tyler Warren, the Penn State Nittany Lion, we were talking about him to James Boyd. Again, this is a guy that had 817 yards and 4 touchdowns last year on 76 catches. And if not for the injury to Daniel Jones, he would have easily cleared 1,000 yards and probably would have had an extra 2 or 3 touchdowns. And if those are the numbers he's putting up, his ADP is not going to be in the 60s. Like I would draft Tyler Warren over Colston Loveland, just to compare their numbers. Colston Loveland for the Bears had 713 yards and 6 touchdowns last year. Tyler Warren had over 100 more yards. He did have 2 fewer touchdowns, but he had 18 more catches. And I know what you're thinking. Well, think about the way Colston Loveland finished the year with the Bears. He had the 2 monster games at the end of the regular season, had the gargantuan game against the Packers. Okay, sure. And sometimes it's not about how you start, it's how you finish. But I will recall that if Tyler Warren still had Daniel Jones throwing him the football, he would have had over 1,000 yards, and he would probably be in front of Colston Loveland. So, yes, there is the question mark about Daniel Jones, and if he can stay healthy, and if he gets hurt, then, do you really want Tyler Warren taking him in the 5th round, 4th round? If you've got Riley Leonard throwing him footballs, or God forbid Anthony Richardson, I can understand that concern, whereas you probably feel a little bit better about Caleb Williams. But I still think Tyler Warren is as good of a tight end as Colston Loveland, and not even just comparing those two, I don't think Tyler Warren should be going until the 6th, and or even if you're in a bigger league, the 5th round. I think the guy is way too good. I think he's going to put up big numbers, assuming Daniel Jones stays healthy, and so I think Tyler Warren brings you a considerable amount of value, knowing that he is probably in most people's leagues not going to get taken in the first 60 picks. I think that gives you great value there.
Yeah, I think that's an excellent call, man. I'm going to be targeting Tyler Warren early and often in a lot of the drafts. I'm going to share some of the picks that I've already made in the always outstanding exercise. Really begins officially the fantasy football season, that being the Scott Fishbowl draft. I'm going to give you all my thoughts. You don't know what the hell that event is. I will give you details around it coming up here a little bit later on the show. I don't have Tyler Warren yet. But let it simmer. Give it some time. He is somebody I'm definitely targeting a little bit later on in that draft, which has tight end scoring premiums, my man.
Ooh, okay. I like that. All right, moving on in our three-point stance. Favorite player prop play of the season for the Indianapolis Colts. Brad, you have one wager to make for the 2026 season on any player on the Colts. Who are you putting your money on?
Well, I love this so much, so Daddy what? Daddy need.
Uh-oh.
Daddy gotta have it, Brenda. Let's go! Somebody give me the sledgehammer, baby! Please! I need it! Injected in my veins! Look at the folder! My hand's getting tired!
Keep pounding. Keep pounding that hammer.
Just in the nick of time, baby. Da, da, da. Oh, I love it, Peter Gabriel. Jonathan Taylor, the number right now at BetMGM, Pat, this is crazy to me. I think the odds makers were blacked out drunk when they actually posted this on the site. 1,250 and a half rush yards. He may do this in like 14 games. I mean, you could saw off one of his legs and go out there with a peg leg like an old school pirate and still get there. This number is way too low. Again, he is going to be the centerpiece, heart and soul of this offensive attack. I think if he plays, the maximum amount of regular season games, you're getting 17, he's easily going to carry the rock at least 300 times. Even if he missed a couple of games, I still think he's got enough of a volume, a vigorous one, is going to sail past this number. Last season, Jonathan Taylor, number 5 in YAC per 10, number 3 in total missed tackles forced, number 3 in yards created per touch, 84% opportunity share. He's got nobody behind him. He ain't leaving the field ever. So he is a consummate workhorse. Last 2 years, 1,431 yards on the ground, 1,585 is a team middle of the pack in run rate at 43.4% last year. Yes, there were some question marks about the offensive line, but cherry on top of the Sunday, Pat, Taylor has the 10th easiest fantasy schedule for a running back. He is a guy that is going to boast and post redonkulous numbers this year. Over, quadruple over again. 1,250.5 rush yards for Jonathan freaking Taylor.
Yeah, that's sledgehammer worthy, baby. That absolutely is. You mentioned it, 1,400 plus yards in 2024. He only played 14 games that year. So even if he misses 3 games, hell, even if he misses 4 games, you still would give him a pretty good shot of clearing this line. Brad, I'm gonna be, I guess, a little bit boring here. I'm gonna give you a play that's not really an official play yet because I scoured our friends at BetMGM and I scoured elsewhere, and I don't think there is an official line for this yet.
Nope.
And maybe if I'm wrong, you can correct me here. Season-long total touchdown passes for Daniel Jones. Whatever it is, assuming it's a reasonable number, and I think our friends at BetMGM.
What do you think that number is going to be, Pat? What's a reasonable number in your mind?
So last year, he had 19 passing touchdowns in 13 games. And tore his Achilles December 7th. Daniel Jones, in 2022 with the Giants, when he played 16 games, he had 15 touchdowns. That was when they made the playoffs that year. I know it's a different offense. I know it's a completely different team. But assuming you're basing off of last year, 19 touchdowns in 13 games is 1.46 touchdowns per game. I think they'll probably give you a game or two of cushion for Daniel Jones. But if I multiply that by 16, that's 23 touchdowns. On top of that, you have the concerns with the Achilles. I think you're going to get 20 and a half on Daniel Jones. And if that is the case, I'd probably take the under. I'm taking, as long as it's at least 20, I think you have to take the under on Daniel Jones passing touchdowns. You give yourself the safety that if he does get hurt, then you're looking really good on that. And help, Brett, even if Daniel Jones plays 16 games, 17 games, I think there's a chance he goes under again. I mean, let me just take you back to 2022 with the Giants, where similar offense, they relied on Saquon, they relied on the run. We know the Colts are going to rely on the run here, especially when they get in the red zone. I just don't see Daniel Jones throwing a ton of touchdowns this year. I think last year he had about as great of a season as he could have until that Achilles injury. 19 passing touchdowns in 13 games. If he plays 16 games this year, he probably lands on 19 touchdowns. So assuming that number is at least 20, I'd be taking the under on Daniel Jones passing touchdowns. And finally, over or under on the Colts wins this year, Brad. Over 7.5 is minus 125 on BetMGM. Under 7.5, if you think the Colts go 7-10 at worse or worse, that's plus money, plus 105. Are you going over? Are you a believer in the Colts, or do you think they stink up the joint this year?
No, I think this number is a tad bit too low. I'm going to take the over. I think they win 8 games exactly. Mike Clay at ESPN's got projected win 8.5, gives them a 47% or greater win probability in 10 games. Some of the key matchups going to be, week 3 against Houston at home, week 7 on the road at Minnesota, week 16 at home against the Cincinnati Bengals. But overall, the 6 easiest strength of schedule in the NFL. You look at the unit grades. There's some question marks on defense. Obviously, some question marks on offense outside of Jonathan Taylor and a couple of receivers that we like me, Josh Downs, you, Tyler Warren, which I would back you up on. But yeah, man, I think they win 8 games. They're going to be right there, straddling the fence on a wild card berth yet again.
Yeah, I'm going to go over as well. Maybe this is just me hedging against my Daniel Jones injury insurance, if you will. You mentioned sixth easiest strength of schedule. I hope this team can stay in the mix to the point where they can get some of those easy wins at the end of the year, because they start the season Ravens, Chiefs, Texans. Then they play the Commanders across the pond, and they play the Steelers on the road with no bye week after that. I think there is a chance they start 0-5. But as long as they don't fall apart, and if Daniel Jones can stay healthy, they do get to play the Titans twice. A much improved Titans team, but still not very good. They should win at least one of them. They get to play the Dolphins at home. They get to play the Browns on the road. They play the Cowboys at home. Cowboys, middling team, mediocre team. Again, I would say they're probably due for a win at home against Jacksonville. They'll probably lose the other one on the road. Same thing with Houston. They'll probably go 3-3 in the division. And so if they can win the games towards the end of the year, when they play the Titans, when they play the Browns, when they play the Jags at home, if that game has any meaning, that's how you get that 8th win, if not a 9th win. I think this team could be 8-9 or 9-8. I don't think they're going to be much better than that. But I'd be surprised, barring, again, if Daniel Jones, and that's the big if for me, I keep saying it, but it bears repeating. If Daniel Jones plays most of this season, only misses a game or 2, then I think the Colts should be good enough to be competitive and stay in the mix for a playoff spot. 310-840-4910, the number to join the show. When we come back, we'll get that Scott Fish fantasy draft update from Brad, one of the biggest fantasy football drafts of the entire country, in the entire world. We'll hear about it when we return. 310-840-4910 is the number to join. He's Brett Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM Tonight on Westwood One Sports.
Oh yeah, there is. And part of it feeds into something that we touched on a little bit earlier in the conversation, which is the age of these players. When the US missed the World Cup in the qualifying cycle leading up to 18, Pulisic was a teenager, he was the young up and comer. Yeah, you could have asked for more from him at that time. And he was on the field for the defeat that knocked the US out of qualifying. but he was still a teenager. That was not yet his team. It was his team in 22, and yet there was still this belief that, okay, everything is still pointing towards 26. 26 is when Pulisic, Adams, McKennie, when they're all going to be in their prime, and you put Richards in that conversation too, Anthony Robinson as well. This is when everything was pointing towards the big year, when you're in your mid to late 20s and that's your prime. This was it. Whether it's fitness, whether it's form, it can't always be something. And with Pulisic, it has seemed too often that there have been explanations or excuses and reasons why it hasn't all come together. This was the year. This was the World Cup on home soil. You play every game on home soil. You played every meaningful game on the West Coast. There were no excuses about long travel, etc. It was all pointing to this World Cup. And for whatever the reasons were, maybe injury was part of it, he just didn't deliver enough. And Balogun was their most dangerous offensive player throughout the course of this World Cup. I would say Tillman in his role was probably a close second. McKennie was probably third. Pulisic was, when healthy, he was good. But that wasn't enough, and certainly he wasn't good last night. And again, the injury is part of that conversation. More than likely, that will help explain it. But it can't always be something, Chris. And I think that the feeling for American soccer fans right now is it's for this generation collectively, and Pulisic is a huge part of this. It is unfulfilling. Unfulfilling. This was supposed to be the World Cup. Last night was supposed to be the night. And I think it left a lot of American soccer people, a lot of casual American fans who tuned into this team in this World Cup, just felt everyone a little bit unfulfilled after that game last night.
Chris Mack, thanks for the invite, and I'll tell you how it feels. I'm a big movie buff, but I feel like Warrior fans feel like we're watching something about Mary. And LeBron is Mary. We're all in line, hoping he chooses us, and you are correct. Last week, I didn't believe LeBron was leaving L.A. You know, I think he's a narcissist. I know he is, but I appreciate what he is as a ball player. And when Draymond Green opted out, which nobody expected, they got a relationship. And, you know, Steph Curry and LeBron played on the Olympic team. So we bought that, Warrior fans, hook, line, and sinker. And I'm thinking to myself, this thing might really happen. But I was just listening to your conversation. I look at the Sixers. If I'm LeBron, with all that young talent, their roster's better than what we have here in the Bay. And it didn't happen the next 48 to 72 hours. And now I'm thinking, oh, my gosh, we're thinking he's not coming here. And now you look at this roster, which is devoid of what I like to say, Chris, and call Thundercats. I don't know if LeBron's coming to the Bay, and every second that goes by without that announcement, we're feeling like, you know what, he might not be coming.
Real-time reaction. BetMGM tonight with Brad Evans and Pat Boyle rolls on.
Nice rejoin from our guy Andrew back in our Westwood One studios. The boys are back. You're damn right they are. Brad is back from vacation. I think it's the first show we're doing together as a duo in almost a month, Brad, right? I went on vacation to that wedding in Spain the weekend that the Knicks won the NBA title. So that was like, I think it was Friday the 12th, Friday, June 12th is like the last show we did together. Holy, maybe we did actually one or two. We did one or two when I came back,
shows.
right?
Yeah, you came back. You had a short week. I had a short week, and then I went on a siesta. It's been a minute, but yeah, we're back in the saddle, baby. We are the boys who are back in this damn town.
Yeah, I'm a moron, so I forgot about those two shows. I don't know, the last couple of weeks, they've been like a blur. Yeah, that's how summer goes, baby. That's a good thing. But, all right, Brad, but hey, look, we're in the middle of summer, but we're getting closer to football. And with that, fantasy football. Brad, you're in arguably the biggest fantasy football league in the country, in the world. The Scott Fish Fantasy Draft, the Fish Bowl. Give us an update here, one that thousands participate in each year, and the draft has already begun. So give us an update.
Yeah, I'm at a slow draft. They actually do draft events in major cities like in Chicago, New York. I think there's even one in Phoenix this year. Big deal. Scott Fish puts on a great event every single season, and, it's all for charity, raising the money for Toys for Tots, essentially. And Scott goes out and buys a ton of gifts for little boys and girls around Christmas time. Don't really get a lot of that. So I am picking at number 11 in a 12-team league. It is a super flex with 8 additional flexes, and those flexes being players that are eligible running back, wide receiver, or tight end. So it's really kind of a funky format. It's a full point per reception, and you get 1.5 points per reception at the tight end position, 6 points per passing touchdown, and you get a bunch of bonus points for statistical threshold. So if your running back gets 100 yards in a game or quarterback gets 300 yards passing in a game, you get bonus points for that. So it's fabulous. So again, I was picking at number 11 near the turn. My first selection, I was going to go wide receiver, the best on the board. I was looking at possibly Justin Jefferson or Amon-Ra St. Brown. They went right before me, and I took CeeDee Lamb of the Dallas Cowboys, who I feel is going to catch play upwards of 110 balls this year. Totally fine with that. Extraordinarily high floor. Then I came back, and I might say, oh, it's a super flex, essentially 2-quarterback league. You have got to take a signal caller. Well, the only one was off the board in my exercise, and one guy slipped, and I could not believe it. People are always skittish, scared, frightened, shivering down their spine at the thought of drafting Christian McCaffrey, but I ain't scared. Took him with the utmost confidence with the second pick in round 2. So those are my first 2 picks that I'm to come back to me. CeeDee Lamb, Christian McCaffrey. Think of a championship, probably a completed season, Pat.
Yeah. Those are, look, and that's the thing, right? And I agree with you. I'm in the same camp. Give me CMC all day, any day. If he's there in the first 15 picks, I'm grabbing him. I don't give a damn about past injuries. Some guys are injury prone. Some guys aren't injury prone until they are injury prone. But if CMC's healthy, and I think you have to, we say that about every guy in the NFL because I think injuries happen more in the NFL than any other league. But McCaffrey's healthy. He's going to be a top 5, if not a top 3 running back. I like those picks. And I think CeeDee Lamb and the Cowboys, I don't know how much better their defense will be than last year. So they might have to rely on the offense and Dak Prescott. And that bodes well for CeeDee. I like those picks for you, brother.
Woo! It's a good start, baby. Championship, let's go.
All righty, when we come back, we're going to switch it up, talk some baseball. After an incredibly jam-packed 4th of July weekend and then a Monday afterwards, we've got some division races taking place, and the All-Star break is just a couple of days away. Big headlines to get to when we get back here on BetMGM tonight.
the version of Team USA that we saw last night bore zero resemblance to what we have seen from this team throughout the World Cup. The excitement that we saw was totally absent. I really don't believe that the Balogun situation, is he in, is he out, who's involved in getting the red card suspended, etc. I don't think that decided the game last night. Did it shift the focus a little bit and create more noise than perhaps they needed? That may well be true. Whatever the reason was, I concur that this team was not focused last night. They did not play like a focused soccer team. They seemed at times to be unsure, tentative. It could have also been just as simple as this, that for a while they were maybe the analogy I'll make is that when you're watching a college basketball game in March and the 12 seed is all of a sudden about to eclipse the higher seed and they're closing the gap, and then all of a sudden they take the lead with 6 minutes left. They look up at the scoreboard and say, okay, well, now we got to win this game. And then it changes everything. The atmosphere changes, the tone changes. And this felt like a team that did exactly that, looked up at the scoreboard and said, oh, man, we got to deliver now. And they just didn't. And there was the Tillman moment with the free kick goal, which was another beautiful strike from him. And by the way, he's still young enough that he's going to be a huge part of this team for a long time. But this was the game. This was the game, the pivot point to where if you win last night and if you lose to Spain on Friday, you can still stamp this as a competitive step forward, because for so long, the round of 16 has been that moment where it all fell apart. And it was the same story. And it wasn't just that they lost, Chris, it was how they lost. Mexico lost on Sunday to England, and yet still emerged from that game as a team that was lauded and celebrated in Mexico and around the world for the way in which they performed, even in defeat. That was not the case for the Americans last night.
Who's your replacement for him? I'd love to hear this.
Right.
Who wants to walk into this situation after this guy just got the most wins for the U.S. men's national team, where he has to go to the media and being like, guys, you're being too harsh on yourselves. You're acting like you're the New York Yankees when realistically you're the Pittsburgh Pirates. You just got to stop. And that's the problem with Team USA and their supporters sometimes, is that this level of competitiveness is great to have, but you also have to look at yourself in the mirror and realize you're nowhere near what you thought you were. 2002 was the last time they even made a quarterfinal, and then prior to that was 1930. Can we please stop this? Because now you're going to put a lot more pressure on whoever were to replace Poach in the first place.
day shuts down. The games light up. This is BetMGM Tonight with Brad Evans and Pat Boyle on Westwood One Sports.
Hey-o! Welcome on back to BetMGM Tonight here on Westwood One Sports. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. And we are brought to you by BetMGM. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Hour number 3 of this Tuesday night extravaganza kicks off right now. You can watch the show live on YouTube. Just search BetMGM Tonight and hit that subscribe button. You can watch the show live on Twitter at BetMGM Tonight. And you can listen to the program on the Westwood One Sports app, the Odyssey app, SiriusXM Channel 375, and hundreds of local affiliates throughout North America. You can join the show by calling or texting 310-840-4910. If you text in your question, just let us know what your name is and where you're from so we can get you featured on the show. Again, 310-840-4910. Talked a lot of football so far last hour. Talked to our guy, James Boyd, who covers the Colts for The Athletic, did our three-point stance on the Colts. Earlier in the show, we talked some footy, some soccer. Argentina's miraculous comeback from 2-0 down in the 78th minute. They beat Egypt. Messi cementing himself even more as the GOAT. And then we were reacting live as Switzerland knocked off Colombia in penalties after a goalless draw. The Swiss going through on the penalty shootout, turning the Colombians into a Swiss cheese. And quarterfinals. Yeah, that was terrible. Absolutely terrible. I had to. The quarterfinals
You're not
are
even
set.
a dad.
I know. Not yet. Thank God. Fingers crossed. Knock on wood. Hopefully not for a while. 310-840-4910. The quarterfinals are set. I'll preview the quarterfinal round in just a bit. We actually have a day off from the World Cup tomorrow. I don't know what I'm going to do with myself. I'll just watch Wimbledon, watch more tennis. But yeah, damn shame. First time in a while. No soccer games tomorrow. So we'll get back into the soccer talk in a little bit, but let's talk some baseball here. Before we do that, though, Brad, you are going for more history tonight. You took Wilyer Abreu for your Let's Go Streaking. You're the record holder at 15, trying to make it 16. The White Sox and the Red Sox are just underway in the bottom of the first. Wilyer Abreu, 0 for 1. 0 for 1. Yeah, first at bat, he flied out to center. So that's the chase on history for Brad. I've got Bobby Witt as the Royals are going up against the New York Mets. That game is in the bottom of the third, and Bobby Witt has a hit. Let's go!
Oh,
5 in a row for me, baby. 5 in a row for me. I'll go ahead and update my record. Now 41 for 53. 5 in a row. I'm coming for you, Brad. I'm coming for that record. You better make sure you keep going. I'm coming for it. All right. So there we go on that.
Not going to happen.
And then Combs has Miguel Vargas. I think the bottom of the first just started in the south side of Chicago. And so I don't know, is Miguel Vargas? Oh, no, he did. He got that bat and he walked. So no hit for Miguel Vargas just yet. And then Monty is later tonight. He's going with Shohei Ohtani going up against the Rockies. So we're 1 leg down, 3 to go. Our Let's Go Streaking parlay, if we go 4 for 4, that's plus 302 at BetMGM. So there you have it. We got a bunch of aces on the mound tonight, Brad. So before we get some updates on how the best pitchers in baseball are faring in their last starts before the All-Star break this weekend in my neck of the woods, in the city of brotherly love in Philadelphia. I know you hate him. I know there's no reason to want to celebrate him. But, man, the Miz just keeps mowing him down. Jacob Mizorowski,
he does.
First game of a doubleheader earlier today in St. Louis, and 7 innings, 3 hits. He did give up 3 runs. Kudos to the Cardinals. They got him early with a 2-run home run from Jordan Walker and a Herrera home run in the third. My man still gets the win because he pitched 7 innings strong and 11 more strikeouts for Jacob Mizorowski. He now has 167 Ks. That's the best in baseball. His whip is a .76. That's the best in baseball. And his ERA is a 1.62. That's the best in baseball. I think we might be looking at the new best pitcher on the planet right now. Is that too early to say after what Skeens did the last 2 years? I know he's having a down year, but man, the season from the Miz keeps getting better and better, Brad.
Yeah, Paul Skeens in action right now. 4 innings pitched. That's 67 total pitches, a couple of earned runs, 4 strikeouts. I mean, he has looked human this year, unlike Mizorowski, who is just a man on a mission. And his mission is going to be completed with the Cy Young Trophy in the National League. Remember, it was about, 3 weeks ago? We were hyping up the NL Cy Young race right here on BetMGM tonight. Oh, man, this could be the greatest Cy Young race of our lifetimes. You and I were selling that narrative. We truly believed it. We weren't just, stoking up the acting for the sake of acting to our audience. Every single take that Pat and I have on the show is genuine. It's authentic. We're not hot take artists for the sake of just being hot take artists. But I truly believe that. Not so much anymore. I mean, Christopher Sanchez, last time he went out, gave up, 9 earned runs yesterday against the Kansas City Royals? He is number 2 right now at BetMGM, the NL Cy Young trophy race at plus 500. Miz is minus 500. The only thing at this juncture that is preventing Jacob Mizorowski from winning the NL Cy Young is a menacing injury M. So just stay upright, stay healthy, and you are going to have a layup of a win. This could be really unanimous, honestly, when the votes come out. If Mizorowski survives the entire season, continues to post nothing but crooked numbers on the scoreboard or like giant donuts on the scoreboard as well, a sub-2 ERA with a high strikeout rate, which is just off the charts. It's a foregone conclusion. It's practically the G word, practically the L word, whatever phrase you would apply to it. Jacob Mizorowski, assuming he stays upright, will be your NL Cy Young winner. Man, the guy has been incredibly dominant this season.
Wow. Yeah, and I don't blame you. I don't blame you. And look, there is still time for him to be human. He's never pitched a full season in baseball yet, so I wonder about fatigue. Even though he is 6'7", he's only 200 pounds. He's 24 years old. Last year pitched 66 innings, so he's already at 111. I don't have his minor league numbers off the top of my head. I don't know the most amount of innings he's ever thrown in a minor league season, but that is potential. That fatigue gets to him. Here's the thing. He's not, I forgot, he's not going to start the All-Star game because he's going to end up pitching again on Sunday. He'll pitch the final game of the first half of the season. And Brad, barring a change, the final game of the first half in baseball in Pittsburgh on Sunday would be Mizorowski versus none other than Paul Skeens. I mean, if there is any way Paul Skeens to get his mojo back, it would be Sunday at home against the guy who is the front runner for the NL Cy Young Award right now, because you mentioned it. Skeens has not only looked human, I mean, he's been just flat out bad. He's been flat out bad the last several starts here. I mean, he has given up multiple earned runs in 6 straight starts now. He has given up 4 earned runs or more in 4 out of his last, 4 out of his last 9 starts. And you mentioned tonight, the Pirates are winning 7-2, but it's nobody out in the top of the 5th with 2 runners on, and Skeens has already given up 2 earned runs. And his ERA is 3.64. So this is, I've joked about it before, because I think Skubal's the best pitcher in baseball, and I had a lot of people, no, it's Skeens, it's not even close. And so now I take just a little bit of joy in watching Skeens come back down to earth. But in all seriousness, I think it's a fair question to ask. Are we ever going to see the first 2 seasons that Paul Skeens produced ever again? Because the book is out on him, and I don't know if you've seen it. His fastball velo, it ain't going back up to the 98s, 99s, 100s. He's basically been sitting 94, 95, 96. That's the scariest sight to see out of everything. If you're looking at what Paul Skeens has done this year, it's the lack of velo on the fastball.
Yeah, the commands have been a little bit off as well, and if you're not, blowing those heaters by the hitters, they will catch up to it. It's not like Jacob Mizorowski, who still hit 104 on the radar gun in the 7th inning today against the St. Louis Cardinals. It's outrageous. The heat that the guy brings on a start-in, start-out basis, and just doesn't consistently, even deep into the games with high pitch counts. You saw it earlier this season. I think he had a game in which he was still hitting the gun at 103.4.5 at pitch number like 105. That's how crazy of a season that Jacob Mizorowski has had. But Skeens, those couple of ticks on the fastball, they diminish. People catch up to it. The cat's out of the bag, man. He is certainly looking human. He's looking like really a kind of a mid of the rotation starter. He's not even the best starter on his own team. I would give that distinction Braxton Ashcraft, who's been tremendous this year in terms of striking out guys, going deep into games, a lot of quality starts under his belt. Paul Skeens is very human, and there's been a bit of an auto correction with his overall production, and I don't really see him all of a sudden reemerging as the shutdown starter that we saw in the first couple of years in the league. So, yeah, you might be onto something. Have we seen the best of Paul Skeens? It's certainly a question with an answer on the table. He's still very, very young in his career. He can add a couple of pitches to the repertoire that could overcome some of the velocity issues. But, yeah, man, he is crashing back down to earth so far this season, to say the least.
That's funny. Before we pivot to Scooble, who's pitching tonight, it's funny you mentioned Braxton Ashcraft, Brad, because don't get me wrong, I've heard the name. I know of Braxton Ashcraft, but we did the list on Friday, and Monty came up with the top 20 strikeout leaders right now in all of baseball.
He was on the list?
We're like into like the 8th round. Like PJ, I think, got through 5 pitchers or 4 pitchers. And then I forget who we mentioned. It was a pretty prominent pitcher, but they weren't in the top 20, and he got knocked out. And me and Combs were going rattling off one after another. We only had like 4 or 5 pitchers left, if that. And Combs is like, oh yeah, you know what? Oh yeah, give me Braxton Ashcraft. And I'm like, what? Who just? Oh yeah, you know what? How about Braxton Ashcraft, because that's definitely one of the first names that I think of for the top 20 strikeout leaders. And so, of course, he beat me, but it's like just so nonchalantly, like, screw you, Combs. So now I'll never forget Braxton Ashcraft. When you said it, I got the chills inside.
It's like branded on your forehead now. Show Braxton Ashcraft some damn respect. You bet your Ashcraft you should.
Yeah.
Joke.
Oh, man. So anyway, you said Braxton Ashcraft, and like, yeah, again, you look at the numbers, yes, but blindly we're thinking about the top 20 strikeout pitchers in baseball, and Combs is like, oh, yeah, Braxton Ashcraft. No problem. So anyway, speaking of best pitcher in baseball, though, I think that distinction still belongs to Tarek Skubal, and he's also another one. Definitely looked more human this year than he has in his last 2 years, where he's the back-to-back reigning American League Cy Young Award winner. He had that bone chip in his elbow, or the loose body that he had to get removed, missed the entire month of May, but miraculously came back only 6 weeks later. And right now, Skubal was dealing. He just got pulled from the game. He had a high pitch count, had a lot of traffic on the bases, but was still relatively lights out. 5 innings, 5 hits, 1 earned run, 9 strikeouts through 96 pitches. ERA down to 3.06. The Tigers lead the A's 2-1 in Detroit in the top of the 6th. And obviously, Brad, every time Skubal takes them out, I think folks in Detroit are wondering if it's going to be the last time, because that trade deadline's fastly approaching. August 3rd, less than a month away. We got the All-Star break coming up here. Skubal guaranteed to maybe only have 4 more starts in a Tigers uniform before that trade deadline rolls around. That's if he stays healthy and doesn't, have any more injuries. He's probably going to have 4 more starts. And then we're wondering, with the Tigers at 40-50 and Skubal set to be a free agent and the dark cloud of a lockout looming ahead, do the Tigers trade him or do they hold on to him? That is the biggest headline at the trade deadline as we get closer and closer. And as it stands today, I don't have a strong inclination on what the hell Detroit's going to do, but I still think, and I've maintained this position for the entire season. We don't know if there's going to be baseball next year, and you might get a salary cap in play. I think if you're Detroit, you got to hold on to Tarek Skubal. I still think it would be very foolish to trade him, not knowing what the future holds for Major League Baseball.
I'm going to say this right now, and I'm just going to pull this out of my keister, much like Brando did Braxton Ashcraft on the last edition of the list. But I think it's like less than a 20% chance that Skubal's going to get dealt at the deadline. You look at the Tigers right now. Yes, they have an abhorrent overall record at 40-50. And let's say, they finish this first half strong and maybe, get a sweep in there or win like 3 of their last 4 games or 4 of their last 5, however many games they have until the All-Star break. I mean, as it stands, entering the night tonight, Detroit, despite being 10 games below 500, they're only 5 games out of the wild card in the AL. The AL is the definition of parity. They are dominated, that league right now, by nothing but mediocrity. And as a result, you're just seeing the Yankees, and they've kind of come back down to earth. You know that as a diehard Yankees guy. And everybody else is kind of ho-hum. I mean, the White Sox are the feel-good story. Right now, maybe in all of baseball, and especially in the American League at 47-42. Seattle is getting rocked tonight because Brian Wu has just been atrocious on the road, and that's where it's ugly head yet again tonight, though they enter the night at 47-44. But you look at right now the wild card leaders. It is your Yankees because Tampa's leading the division, but they've got a commanding lead, a 5-game lead in the wild card race as a top wild card team, followed by Cleveland at 47-44 and Texas at 500. They're 45-45. Houston, Minnesota, Toronto, Baltimore, the Athletics, Boston, and Detroit, again, are all within 5 games. So if the Tigers can finish the first half strong, they are not going to deal Skubal. I don't see it in any way, shape, or form. I think it's a snowball's chance, and you know what, that it's going to come to fruition. So again, I'm banking on it. I'm a betting man. Skubal stays in the Motor City. Vroom, vroom. Detroit could have a very strong second half. They're very much going to be in the wild card race conversation.
Yeah, I mean, the American League stinks. You only have 6 teams at or above 500, whereas in the National League, you got 10. And we know how dangerous that National League Central is. The Dodgers, of course, carrying the water. And the NL East, only held back by the Pack Mule Mets. They're the only team under 500 in the NL East. The Marlins. Marlins are on a heater.
Marlins are
the
good.
Phillies have been on a heater for basically 3 months, and the Braves still with the 3rd best run differential in all of baseball atop the NL East. But you mentioned my Yankees really quickly. You know I love my guy Cam Schlittler. You know I still think Cam Schlittler can win the Cy Young Award this year for the New York Yankees, despite getting, him looking human, across a couple of starts in June, one of which he gave up 4 runs. None of them were earned against Boston. Then he did get smacked around by Detroit. He bounced back in a big way last night. 8 innings, 1 run, 8 strikeouts as he completely shut down the Rays, got the Yankees a much-needed win yesterday. He said afterwards, Brad, that his bounce-back performance was fueled by his critics. He didn't really delve into it. I would assume a lot of that's probably social media. Schlittler, a young guy, definitely had a little something to say after he beat the Red Sox in the wild card series last year, was a little active on Twitter for a couple of weeks. But, a lot of people were saying, oh, this guy's regressing. Here we go. Here comes Cam Schlittler back to life, back to normal. And then he just goes out and completely mows down the Rays. So Cam Schlittler kind of admitting he listens to the outside noise. Is that something you would want to hear from one of your favorite players on the Cubs? Because I gotta admit, I love it. I love the honesty. I love the raw honesty. And I love that he gets positively amped up by, haters and clowns on social media. Obviously, you'd rather that than the other way. But what did you think of Cam Schlittler kind of admitting he listens to the noise?
I loved it. And the fact, too, that he also expressed it with some colorful language. If you see the rest of that quote, there might be an explicit word or two that were involved in it. He's just being real, man. He's being honest. Whatever motivates a guy, I'm completely game for. So, there are some athletes that, drown out the noise. They're not on social media. They don't want to be on social media. They don't want to read the clippings of the headlines and the beat reporters and the writers and, of various fans and all the hatred they're tossing at him. But some of them, they do look at it, and it does offer some bulletin board material. And I'm fine with that. So, if he's got the type of personality that can roll with those kind of punches and it uses it as a fuel for his internal fire, why wouldn't you want him expressing that openly and saying, yeah, I read that. I hear that. And you know what? It just makes me do my job even better. So, yeah, bring the heat. Bring the noise, and I'm going to shut you the heck up. I'm totally applaud it. I love it. I like a little spice with my stars in sports, and Cam Schlittler is certainly delivering. And I hate to say that about any New York Yankee, but Pat, I know you love the Yankees, and I love you, so I'm okay with Schlittler being a kind of guy.
Thank you. He said, yeah, they want to say there's bleeping regression because I have one bad outing. Yep. So, yeah. I loved it, man. And he mowed down the right. They could not touch him last night. So his ERA is back down to just 2.01, and he's right up there in the top 10 in strikeouts in all of baseball. That one was an easy one for me to get. Not Braxton Ashcraft, but, I digress. I still think, Combs maybe gets a little tip or two ahead of Friday night shows on what the list is going to be. But that's all I'm saying. 310-840-4910, the number to join the show. When we come back, we'll all have a chance to win. Can we build an undefeated baseball team? We're going to play at 162-0 when we return. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM tonight on Westwood One Sports.
So during an extensive press conference yesterday, Brad Stevens and Celtics owner Bill Chisholm fielded questions about the Jaylen Brown deal to the Sixers in exchange for Paul George. And the word optionality. I mean, if we were playing a drinking game with the word optionality during that Celtics press conference yesterday, we'd all still be hammered. Was mentioned over and over and over and over again. And Brad Stevens kept talking about how difficult it is in this system to keep two stars together when they're eating up so much of your cap. 70% of your cap is going to two max deal players. It's just so hard to do. And then Brad Stevens was asked about still having two players, thanks to Paul George's contract, eating up 70% of the cap. Listen to this.
And I know there are salary matching rules, but you talk about how you can't have 70% of the salary cap tied up into these two players.
Still do.
You still do.
That's right.
So
good follow-up.
What's next
after
this?
I think the biggest thing is that it's that plus the picks, plus the optionality moving forward. Paul's contract is shorter.
Drink. Optionality, drink. Somebody at a podium is screwed when they acknowledge the quality of the follow-up question. Oh, yeah, you got me on that one. Good follow-up. All this was, in the end, the Jaylen Brown trade by the Celtics, all it was a salary dump that doesn't even take place for at least a year, probably more likely two. This isn't the Boston Celtics. What are we doing? Seriously. And again, I'm not even a Celtics fan. Closest I've ever been to being a Celtics fan was when I was in high school and listened to Jump Around by House of Pain incessantly and briefly thought for just a moment about buying a Celtics jersey. A green Larry Bird, obviously, but that's the closest I've ever been to being a Celtics fan. But if I were a Celtics fan right now, I'd be storming the gates. What are we doing? We're the Boston freaking Celtics, and we're worried about retaining big-time salaries 2 years from now? 2 years from now. This is the most massively mismanaged deal. And I know there have been a lot of really bad trades in the history of the NBA. So maybe I shouldn't say it's the most massively mismanaged deal in NBA history. But it's easily the most mismanaged deal in Boston Celtics history. The Boston Celtics, just a couple of years removed from a title run, decided to say, you know what, guys? We really need optionality. Drink. Are you kidding me? Look, there is a hardcore reality to the second apron in the NBA that can make it damn near impossible to manage a roster if you cross that second apron more than one time. Hell, even one time it becomes very punitive. And I understand you want to avoid that possibility. But you don't shuttle out one of the top 10 players in the league in order to avoid that possibility in exchange for a 36-year-old on one of the worst contracts in league history. You don't do that. You ride it out with Jaylen Brown. You run, if at worst, you just run it back. You've got a healthy Tatum going into next year, and you've got Jaylen Brown back. Oh, by the way, the guy that just helped carry you through Tatum's absence. But instead, you trade that guy for another guy who you repeatedly said during yesterday's press conferences, well, we like Paul. He's very good. It's a resounding vote of confidence.
Red Zone Energy, real-time reaction. BetMGM tonight with Brad Evans and Pat Boyle rolls on.
Welcome on back. BetMGM tonight, Westwood One Sports. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. Sorry, I'm just laughing at something one of my stupid friends said in one of our group chats. 310-840-4910 is the number to join the show. That's 310-840-4910. All righty. Brad, were you, I know I was on the show because I vividly remember it. Were you here when we did 162-0 and I'm pretty sure we went 161-1? That was a couple of weeks ago, right?
That sounds right. I believe I was on that show with you because I think I've only done the baseball game because there's 20-0 for football. There's 82-0 for the NBA and basketball. But I think I've only done baseball one time with you. And I think we went 161-1. Now, according to Brandon Combs, who has a lot of free time on his hands, apparently, or just wanders off adrift and gets lost in the old school statistics that this game provides. He said he's maybe played this thing like 30 times and has got 161-1. He thinks it's downright impossible for anybody to go undefeated and get the grand prize at 162-0. You know what I say to that, Pat? Challenge accepted.
I say poppycock. Let's get Combs in here, producer Brandon Combs. Let's get our video producer, Michael Montgomery. Monty in the mix. If you're watching the show live on YouTube, Twitter, or Twitch, you can follow along as we try to go 162-0. So, Combs, are you taking the reins on this, or is Monty doing it?
I will take the reins on it. Look, and by the way, I love the music underneath. Good job there. I've played this thing way more than 30 times, Brad. I go in rabbit holes when I'm sitting down and watching games, and I go in rabbit holes on YouTube, on Twitter, and everywhere. So I've probably played this game probably close to 500 times. And I've gotten 30, at least 30 160 1-and-1s. Yeah.
Yeah, literally.
It's just
talk
how I
about
go
an addict
with baseball. Which is why I knew who Braxton Ashcraft was and you didn't.
That's true.
I know who he
should
is.
know who
It's
Braxton
just like
Ashcraft is.
You just rattle it off nilly-willy. Like there was no doubt in your mind that he was top 20 in baseball in strikeouts.
Because it wasn't. I was right. All right.
Let's do this.
Go 162-0. Go ahead, Monty. Give us our first spin. The Oakland A's of the 2000s. Ooh, we got some good choices here. You got Miguel Tejada, who had, it looks like, averaged 109 hits, 38 home runs, 34 home runs, had a 961 OPS, it looks like. Or is that
how do we not go with Giambi?
Because he's a first baseman.
So he was a monster on those teams.
Production.
Yeah.
By the way, I just watched
going
Moneyball.
through the names, guys. I just
watched Moneyball.
One name.
Last night we got off the air. My girlfriend put Moneyball on right before the show ended. We stayed up till like 1 a.m. watching Moneyball. Great movie.
Great.
Read the book as well. Fantastic book. Yeah.
Yes.
My vote's Miguel Tejada, but we got a Giambi fanboy in the house, so I'm not going to.
I like Jason Giambi too. I mean, he had a OPS of over 1,000. Averaged 38 home runs, 109 hits. I mean, I don't know how we don't go with him.
Go with Giambi. Don't go with Jeremy. Make sure it's Jason.
129 RBIs. DH or first base? Probably DH.
First you want to put him at first, right? Because DH, you want to make sure that like you leave that open in case. Because once we put him at DH, we can't move him, right?
Correct.
Yeah, correct.
Once we put him at first, we can't move him.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay. First base it is. The New York Lincoln Giants of the 1920s. They had Charlie Smith. Oh, yeah, good old Charlie Smith, who had an OPS of over 1,000 again, 35 home runs.
Okay, what's he qualify at?
151 RBIs. Right field, it looks like.
Okay,
right field.
I'm sold. I look at the OPS. It's Charlie Smith, the legendary, the unforgettable. I've never heard the New York Lincoln Giants before, but Charlie Smith is my vote. Final answer.
Yeah. I think if you get the New York Lincoln Giants in the 1920s and you get a guy with an OPS that high with an average of 35 home runs and 151 RBIs, you take him.
Yep.
So I would agree Charlie Smith in right field.
I think the New York Lincoln Giants, that's the Negro Leagues, isn't it not?
I believe so, yeah.
It must be. Yeah, it must be.
Now we've got the Twins of the 80s. We got Kirby Puckett, Kent Herbeck, Al Woods.
Oh, yeah. Gary Gaetti.
Man. Yeah, Gary Gaetti.
My RBI baseball Nintendo days are just loving this. I used to play with the Twins all the time.
I think it's either Kirby
Puckett,
or Herbeck. Yeah, I would say Kirby.
I'm going to go Kirby Puckett. Pat?
There's so many good center fielders.
I'm fine with whatever. I don't know. None of these guys are jumping. I mean, I know Kirby Puckett, but like none of those numbers are jumping out to me. We could skip here.
Do we want to respin? Do we want to respin the team?
Yeah, respin the team. Let's stick with the 80s and pray we get maybe the Athletics.
I'm good with that. The Detroit Tigers. You got
is this Cecil Fielder?
Here.
Alan Trammell?
Alan Trammell. Kirk Gibson is in there. I mean, the numbers aren't all that delicious.
Who the hell is Johnny Grubb?
I don't even know who Johnny Grubb is, but he had over 1,000 OPS apparently. What's he qualify at?
Yeah, but it was just a couple again. His home runs and his RBIs are really low.
I'd probably go Trammell. Because again,
I
he
would probably go
qualifies as
Trammell here too,
right?
Yeah, Trammell was a shortstop.
Yeah, I go Trammell.
I would too.
All right.
Next.
Pirates of the 2020s. God, I wish we had pictures.
Brian Reynolds is really the only guy to speak of.
So here's my proposal. If we respin the year here, we're out of respins. But if we get the 1990s, we get Barry Bonds.
Barry Bonds, Van Slyke.
I say rip it because
I-
Brian
I-
Reynolds is not
Yeah.
appealing to me.
No.
Yeah, me neither.
All right, pray we get the 90s.
Oh,
Now we got the
Now we got
60s.
Clemente.
Oh, we got Bob
Roberto
Clemente.
Clemente. Yeah. Roberto Clemente. You also have Willie
Clemente's it.
Stargell, too, though. Willie
Yeah, another Hall of
Stargell.
Famer.
His numbers are pretty comparable. Have more home runs on average. But the runs in the RBIs for Clemente put it over the top for me. So I would go with
Clemente
Clemente
for me.
Yeah.
Yeah, me too. Legend.
Oakland
next.
A's of the 2020s. That's Nick Kurtz.
Oh, Nick Kurtz all day.
Yeah.
You're gonna
Next.
DH him?
You're gonna have
DH
to.
him.
The New York Giants
Ooh,
of
the
the
New York-
1930s.
Mel
Mellott.
Yep.
Hall of Famer Mellott.
Mel
Who
Ott.
Dansby Swanson just joined an exclusive group with his RBI count last week. No
Yeah.
lie, look it up.
He went nuclear last week. Now we won't see him hit for 3 months. Mel Ott is at third base. The Cardinals of the
Cardinals of the
1930s. I know all these guys. You have Joe Medwick.
Joe Medwick's a legend. I know
George
Joe Medwick.
Watson. Watkins, I should say. Man, all these guys had
Yeah.
OPSs of over 1,000 too.
Yeah,
I would say
they
it's
had some
Medwick,
killer
though.
teams, the Cardinals. Yeah,
Medwick with
Medwick's the
111 runs and 154 RBIs. It's Medwick.
Yep.
He gets my vote.
Medwick.
Yep.
Smithix.
Outfield.
All right, we need a second baseman and a catcher.
1970s Detroit Tigers. See, this is where you get screwed when you don't have rerolls. Oh.
Well, what does a catcher or second baseman look like?
Cheeks.
I mean, yeah, like,
Booty cheeks.
I would say I would sacrifice OPS here for a higher average RBIs and runs. So it looks like Bill Freehan maybe might be the play here, or even Lance
That's a
Parrish.
catcher?
Yeah, Lance Parrish, 65 runs,
Oh,
60
Lance
RBIs,
Parrish.
19 home runs, 276.
Yeah, it's decent.
Yeah.
I know the name.
All right. I guess it's either Parrish or Freehan.
Take your pick,
Yeah.
boys.
I would
Yeah, I don't
go.
care.
I would go with Parrish.
All right, go Lance. And let's pray we get a decent second baseman. How about Ryan Sandberg?
The Philadelphia Phillies of the 1930s. We get Pinky Whitney or Bernie Freiberg. God, we got screwed here at the end. I mean,
We're probably going to be 82 and 80.
yeah.
Jeez.
We're going to be like
I would
every
say-
American League franchise this year, gentlemen.
Yeah, I would go with Pinky Whitney.
Sure.
If
You
it
had
was
me at
me.
Pinky.
Yeah. Unreal.
Oh,
158 and
decent.
4.
How did we pull that out of our keisters?
Our lineup was pretty damn good up until those last two picks. It was really good up
158 and
until those
4.
last two picks. Yeah, Monty, if you
That's a lot
scroll
better than
down,
I
it'll
thought it
tell
would be.
you like where you lacked. Pinky Whitney was a yellow pick, so a borderline pick. Who I
The
don't know
only
who
yellow
else we
pick.
could have gone with. Yeah, we didn't do too bad.
Even Lance
I
Parrish
mean,
was a green pick.
Yeah. I mean, look, you got basically it was our runs scored that held us back. We got 100% on everything else except for our runs scored.
Hey, we'll take it. Small wins.
Frickin'
All right, Pinky Whitney, you're
All
you're off
four
the
of our
team.
losses are from Pinky Whitney. Unreal.
Rest in peace, Pinky.
We have to
Dansby
extort him.
Swanson of the 1930s.
We would kill if we had Dansby Swanson on that list.
Jed Hoyer would have paid Pinky Whitney 5 years, $180 million.
That's accurate. That's definitely accurate.
Oh God!
My God! All right, not
take it
bad.
away,
158 and 4. We'll take it. We will certainly take it. Combs, I don't know based off of your comments if it is impossible to go 162 and 0. I feel like if we would have gotten, I don't know, a Jackie Robinson, or if we would have gotten a Roger Hornsby, or
but that's the
I don't
problem
know,
is that you never get those guys when you need them. You know what I mean? Like if
yeah.
And then if you save your respin at that point, then earlier we would have ended up picking like Kirby Puckett in center field instead of having Roberto Clemente.
That's true.
You get what I'm saying? So it's tough sometimes because I just think I don't know. I think it's impossible to go 162 and 0. It's just my opinion. Maybe it's not. I've never seen anybody post that they've done it though.
No, you've never seen anybody go 162 and 0?
I've never and me and my I got a bunch of friends that play this. We play the 20 and 0, the 82 and 0. We've all done all of those. Nobody has gone 162 and 0 yet.
The search continues. 310-840-4910. Phone number to join. You could call, you could text. When we come back, we'll get you some scoreboard updates from a busy night in baseball. This is BetMGM tonight, right here on Westwood One Sports.
Oh yeah, there is. And part of it feeds into something that we touched on a little bit earlier in the conversation, which is the age of these players. When the US missed the World Cup in the qualifying cycle leading up to 18, Pulisic was a teenager, he was the young up and comer. Yeah, you could have asked for more from him at that time. And he was on the field for the defeat that knocked the US out of qualifying. But he was still a teenager. That was not yet his team. It was his team in 22, and yet there was still this belief that, okay, everything is still pointing towards 26. 26 is when Pulisic, Adams, McKennie, when they're all going to be in their prime, and you put Richards in that conversation too, Anthony Robinson as well. This is when everything was pointing towards the big year, when you're in your mid to late 20s, and that's your prime. This was it. Whether it's fitness, whether it's form, it can't always be something. And with Pulisic, it has seemed too often that there have been explanations or excuses and reasons why it hasn't all come together. This was the year. This was the World Cup on home soil. You play every game on home soil. You played every meaningful game on the West Coast. There were no excuses about long travel, etc. It was all pointing to this World Cup. And for whatever the reasons were, maybe injury was part of it, he just didn't deliver enough. And Balogun was their most dangerous offensive player throughout the course of this World Cup. I would say Tillman in his role was probably a close second. McKennie was probably third. Pulisic was, when healthy, he was good. But that wasn't enough, and certainly he wasn't good last night. And again, the injury is part of that conversation. More than likely, that will help explain it. But it can't always be something, Chris. And I think that the feeling for American soccer fans right now is it's for this generation collectively, and Pulisic is a huge part of this. It is unfulfilling. Unfulfilling. This was supposed to be the World Cup. Last night was supposed to be the night. And I think it left a lot of American soccer people, a lot of casual American fans who tuned into this team in this World Cup, just felt everyone a little bit unfulfilled after that game last night.
Chris Mack, thanks for the invite, and I'll tell you how it feels. I'm a big movie buff, but I feel like Warrior fans feel like we're watching something about Mary. And LeBron is Mary. We're all in line, hoping he chooses us, and you are correct. Last week, I didn't believe LeBron was leaving L.A. You know, I think he's a narcissist. I know he is, but I appreciate what he is as a ball player. And when Draymond Green opted out, which nobody expected, they got a relationship. And, you know, Steph Curry and LeBron played on the Olympic team. So we bought that, Warrior fans, hook, line, and sinker. And I'm thinking to myself, this thing might really happen. But I was just listening to your conversation. I look at the Sixers. If I'm LeBron, with all that young talent, their roster's better than what we have here in the Bay. And it didn't happen the next 48 to 72 hours. And now I'm thinking, oh, my gosh, we're thinking he's not coming here. And now you look at this roster, which is devoid of what I like to say, Chris, and call Thundercats. I don't know if LeBron's coming to the Bay, and every second that goes by without that announcement, we're feeling like, you know what, he might not be coming.
Red Zone Energy, real-time reaction. BetMGM tonight with Brad Evans and Pat Boyle rolls on.
Bam, 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 bam. Welcome on back. BetMGM tonight, Westwood One Sports. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. The phone number to join the show, 310-840-4910. Again, that's 310-840-4910. Let's get some baseball scoreboard updates here on a busy Tuesday night. Just a couple of days, 6 if you include tonight, until we get to the All-Star break with the Home Run Derby and the Midsummer Classic next week in Philadelphia. Brad, pretty good start for your Chicago Cubbies. Matthew Boyd looking awfully good, and the Cubbies putting up a couple of runs here in the 5th inning. What's going on in Baltimore?
Yeah, it's played in another one. It is 3-0. The Cubbies up right now, top of the 5th inning, 2 outs. They were reviewing a called out at first base. That was Alex Bregman. Cubs seem pretty emphatic. I'm going to see it on replay right now. I'm going to tell you how good it is. Oh, he's definitely safe. So that out call is going to get overturned on what would have been a double play. The Cubs still scored a run on that. Again, up 3-0. Speaking of Matthew Boyd, in this game, looking like his all-star self from last year, only giving up 3 hits in 4 clean innings for the most part. 1 walk with 6 strikeouts. 69 total pitches, PCA 2 for 3 with another RBI. Just continues to rake the dish. His batting average now flirting with 300 is all the way up to 295. Bregman also has an RBI and also has a hit from earlier in the game. Dansby Swanson, got to have your pink out when you say it. He's 1 for 2 with a run scored, staying hot for him. Batting average well above the Mendoza line now. And Miguel Amaya, bat in the 9th spot. He's got a couple of runs scored, 1 for 1. Again, Cubs up 3-0 against a disappointing Baltimore Orioles. Top of the 5th inning, 1 out.
All right, there you go. So Cubbies looking good. You know, Yankees, they get the big fiery outing last night from Cam Schlittler. We talked about his comments earlier on the show. You know, some say it was bleeping regression because I had one bad outing. He mowed down the Rays. You'd think maybe the Yankees, can they start to climb out of this swoon that they always find themselves in the middle of summer? Well, maybe not just yet. They're trailing the Tampa Bay Rays 6-4 right now in the bottom of the 7th at the Trop with 2 outs. Yankees came into tonight 3 games back of the Rays in the AL East, who had lost 3 in a row. but they knocked around Will Warren, got him out of the ball game after just 4 innings with Yandy Diaz cranking a home run, and also home run from Victor Mesa Jr., and a home run from a guy I've never even heard of, Hunter Fiducia. Fiducia.
Yes.
That sounds like a law firm. Have you been in a car accident and you were entitled to compensation? Call the law firm of Fiducia and Fiducia. Anyway, my guy Rice Baby cranked it up. It does sound like bread. It sounds like focaccia, and it sounds like fiduciary. Yeah. Sounds like a couple of weird words all combined into one. Things. At least my guy Ben Rice cranked another bomb. He's got 26 home runs, up to 60 ribbies on the season. So we'll see if the Yankees can get to that Rays bullpen. Otherwise, they're going to drop to 4 back in the AL East. And then let's take a look at some of the other scores that are going on here. We gave you an update on Skubal. Again, only 5 innings. Had a deep pitch count, but he did have 9 strikeouts. Tigers lead the A's 6-2. Every win important for Detroit as we get closer to the trade deadline. Brad, you talked about going against Brian Wu anytime he's on the road, and so far that continues to be a good strategy. He had a decent line, but he gave up 9 hits and 3 runs across 5 innings. The Fish, they're taking care of business right now in Seattle, right? Or in Miami, I should say.
They're up. Yeah, they're up right now. Let's see, 4-2. Max Mayer is also on the mound for Miami. He's had an outstanding season. He's in line for the win right now. He's got a 2.58 ERA on the year, 1.11 WHIP. I believe he has only 1 loss, 9-1. So he is aiming to go to 10-1 if the bullpen can hold this lead. Mayer went 5 innings, 4 hits allowed, 2 earned runs, 2 walks, and 4 strikeouts. Not outstanding by any stretch, but just enough to qualify for the dub if they hang on. Hicks, 3 for 4 in this game. Everybody but Stowers and Mack have a hit for the Marlins. And you're right, man. Wu's splits are outrageous. He's awesome at home. Up there in Sasquatch land, but when he goes on the road, man, he gets roughed up. And it didn't qualify as a quality start, but he did give up 9 hits in 5 innings, 3 earned runs, a walk, and 5 strikeouts. That ERA is now at 4.23 on the season. Again, Miami up 4-2. And folks, open your eyes. This Marlins team is a force to reckon with, not only because they got a pretty good staff. And Sandy Alcantara is starting to find his stuff again. But Otto Lopez has been just a walking, talking, hitting machine. He's batting north of 330 on the season. Xavier Edwards has had a really good year. Kyle Stowers is starting to find it, although he's hitless tonight. Nobody goes to games in SoFly, but the Miami Marlins are a contender, man. They are going to be there in the conversation for the NL wildcard race when it's all said and done come October.
Brad, how about this? I'm going to rattle off some teams. The Rays, the Yankees, the Braves, the Phillies, Brewers, Cubs, and Dodgers. And if they win tonight, the Marlins. Those are the teams in Major League Baseball that will have at least 50 wins. That's how good the Marlins have been. You mentioned it. Yeah.
It's crazy.
They're certainly not to be ignored here. We've talked about, I know the White Sox have been a team that has, every passing day we're like, all right, I guess the White Sox are for real. They're in first place in the AL Central at 47-42, but the Miami Marlins deserve your attention as well. All right, Brad, we'll bid you adieu, brother. It's great to have you back. Can't wait for a awesome show coming up tomorrow. And so until then, we'll bid you adieu, my friend.
Yes. Adios, amigos. Get after him, my man. And the Cubs just grounded a double play. Womp womp.
Coming up next, what the heck did Brad Stevens have to say about trading Jaylen Brown on BetMGM tonight?
the version of Team USA that we saw last night bore zero resemblance to what we have seen from this team throughout the World Cup. The excitement that we saw was totally absent. I really don't believe that the Balogun situation, is he in, is he out, who's involved in getting the red card suspended, etc. I don't think that decided the game last night. Did it shift the focus a little bit and create more noise than perhaps they needed? That may well be true. Whatever the reason was, I concur that this team was not focused last night. They did not play like a focused soccer team. They seemed at times to be unsure, tentative. It could have also been just as simple as this, that for a while they were maybe the analogy I'll make is that when you're watching a college basketball game in March and the 12 seed is all of a sudden about to eclipse the higher seed and they're closing the gap, and then all of a sudden they take the lead with 6 minutes left. They look up at the scoreboard and say, okay, well, now we got to win this game. And then it changes everything. The atmosphere changes, the tone changes. And this felt like a team that did exactly that, looked up at the scoreboard and said, oh, man, we got to deliver now. And they just didn't. And there was the Tillman moment with the free kick goal, which was another beautiful strike from him. And by the way, he's still young enough that he's going to be a huge part of this team for a long time. But this was the game. This was the game, the pivot point to where if you win last night and if you lose to Spain on Friday, you can still stamp this as a competitive step forward, because for so long, the round of 16 has been that moment where it all fell apart. And it was the same story. And it wasn't just that they lost, Chris, it was how they lost. Mexico lost on Sunday to England, and yet still emerged from that game as a team that was lauded and celebrated in Mexico and around the world for the way in which they performed, even in defeat. That was not the case for the Americans last night.
Who's your replacement for him? I'd love to hear this.
Right.
Who wants to walk into this situation after this guy just got the most wins for the U.S. men's national team, where he has to go to the media and being like, guys, you're being too harsh on yourselves. You're acting like you're the New York Yankees when realistically you're the Pittsburgh Pirates. You just got to stop. And that's the problem with Team USA and their supporters sometimes, is that this level of competitiveness is great to have, but you also have to look at yourself in the mirror and realize you're nowhere near what you thought you were. 2002 was the last time they even made a quarterfinal, and then prior to that was 1930. Can we please stop this? Because now you're going to put a lot more pressure on whoever would have replaced Poach in the first place.
The day shuts down. The games light up. This is BetMGM Tonight with Brad Evans and Pat Boyle on Westwood One Sports.
Hello! Welcome on back to BetMGM Tonight here on Westwood One Sports. We bid adieu to Brad Evans, and that means we've got two, count them, two solo hours coming your way as we take you to 11 p.m. Eastern, just like we do every Monday through Friday. I'm Pat Boyle, and we are brought to you by BetMGM. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. We're with you every Monday through Friday, 6 to 11 p.m. Eastern, and that means hour number 4 kicks off right now. You could watch the show live on YouTube. Just search BetMGM Tonight and hit that subscribe button. You could watch the show live on Twitter at BetMGM Tonight, and you can listen to the program on the Westwood One Sports app, the Odyssey app, SiriusXM Channel 375, and hundreds of local affiliates throughout North America. I don't care how measured or appealing to the emotions of the fan base, how much Brad Stevens did that in his press conference yesterday alongside new team owner and CEO Bill Chisholm. I don't care how calculated and how apologetic at times the press conference seemed. You can't defend trading Jaylen Brown to the Philadelphia 76ers like they did last week. We're still dealing with the fallout of it. And Brad Stevens had a 40-minute press conference. Him and Bill Chisholm had a 40-minute press conference yesterday. And, if you're a Celtics fan, did it make you feel any better? If you're a basketball fan, that for days we were trying to figure out what the hell was the motive. Why would you trade Jaylen Brown? How is all you get back Paul George and 2 first-round picks? How could you break up a championship tandem that got back to the playoffs this year as the 2 seed with Jason Tatum missing 80% of the regular season, recovering from the torn Achilles? And yeah, you blew a 3-1 lead against the Sixers, but part of the reason why you lost that Game 7 is Tatum didn't play. How could you just be so willing to break up that core right away, especially when you didn't have to dish out big new contracts this offseason? Tatum and Brown are under contract for the next 2-3+ years together. Nonsense. And to trade them to Philly, the team that you blew a 3-1 lead to, one of your biggest rivals in the Eastern Conference. You just made them better. You just made them the second best team in the East behind my New York Knicks. You just gave the Sixers a leg up in the arms race in the Eastern Conference. You made your squad worse. At least that's what most rational people would think. So I was dying to hear what Brad Stevens had to say about this. By the way, you want to weigh in on this, 310-840-4910. But let's hear some of Brad Stevens' quotes here right out of the chute, if we can here. Here is Brad Stevens on the Celtics' road to get to where they were, which led to them trading Jaylen Brown to Philadelphia.
When I looked at our team and I looked at where the league was heading, looked at the way that we've finished the last couple years, and also looked at the unbelievable way we've played in the regular season in the last couple years, the path looked a little bit more challenging to me. I might be wrong. I'm not going to stand up here and be defensive about that. But the path looked a little bit more challenging with 70% of our cap and such a high percent of our usage tied into 2 players.
Yeah, again, the path, was it challenging? Yes, it's challenging because the Knicks are better than you. That's why it's challenging. Outside of that, come on. We all kind of looked at this Eastern Conference bracket going into the playoffs last year, and we said, wow, the top half of that bracket looks so, well, at least I did. I said it looks awfully fraudulent. Pistons has the 1 seed. I'll never believe in the Cleveland Cavaliers, especially with James Harden on their team. The Raptors were the 5 seed. This is before, now they look a lot better. They made the trade for Kawhi. And the Magic, who were a 500 team, if not worse, the second half of the season. The Pistons nearly get knocked out by the Magic in round 1. And then them and the Cavaliers, it was basically like a mid-off, if you will, in the second round of that series. And the Cavaliers end up winning Game 7 on the road, blowing Detroit out of the water. and the Knicks sweep them, just like the Knicks swept the Sixers. So, yeah, you know what? A bunch of what ifs for the Boston Celtics, but if they didn't have to play the Sixers in the first round, if Jason Tatum didn't get hurt, if they weren't on the same quadrant of the bracket as the New York Knicks, maybe the Boston Celtics could have gotten back to the Eastern Conference Finals. And if you're one step away from the finals, are you really breaking up this core? Or was this just purely based off of the result? And I know sometimes the results have to drive the decisions, but man, to say that the path is more challenging, like this is the NBA. What do you think happens? You get a couple of star players. Yeah, that makes up 70% of your cap. Look at the Oklahoma City Thunder. They locked down their 3 stars as early as they possibly could in SGA, in J-Dub, and in Chet Holmgren. And they're paying those combined $120 million this year, but SGA's Supermax contract kicks in next year, and then you're paying those 3 guys a combined $150 million plus for the next 3 years. And there you go. I mean, and I don't know if Brad Stevens must have been talking about the regular salary cap, which is $160 million or $164 million. But let's not forget, the NBA allows you to go to the first apron, which is $209 million. And they allow you to go to the second apron, which is $221 million, which if you're a serious competing team for an NBA title and you have an owner that wants to spend, you should be going up against that second apron. It's what the New York Knicks did last year. It's what some of the great teams, most of the championship-winning teams, have done the last several years. So honestly, that's a bit misleading quote from Brad Stevens when he says your top 2 players make up 70% of your cap. Jason Tatum's going to make $58 million this year, and Jaylen Brown was going to make right around $60 million. That's that's less than 120. Yeah, that's 70% of the salary cap, but you still had an extra $100 million to spend on the rest of your team to get up to that second apron. So I don't want to hear about 70% of the cap, your 2 best players. Look at any great team in the NBA. If they have 2 all-NBA caliber players, yeah, they're going to take up 70% of your cap. And don't get me wrong, I think we have the NBA kind of went above and, it over calculated for all these big threes and all these super teams that teams have been trying to build. That doesn't necessarily get you a championship. We've seen many failures. You build a really good, well-balanced team with good depth coming off the bench. And yes, that gives you just as much of a chance at winning a championship. Look at the San Antonio Spurs. But also, in the same vein, look at the San Antonio Spurs, because in another 2 years, they're going to be paying Wemby $70 million a year. They're going to be paying Stephon Castle $50 million a year. They're already paying De'Aaron Fox $50 million a year. So there you go. Once you prove you can win a championship, once you have 2 all-NBA caliber players, they're going to take up 70% of your cap. So, what do you want? What do you want, Brad? Do you want to, and here's the thing. I mentioned it before. I just watched Moneyball last night. Are you trying to be Billy Bean? Are you trying to be Billy Bean? Do you feel like you got to prove just how much of a genius you are by trading Jaylen Brown? And, when he was asked whether or not they think the Celtics are going to be better this year, he goes, I guess we'll find out. Yeah, guess we will, but the early returns don't look promising. You traded away the guy that won the Finals MVP 25 months ago, who was a 5-time All-Star, finished 6th this year in the MVP voting. You got worse. You got worse. And here's the other thing. You don't have to be Billy Bean, because you should have an owner that wants to spend. And Bill Chisholm answered a couple of questions, the new CEO, the new owner of the Boston Celtics, and he made it a point to say it's, quote, it's not about the money at all. This was, again, trying to put together the right set of players and assets to win now, to win next year, the following year, the year after that. That's what this was about. None of these were about money. We have some more room now. If we see something we wanted, Brad's got the green light to do that. Bill Chisholm went on to say, quote, I know people feel like, there must be a smoking gun somewhere around the money. That's just not what this is about. And I can say it and I'll keep saying it, but I'll also prove it to you. When we have the opportunity, we're going to do that, and we've given ourselves the flexibility to do it now. So it's fine to keep asking the question, because I know we have to prove it, and we will. Will you? You sure about that? You sure about that? because I said it when the trade happened. You can't name more than 20 players that are better than Jaylen Brown in the NBA. And that's being conservative, and that's coming from a diehard Knicks fan. I have every reason to hate Jaylen Brown as a fan and hate the Boston Celtics as a fan. There's not more than 20 players better than Jaylen Brown. That was the team that I feared most this season. That is the team I would have feared most next season in the Eastern Conference as a Knicks fan. Not anymore. Not anymore. So it's not about the money. So you really think that you got better. And in Jaylen Brown's replacement, you got Paul George. Who are we freaking kidding? Who, by the way, you're going to pay Paul George $54 million this year. And you know what his player option is for next year? $57 million. So take your quote about Jaylen Brown and Jason Tatum taking up 70% of the cap and shove it, Brad Stevens, because this year you're going to pay Tatum and Paul George a combined $112 million. That's 70% of your salary cap. And unless you find a way to trade Paul George away in the next 12 months, who's taking him? He's going to opt into his player option. And you're going to pay Jason Tatum and Paul George next year $119 million combined. That's more than 70% of your salary cap. So you'd rather have Paul George than Jaylen Brown is essentially what you're saying. That's essentially what Brad Stevens is saying. And if not, good luck trading away Paul George in a trade to get you a top 10 player in the NBA. Because that's the only way this trade makes sense. And you had a chance to get Giannis. And you didn't want to include Hugo Gonzalez, or reportedly, you didn't want to give Giannis a third year of a contract extension. So what are the other avenues? How are this? Please tell me how the Boston Celtics are better off because of this trade. And Brad Stevens kept saying, and I know the fan part of this, like I lived it. And I know I had a lot of sleepless nights. I lost sleep over the fan part of this. Brad Stevens basically saying, hey, man, I know this trade looks ridiculous, and I get it, and I've lost sleep, but you just got to trust me. You just got to trust me. I think you've lost a lot of trust. I think Brad Stevens has lost a sensational amount of trust. And I can't stand, by the way, and just to get back to my point before, I know we overcorrected, the league overcorrected with trying to build super teams and 2 or 3 players that can lead you and not having any depth. I get it. Depth is important. You have to have good bench players. You also have to have star power. You have to have star power. Look at the last 8 NBA champions. The New York Knicks, Jalen Brunson, Karl Anthony Towns. I'm not even going to include OG Anunoby. I'm just talking about the 2 best players. Those are perennial all-stars. The Oklahoma City Thunder, the reigning 2-time MVP. J-Dub, who was All-NBA. Chet Holmgren, who was All-NBA this year. And the runner-up for Defensive Player of the Year. The Boston Celtics in 2024, Tatum and Brown. The Denver Nuggets in 2023, Jokic and Murray. The Golden State Warriors in 2022, Steph Curry and Draymond. And they had a really good deep team, but the Golden State Warriors are often the exception to the rule. 2021, Milwaukee Bucks. Yes, Giannis. Also, at the time, Chris Middleton was a damn good player still. By the way, Chris Middleton was just in a trade. We'll get you that news in just a bit. 2020 Lakers, LeBron and AD. You have to have the star power. And so here's another quote that I want to hear from Brad Stevens on how the NBA calls for building depth as a reason why they traded Jaylen Brown. Take a listen.
The reality in this era and in this day and age of the NBA, and you could see it obviously with the last couple of champions and some of the teams that were at the very top of the league, when it was all said and done at the end of this year, is that you have to do a great job and you have to have the optionality to do a great job of building out depth that can hopefully replace the irreplaceable individual.
Again, I agree. But he also contradicted himself right at the end. To replace the irreplaceable player. to replace the irreplaceable player. Because in many ways, Jaylen Brown was irreplaceable. Just look at the year he had. Without Tatum, Jaylen Brown stepped up, scored nearly 30 points per game, career high in rebounds per game, career high in assists per game. And I couldn't. I had to log off of social media last week, the night that this trade went down, because then you have all the truthers, you have all the contradictors, you have all the contrarians. Oh, well, if you look at the analytics, Jaylen Brown was a negative in his true on-court, off-court rating. Take a giant hike off of a short cliff. Jaylen Brown won the Finals MVP 2 years ago. A series and a playoffs that Jason Tatum largely stunk in. Jaylen Brown carried the Celtics to a title. So don't tell me about the analytics and how good the Celtics were when Jaylen Brown was on the floor and off the floor this year. Because Jason Tatum missed the first 65 games and Jaylen Brown was an MVP candidate and the Celtics were the 2 seed in the East. So something ain't adding up. And you want to talk about the series against Philadelphia? None of them made shots. They all missed their threes. Every single one of them. And then Tatum got hurt. So for all the contrarians out there, well, the Celtics are actually a better team without Jaylen Brown. You're a moron and a loser and an idiot, and you don't know basketball. Because, the Celtics had to build depth. So instead of Jaylen Brown, it's now Paul George. It's being able to re-sign Nemish Kita. It's being able to add the ageless Mike Conley. And then it's being able to sign Mitchell Robinson, which is a good move. Don't get me wrong. You could have added Mitchell Robinson even with Jaylen Brown on the team, because let me remind you, Paul George is essentially making the same amount of money as Jaylen Brown. And that's where this just continues to not add up at all. I'm glad Brad Stevens made sure to mention that this was nothing personal against Jaylen Brown, that they had no bad blood, that they were not disgruntled with one another. And, I mean, to me, that makes the trade even dumber. Another reason why it's a stupid trade, and really only second to Nico Harrison trading Luka Doncic to the LA Lakers in the middle of the night as the second dumbest NBA trade that I can remember in the last decade. But here is Brad Stevens on how this is nothing against Jaylen Brown. Take a listen.
That's absolutely nothing against Jaylen, right? If you have Jaylen Brown on your team, you should feature him. You should use all those possessions, and you should approach things that way. But I think the importance of depth, and then obviously we have to continue to work on ways to diversify our attack overall. All that being said, still would not have made a move unless we thought the right opportunity presented itself.
So again, diversify our attack and need to build depth. And Bill Chisholm saying this has nothing to do about money and we're going to spend and, I'll prove it to you. It's a lot of like, hey, we know this trade is so stupid on paper, but just trust us. All right? Just trust us, please. I'm sorry, you don't deserve that. You don't have that benefit of the doubt. Winning a championship, that earns you a lot of trust. That earns you the freedom to make some risky moves. Not a trade like this. Not a chance. You lose all that trust when you do that. Brad Stevens is going to, mark my words, said it when the trade happened, and I'll double down on it. Brad Stevens is going to get fired because of this trade. Or Bill Chisholm, the new owner and CEO of the Celtics, this was about the money. And this was about not wanting to pay Jaylen Brown another contract extension in another 2 years and not wanting to go up against the second apron. And so the Celtics trying to be cheap, trying to not spend that much money, trying to do a Moneyball approach in the NBA for a team that's only 2 years removed from a title. And if that's the reason why, then Bill Chisholm might say to Brad Stevens, don't worry, you're not going to get fired because of this trade. You have my backing. And even then, you're going to take a new owner of a team at its word? But assuming that if Bill Chisholm is telling the truth, and boy, I would love to inject him with some truth serum and get the full, raw, unfiltered, honest truth about whether or not this had anything to do with money and wanting to be cheaper and not wanting to go up against the second apron and not wanting to have to spend so much money and stay under that second apron in the NBA salary cap. If that is the truth, then Brad Stevens is going to get fired because of this trade. 310-840-4910 is the number to join the show. 310-840-4910. What did you think of Brad Stevens' quotes regarding Jaylen Brown and the Celtics trade, sending him to the Philadelphia 76ers last week? 310-840-4910. There's one other thing about this trade is that, again, I look at this Celtics team right now, and it blows my mind that our friends at BetMGM still have them as the second best odds in the Eastern Conference. Jason Tatum, Paul George, Derek White, Mitchell Robinson, Peyton Pritchard, Sam Hauser, the great Hugo Gonzalez, Neemias Queta. That's not a better team than the Sixers. And I don't care if Joel Embiid plays 20 games this year. Jaylen Brown, Tyrese Maxey, VJ Edgecombe, that's a better team. And the depth that the Sixers have built this year, some good signings, bringing in Anthony Simons as well, coming off the bench. That's a solid team. That's a better team than the Celtics. So when Brad Stevens was asked if they think they're going to be a better team, and he said, we'll find out, I can't wait to find out. Because I think they're going to be dead wrong on this. I think they're going to be dead wrong. 310-840-4910 is the number to join the show. I'm Pat Boyle. When we come back, mentioned it during this segment, we got a massive 6-team trade with Chris Middleton at the forefront of it. What the heck are some of these other teams getting back? Well, we'll explain. And plus, Shams Charania has an update on the 3 teams at the front of the race to acquire LeBron James. LeBron James? We'll get your calls and your texts when we return. 310-840-4910. I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM tonight on Westwood One Sports.
So during an extensive press conference yesterday, Brad Stevens and Celtics owner Bill Chisholm fielded questions about the Jaylen Brown deal to the Sixers in exchange for Paul George. And the word optionality. I mean, if we were playing a drinking game with the word optionality during that Celtics press conference yesterday, we'd all still be hammered. Was mentioned over and over and over and over again. And Brad Stevens kept talking about how difficult it is in this system to keep 2 stars together when they're eating up so much of your cap. 70% of your cap is going to 2 max deal players. It's just so hard to do. And then Brad Stevens was asked about still having 2 players, thanks to Paul George's contract, eating up 70% of the cap. Listen to this.
And I know there are salary matching rules, but you talk about how you can't have 70% of the salary cap tied up into these 2 players.
Still do.
You still do.
That's right.
So
Good follow-up.
what's next
Yeah.
after this?
I think the biggest thing is that it's that plus the picks, plus the optionality moving forward. Paul's contract is shorter.
Drink. Optionality, drink. You know somebody at a podium is screwed when they acknowledge the quality of the follow-up question. Oh, yeah, you got me on that one. Good follow-up. All this was, in the end, the Jaylen Brown trade by the Celtics, all it was a salary dump. that doesn't even take place for at least a year, probably more likely 2. This isn't the Boston Celtics. What are we doing? Seriously. And again, I'm not even a Celtics fan. Closest I've ever been to being a Celtics fan was when I was in high school and listened to Jump Around by House of Pain incessantly and briefly thought for just a moment about buying a Celtics jersey. A green Larry Bird, obviously, but that's the closest I've ever been to being a Celtics fan. But if I were a Celtics fan right now, I'd be storming the gates. What are we doing? We're the Boston freaking Celtics, and we're worried about retaining big-time salaries 2 years from now? 2 years from now. This is the most massively mismanaged deal. And I know there have been a lot of really bad trades in the history of the NBA. So maybe I shouldn't say it's the most massively mismanaged deal in NBA history. But it's easily the most mismanaged deal in Boston Celtics history. The Boston Celtics, just a couple of years removed from a title run, decided to say, you know what, guys? We really need optionality. Drink. Are you kidding me? Look, there is a hardcore reality to the second apron in the NBA that can make it damn near impossible to manage a roster if you cross that second apron more than one time. Hell, even one time, it becomes very punitive. And I understand you want to avoid that possibility. But you don't shuttle out one of the top 10 players in the league in order to avoid that possibility in exchange for a 36-year-old on one of the worst contracts in league history. You don't do that. You ride it out with Jaylen Brown. You run, if at worst, you just run it back. You've got a healthy Tatum going into next year, and you've got Jaylen Brown back. Oh, by the way, the guy that just helped carry you through Tatum's absence. But instead, you trade that guy for another guy who you repeatedly said during yesterday's press conference is, well, we like Paul. He's very good. It's a resounding vote of confidence.
Lines, late games, and breaking angles. BetMGM tonight with Brad Evans and Pat Boyle. Back now.
All right, welcome on back. BetMGM tonight, Westwood One Sports. I'm Pat Boyle. We're going to get to your phone calls here in just a second. Phone number to join the show, 310-840-4910. You could call, you could text, reacting to Brad Stevens' press conference yesterday, a 40-minute press conference, him and the new owner and CEO of the Celtics, Bill Chisholm, defending the Jaylen Brown trade, which I think is absolute lunacy. I think it's going to be one of the worst trades we've seen, only next to the Luka Doncic trade. I think the Celtics are going to massively regret that for years to come. Coming up in a couple of minutes, breaking down a 6-team trade centered around Chris Middleton. We'll get you the details in just a second, but let's get to your phone calls here. Matt is next up in Sacramento on BetMGM tonight, wants to weigh in on the Jaylen Brown trade. What's going on, Matt?
Yeah, I just want to piggyback on your take on the trade. I think if there was a trade to be had, it should have been Jason Tatum and not Jaylen Brown. And I say that for two reasons. One, he may have looked good in those 20-some-odd games that he came back and played, but we don't know what that Achilles is doing right now during the offseason or if it's going to sustain itself for a whole 82-game season next year. So to put all your marbles on Jason Tatum, to me, is a bit presumptive. But also, if you would trade Jason Tatum, while I believe Jaylen Brown's a better player, but you could get a lot more in return for Jason Tatum than you could for Jaylen Brown. So just imagine you trade Jason Tatum to the Sixers and you ask for picks, but you also ask for Tyrese Maxey or BJ Edgecombe, which would have made the Celtics better. Or, golly, why not try to work out a trade for Jalen Duren and Jason Tatum? You would have 2 Jalens on the Celtics. Yeah, I agree with you. I think it's an absurd trade getting rid of Jaylen Brown.
Yeah, Matt, good stuff, man. Really good call. I appreciate it. And, you made some really good points. I don't know if I would have done the Jalen Duren trade, even though he's only 22, and I know he looked horrible in the postseason, and he was a lot better in the regular season, and you give a guy a chance to grow and learn from that. I don't think I would have done Tatum for Jalen Duren. And I don't know if the Pistons would have teamed Jason Tatum and Cade Cunningham together. 2 guys that are, mostly ball dominant. It's an interesting thought. But the first point you made about Tatum, yeah, look, I mean, it stupefied me as to apparently how low Jaylen Brown's trade value was. We heard the rumors of that before the trade happened, and then the trade happened. And again, I think the Celtics are stupid and moronic for making the trade and getting only Paul George and 2 first-round picks back. But a lot of the top insiders, reporters, the rumors that Jaylen Brown's trade value was not that high. You would have gotten a lot more for Jason Tatum. But, how could we trade Jason Tatum? He's the real face of this team. Well, again, what happened in the 2024 NBA Finals? Jaylen Brown won the Finals MVP. Jason Tatum did not. Who played most of this season this year and was 6th in the MVP voting? Jaylen Brown. Jason Tatum coming off a torn Achilles. And, yeah, he did look great in the 20 games. Then his knee on his other leg got hurt. And you're also trusting a guy with the torn Achilles that tore his Achilles, no matter if it was a year ago, 3 years ago, 5 years ago, to continue to be the player that he was before that. Jaylen Brown has almost never been hurt. The guy plays at least 65, 70 games every single year. He's more durable. If you're really talking about a challenging path moving forward, I think the better path was with Jaylen Brown as your best player, especially because if you wanted to, you want to build depth, could have built a lot more depth with Jason Tatum. Yeah, I think Matt's spot on. You could have gotten Tyrese Maxey or VJ Edgecombe back in a trade, along with Paul George, and probably an extra first-round pick. If Jason Tatum is viewed so highly around the league and Jaylen Brown is not, I think it's a good call. Good job, Matt. Let's see if Bert in Baltimore is still there. 310-840-4910. Bert, line 1, next up on BetMGM tonight. Bert, what's going on?
Hey-o! I'm still here.
I figured you would be, brother. Thanks for holding on, man.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. So I think Brad Stevens, I called in for 2 things. One about your 162-0, but on the Jaylen Brown trade, I think Brad Stevens made it very clear with his answer to do you think you're going to be a better team now, that was not his call. So I definitely do not think he'll be fired. I think he was ordered to make the trade. If it was his idea, he would have said, yeah, we're going to be better, and here's why. But when
so you think him saying we'll find out tells you that it was Bill Chisholm, the new owner, and wanting to get cheaper, that he was the one that demanded he make this trade?
100%. 100%. He's too intelligent of a basketball man to make that trade. But you can't throw your owner under the bus. What was he going to say?
That's a good point. It's a good point, Bert. What did you have on the 162-0?
On your 162-0 piece, Pat, real quick. I think you guys should think about adding a lifeline with somebody. Of course, I'll nominate myself, but a lifeline to somebody at least 50 years old when you play that game, because your age got the best of you guys on that one. Roberto Clemente's career average is 317. Kirby Puckett 318. On base percentage 359 and 360. Slugging 475 and 477. OPS 834 and 837. Their numbers are identical. I was screaming at you guys when you decided to re-rack
it. Well, Bert, I appreciate it, man. Maybe we can have you on standby as the lifeline for when we do play that game again. Thank you for the call. I will say this. So, again, it was once, Kirby Puckett, we were hoping to get a better player. We're hoping, and Kirby Puckett's a Hall of Famer and he's a 10-time All-Star, but we got the Twins in the 80s, or the Twins in the 90s. And so, Kirby Puckett, yeah, you mentioned his lifetime numbers. They're Hall of Fame worthy. We were hoping to get a Barry Bonds. That was the point. Or actually, maybe that was when we had the Pirates. I forget. Anyway, we were hoping to get a top 20 player of all time. That's the only reason why we used the reroll. And then we got the Pirates and we got Roberto Clemente. And we were like, all right, yeah, we'll take Clemente. But yes, you did a good job in pointing out that Kirby Puckett and Clemente's numbers are basically identical, but it's not like we chose between the two. We re-rolled it, got the Pirates, and then we took Clemente. So I get where you're coming from, and I appreciate you being a loyal listener and following along. And like I said, maybe next time that we do 162-0, I'll tease it. You can get on hold, and if we have a question of whether or not we want to re-rack or we want to go ahead and make the call, we'll bring you in. So appreciate you, Bert. 310-840-4910. You could call, you could text. All right, really quickly. Again, this isn't a big blockbuster trade, but it is a trade. And it is a 6-team trade in the NBA. 6 teams. And I just saw the preview of it on my phone. Combs told me about it. I haven't even seen who's involved other than the Wizards and Chris Middleton. So a lot of this is new to me for the first time here this very minute. So you're just going to get my unfiltered, raw, instant reaction to it. But Shams Charania tweeted, free agent Chris Middleton has agreed on a 3-year, nearly $18 million deal with the Washington Wizards via a sign-and trade. Let's see. He goes on to say, saying that he spent parts of the last 2 seasons as a leader with championship presence. Let's see. What are the teams and the other players involved? All right, here we go. Dallas is sending Chris Middleton, which is where he was on. Dallas, the Mavericks are sending Chris Middleton to the Wizards as part of a larger 6-team deal that includes in total the Mavericks, the Wizards, Clippers, Pistons, Bucks, and Grizzlies. It involves previously agreed upon deals such as John Collins, Gary Harris, and Taurean Prince, along with Isaiah Stewart, who went to Memphis, Santi Aldama, who went to the Mavericks, Karis LeVert, who went to the Bucks, etc. So a lot of these deals had already been done. The John Collins thing was done. The Taurean Prince thing was done. The Isaiah Stewart beef stew, that was done like a week and a half ago. Santi Aldama, that was done. And then Shams goes on to mention, as part of the elaborate 6-team trade, the Wizards are sending D'Angelo Russell, a future second-round pick, and a future second-round pick swap to the Memphis Grizzlies. All right, so this is a whole lot of nothing. No offense. No offense to Chris Middleton. I mean, what does he even have left in the tank? And I like Chris Middleton. Really nice guy. Wins a championship with the Bucks. Can never take that away from him. But, I mean, he's going to the Wizards. He's kind of like slowly but surely turning into like the Udonis Haslem now. He's like the new Udonis Haslem. He ain't got much left, man. I'm sorry. He's 34 years old. Now, he was able to play 63 games this past year. I give him a lot of credit between the Dallas with the Dallas Mavericks. He's able to play 63 games. Played 23 minutes a game, averaged 10 points per game, just under 4 rebounds, just under 3 assists. Okay, so maybe Udonis Haslem was a little bit harsh. I mean, he'll be there in like maybe another 2 years. He'll be a decent veteran that brings experience and leadership to a team in the Wizards that now has A.J. DeBonsa, and that's probably the biggest reason why they made the trade. Again, I'm thinking this through in real time. Think about it. Chris Middleton, look at his body, look at the position he plays. He's a classic 3, a wing, 6'7", 220 pounds, a guy that in his prime could score 30 points, could get to his spot, shoot nearly 50% from the field, be a solid defender, contribute on the glass, be a guy that, in a couple of seasons averaged over 5 assists per game. And again, let me remind you what he did for the Milwaukee Bucks in their run to an NBA championship. He was arguably the second best player on that team behind Giannis. So You look at AJ DeBonsa, number 1 pick, now on the Washington Wizards. DeBonsa, a little bit bigger, 6'9", 217 pounds, but he's probably going to play the 3. So he's going to get mentored by Chris Middleton. That, I think, is as much as part of this deal as is just simply acquiring him to be a piece off the bench. You're paying him under $6 million a year. He's probably going to play at most 20 minutes a game, which isn't nothing. Maybe average between 8 and 10 points per game. But I think the bigger part of this is he's probably going to be the mentor to AJ DeBonsa. And so if that's the reason why, that's a pretty solid deal. That's a nice little solid trade for the Wizards. They get him for the cheap. It doesn't feel like they're giving up anything. I mean, again, I'm trying to figure out who the hell used to be a part of the Wizards that was involved in this trade. This 6-team trade of deals that were basically already done. But I guess, you throw in a couple of draft picks and swaps and whatnot, and that makes the world go round. But yeah, Chris Middleton to the Wizards. Nice little trade. He's going to be the mentor for AJ DeBonsa. And if AJ DeBonsa has a tremendous rookie season, I guarantee you will find some quotes. Probably won't even have to wait that long. You probably get it pretty early in the season of how Chris Middleton has been a big part in helping AJ DeBonsa get to where he needs to get to in the NBA. So that's a nice little deal by the Washington Wizards. 310-840-4910. That's 310-840-4910. Really quickly, I'll mention one other thing here. Let me just pull up the clip. The producer, Brandon Combs, sent it to me. Shams was on, let's see, was this on ESPN or was this on SiriusXM? Either way, Shams was speaking about LeBron and his free agency, and he said that LeBron is taking the Sixers free agency pitch, quote, really seriously. Shams went on to say, I look at it when I talk to teams now as kind of a hierarchy of Cleveland, Miami, Philadelphia. Feels like the Golden State Warriors have dropped out. Now that could heat up again. And that was on SportsCenter, by the way. Thank you to Combs for letting me know that. That could heat up again. I'd be surprised if the Warriors are just out on LeBron. I mean, why wouldn't they want to add him? I mean, why not just turn this into a whole Disney movie, right? I mean, you got Steph, you got Draymond. I'm assuming they're going to bring back Draymond. You re-sign Porzingis. Steve Kerr's in the mix still. Like, you're not the second best team in the West. You're not the third best team in the West, but maybe they could be the fourth or the fifth, especially if they sign LeBron. I'd be surprised if they're just completely done with LeBron and that he doesn't want to explore playing with Steph and Draymond and when Jimmy Butler comes back. So I've always been saying from the start, it's Cleveland. When the Sixers traded for Jaylen Brown, they clearly entered the conversation. I don't think it's going to happen with Miami. I would be stunned if LeBron goes back to Miami and explores a second chapter there for what is probably going to be his final year. I still say it's Cleveland, but I do think Philadelphia is definitely in the mix after they made the trade for Jaylen Brown because I think they are right on the doorstep of the Knicks. They had LeBron. Much as I hate to say it, they're on equal footing with the Knicks if the Sixers can acquire a LeBron James. So I think he absolutely has to consider it because I think it would give him a better chance to get to the NBA Finals with Philly rather than Cleveland at this point. 310-840-4910. All right, we come back. We'll talk some Wimbledon. How Djokovic proved he's the GOAT again. Coco Gauff knocks out Pegula in an All-American battle. And why Fritz will beat Zverev again tomorrow on the men's side. Plenty of Wimbledon to talk about when we come back. 310-840-4910. I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM tonight on Westwood One Sports.
Oh, yeah. There is. And part of it feeds into something that we touched on a little bit earlier in the conversation, which is the age of these players. When the U.S. missed the World Cup in the qualifying cycle leading up to 18, Pulisic was a teenager. He was the young up-and-comer. Yeah, you could have asked for more from him at that time. And he was on the field for the defeat that knocked the U.S. out of qualifying, but he was still a teenager. That was not yet his team. It was his team in 22, and yet there was still this belief that, okay, everything is still pointing towards 26. 26 is when Pulisic, Adams, McKennie, when they're all going to be in their prime, and you put Richards in that conversation too, Anthony Robinson as well. This is when everything was pointing towards the big year, when you're in your mid to late 20s and that's your prime. This was it. Whether it's fitness, whether it's form, it can't always be something. And with Pulisic, it has seemed too often that there have been explanations or excuses and reasons why it hasn't all come together. This was the year. This was the World Cup on home soil. You play every game on home soil. You played every meaningful game on the West Coast. There were no excuses about long travel, etc. It was all pointing to this World Cup. And for whatever the reasons were, maybe injury was part of it, he just didn't deliver enough. And Balogun was their most dangerous offensive player throughout the course of this World Cup. I would say Tillman in his role was probably a close second. McKennie was probably third. Pulisic was, when healthy, he was good. But that wasn't enough, and certainly he wasn't good last night. And again, the injury is part of that conversation. More than likely, that will help explain it. But it can't always be something, Chris. And I think that the feeling for American soccer fans right now is it's for this generation collectively, and Pulisic is a huge part of this. It is unfulfilling. Unfulfilling. This was supposed to be the World Cup. Last night was supposed to be the night. And I think it left a lot of American soccer people, a lot of casual American fans who tuned into this team in this World Cup, just felt everyone a little bit unfulfilled after that game last night.
Chris Mack, thanks for the invite, and I'll tell you how it feels. I'm a big movie buff, but I feel like Warrior fans feel like we're watching something about Mary. And LeBron is Mary. We're all in line, hoping he chooses us, and you are correct. Last week, I didn't believe LeBron was leaving L.A. You know, I think he's a narcissist. I know he is, but I appreciate what he is as a ball player. And when Draymond Green opted out, which nobody expected, they got a relationship. And, you know, Steph Curry and LeBron played on the Olympic team. So we bought that, Warrior fans, hook, line, and sinker. And I'm thinking to myself, this thing might really happen. But I was just listening to your conversation. I look at the Sixers. If I'm LeBron, with all that young talent, their roster's better than what we have here in the Bay. And it didn't happen the next 48 to 72 hours. And now I'm thinking, oh, my gosh, we're thinking he's not coming here. And now you look at this roster, which is devoid of what I like to say, Chris, they call Thundercats. I don't know if LeBron's coming to the Bay, and every second that goes by without that announcement, we're feeling like, you know what, he might not be coming.
Late games, loud opinions, and money time moments. BetMGM Tonight rolls on.
Welcome on back. BetMGM Tonight, Westwood One Sports. I'm Pat Boyle. The phone number to join the show is 310-840-4910. You can call, you can text 310-840-4910. You guys hopefully know by now I'm a big tennis fan. Wimbledon, what an incredible day. I mean, every day the last 2-3 weeks has been Wimbledon in the morning, World Cup in the afternoon, World Cup at night. Finally, a day tomorrow with no World Cup. Sad. But we've got an incredible day at Wimbledon lined up tomorrow. And what a day it was today. And the headline, the GOAT of men's tennis, Novak Djokovic, 24-time Grand Slam winner, 39 years old, wins a 5-hour and 15-minute marathon instant classic epic over the 3 seed and the world number 4, Felix Auger-Aliassime. He's back in the semifinals. It's once again, like the reason why he's the greatest of all time. Now, Djokovic has to play Jannik Sinner in the semifinals on Friday. World number 1, reigning Wimbledon champion. Sinner still feels a little bit vulnerable after that collapse at the French Open because of the heat. You know, it was basically 1 game away and then got crushed because his body gave up. Couldn't even physically, barely could stand up, losing to a player ranked in the 50s and Juan Manuel Cerundolo. Sinner is a big favorite on BetMGM. He's like minus 450, minus 475. It opened right around that price. He's favored to win. He was also favored to beat Djokovic when they played each other in the semis of the Australian Open, and he was nearly minus 1,000 for that match, and Djokovic beat him in a 5-setter. If he can beat him there, why can't he beat him here at Wimbledon? But to just show the fight, the grit, you know, again, Novak kind of picked up a little bit of a calf injury in the first set. He was kind of a little gimpy, took a medical timeout. I was like, oh, this doesn't look good. Even if he wins the first set, which he did, then Felix won the second set 6-3. I was like, oh, this might be the end of Novak. This was like one of his last best chances to win a slam. There's no Alcaraz. Sinner looks a little vulnerable. Yeah, you'd have to play him in the semis. And then Djokovic got better as the match went on. The calf or the ankle, whatever little injury, little tweak he picked up, went away. He was fine. And then just proceeded to win the majority of the baseline rallies, deal with Felix Auger-Aliassime, who is knocking on that doorstep. You know, Sasha Zverev, a lot of people said he was the greatest player to never win a Grand Slam. He finally won the French Open. And then we asked Danny Kluppinger from Tennis Channel, she joined us before the tournament began, who would be that next player on the men's side. I think it's Felix. And he's a guy that's been to a couple Grand Slam quarterfinals. He's been to 2 Grand Slam semifinals. He's the number 4 player in the world. He's got the athleticism. He's got the shot making. He's not quite there yet mentally. And Djokovic used his experience, even though he's 14 years older than Felix, to win a 5-hour match at 39 years old with how physical and athletic you need to be to win tennis at the top level. It's just incredible. We were talking about Messi's greatness. Djokovic's greatness in men's tennis was as apparent today as it's been in the last 3 years, as his age has gotten up there and Rafa has retired and Federer has retired. So just an unbelievable win over 5 hours long and looking like a summer, a spring chicken in that 5th set. Didn't look 39 years old whatsoever. We'll talk a little bit more tennis, but just really quickly, had the last 2 American women remaining. Coco Gauff against Jess Pegula. Jess Pegula was still looking for her first Grand Slam title. Won the first set and then was just, made a lot of errors in the second and third set. Coco took advantage of her opportunities. Coco Gauff comes back to beat her 4-6, 6-3, 6-3. And now you look at this women's draw for Wimbledon, and Coco should win it. She should win Wimbledon for the first time. She's already won the French Open. She's won the U.S. Open. Coco Gauff should win Wimbledon. She's going to play Karolina Muchova in the semifinals on Thursday, a player that she owns. And then you got the bottom half of the women's draw with, the highest seeded player being number 9. Coco Gauff should win Wimbledon. I'll tell you later on in the show why Taylor Fritz is going to beat Sasha Zverev tomorrow, but we'll do hot or cold when we return here on BetMGM tonight.
the version of Team USA that we saw last night bore zero resemblance to what we have seen from this team throughout the World Cup. The excitement that we saw was totally absent. I really don't believe that the Balogun situation, is he in, is he out, who's involved in getting the red card suspended, etc. I don't think that decided the game last night. Did it shift the focus a little bit and create more noise than perhaps they needed? That may well be true. Whatever the reason was, I concur that this team was not focused last night. They did not play like a focused soccer team. They seemed at times to be unsure, tentative. It could have also been just as simple as this, that for a while they were maybe the analogy I'll make is that when you're watching a college basketball game in March and the 12 seed is all of a sudden about to eclipse the higher seed and they're closing the gap, and then all of a sudden they take the lead with 6 minutes left and look up at the scoreboard and say, okay, well, now we got to win this game. And then it changes everything. The atmosphere changes, the tone changes. And this felt like a team that did exactly that, looked up at the scoreboard and said, oh, man, we got to deliver now. And they just didn't. And there was the Tillman moment with the free kick goal, which was another beautiful strike from him. And by the way, he's still young enough that he's going to be a huge part of this team for a long time. But this was the game. This was the game, the pivot point to where if you win last night and if you lose to Spain on Friday, you can still stamp this as a competitive step forward, because for so long, the round of 16 has been that moment where it all fell apart. And it was the same story. And it wasn't just that they lost, Chris, it was how they lost. Mexico lost on Sunday to England, and yet still emerged from that game as a team that was lauded and celebrated in Mexico and around the world for the way in which they performed, even in defeat. That was not the case for the Americans last night.
Who's your replacement for him? I'd love to hear this.
Right.
Who wants to walk into this situation after this guy just got the most wins for the U.S. men's national team, where he has to go to the media and being like, guys, you're being too harsh on yourselves. You're acting like you're the New York Yankees when realistically you're the Pittsburgh Pirates. You just got to stop. And that's the problem with Team USA and their supporters sometimes, is that this level of competitiveness is great to have, but you also have to look at yourself in the mirror and realize you're nowhere near what you thought you were. 2002 was the last time they even made a quarterfinal, and then prior to that was 1930. Can we please stop this? Because now you're going to put a lot more pressure on whoever would have replaced Poach in the first place.
down. The games light up.
Banking that ass left and right.
This is BetMGM Tonight with Pat Boyle.
I am owed a championship, and some freaking dog is not going to deny me.
On Westwood One Sports.
Hey-o! Welcome on back to BetMGM Tonight here on Westwood One Sports. I'm Pat Boyle, and we are brought to you by BetMGM. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Fifth and final hour of this Tuesday night excursion kicks off right now, and you can watch the show live on YouTube. Just search BetMGM Tonight and hit that subscribe button. You can watch the show live on Twitter at BetMGM Tonight. And you can listen to the program on the Westwood One Sports app, the Odyssey app, SiriusXM Channel 375, and hundreds of local affiliates throughout North America. Open phone lines in the final hour is how we normally do. You want to weigh in on our talk and text line? Get aboard, 310-840-4910. Been a fun show so far. It's flown by. I feel like most of the shows fly by. I feel like that means we're doing a pretty decent job. But Brad, my co-host, was back in the saddle today after a week plus of a vacation. We talked about Argentina's epic comeback against Egypt today, led by Leo Messi, the GOAT, as they beat Egypt 3-2. We talked a little bit more about, let's see, we didn't actually talk about Team USA. I want to get to Christian Pulisic's comments here in just a little bit, in hot or cold. But we talked to James Boyd, who covers the Colts for The Athletic, and then did our three-point stance on the Colts. So if you're an Indy fan, a Colts fan, or a football fan, how you think the Colts are going to do this year? What do you think about Daniel Jones, who seemingly is going to be ready to go for week one? Just 9 months off of the torn Achilles last year that cut his season short. How do you feel about the Colts this year? 310-840-4910. We talk some baseball. Jacob Mizorowski, another dominant outing. Paul Skeens, I wouldn't say he struggled, but he definitely wasn't good yet again. And then last hour talking about Brad Stevens' comments on the Jaylen Brown trade and why I still think it's just a completely idiotic and moronic trade by Brad Stevens and the Celtics and how they got worse, and they will definitely not be a better team without Jaylen Brown. 310-840-4910. Before we get to hot or cold, Combs, we do have a caller here. It's our guy Ross in New Jersey. Wants to weigh in, so let's get a phone call here out of the chute to start hour number 5. Ross is up next on line 1 on BetMGM Tonight. Long time no talk, brother. How you been?
Patty B, first time, long time. How you doing, man?
It's definitely not your first time, but you are a long time. So it's good to hear from you, man. Have you gone on any little Vacaturo family summer vacation so far yet?
No, not really. Kind of just a little staycation. Kind of been on the down low with the soccer. It's not really my expertise, and I'm not really one of those helicopter fans. I've been keeping an eye on it a little bit, but, if I called in providing analysis instead, I'd just be making a fool out of myself. But now we're kind of keeping it low for the summer. We're looking at maybe like another trip to Vegas or something. We're kind of making that an annual thing in the fall, but we're kind of keeping it local for the summer.
Hold on. A family trip to Vegas?
Well, yeah. A little family trip to Vegas never hurt nobody.
Okay, and Ross, you're what? You're 20, right? You're not 21 just yet, correct?
No, I'm still 19. There's a lot of stuff you could do, though, that's wink, wink, that I'm not allowed to do, they got
I
the
suppose, but I feel
everything.
like most of the time people go to Vegas to at least do a little bit of, little casino action, little sports betting action, and you legally cannot do either of those things.
Yeah.
But I guess we could leave it at that.
Well, my dad said he'll get some gambling in. That's what I'll leave it at. But, hey, I got my baseball team on right now, and I know they're the furthest thing from relevant. I know there's a whole bunch of other stuff we could talk about. I just want to real quick 2 cents on them. I wish there could be like a 30 for 30 ESPN, Netflix, somebody that makes these documentaries now. I want an inside look at 2 things. One, the background checks they run on the management and the front office that they hire, and B, the people that specifically get in the ears of the players they bring in. Because, look, I've called you multiple times. I've said a guy like Simeon and a Robert, you could have seen their declines coming. But how Freddie Peralta comes here and has an ERA north of 8. I mean, they had this game. I don't know if you saw the clip of the Little League homer. They were up 3-0 in the first inning. Now they're down a touchdown to the team, one of 3 teams that has a worse record, than them. They had to bring in a guy who was pitcher for the Long Island Ducks 2 weeks ago in a tied ball game in the 7th. It's a disgrace, bro. It's you know what, the word disgrace doesn't even do it justice, and it's beyond. Listen, you know me, I'm negative. I couldn't have seen this coming, bro. But you know what? At least I got my summer, unlike last year, because this year's team's going to play just as much postseason ball as last year's, and at least this year's team gave us our summer and didn't fool us into thinking there's something they're not. But really quick, bro, one thing I want to bring up: Junior Caminero was 4-1, had 4-1 odds to win MVP this time last week. He's now second in the MVP race. I mean, talk about a guy, the complete opposite of the Mets. Every single day he rakes. He had like the 7-game homer streak. By the way, we might see history tonight in Queens. Tyler Tolbert looking for his 13th consecutive hit would be an all-time MLB record. But going back to Caminero, man, this guy's got a legitimate case for MVP all of a sudden. If he keeps this going, he'd be the first MVP in Rays history, and I don't see what's stopping him at this point.
Yeah, look, Ross, stay with me here because that is disgraceful what the Mets are doing right now. I didn't even realize. I saw before it was 9-8 in the 5th inning, and I was like, oh, geez, guess we got a good old fashioned slugfest at Citi Field. They're now down 16-9, 16-10. They just scored a run, so they were up 9-4, and they gave up 12 straight runs. My God. And you're not kidding. This guy, Matt Seelinger literally was pitching for the Long Island Ducks not too long ago. And now he's in mop-up duty. Or not even mop-up duty. He came into the game with the lead, and he gave up 7 runs in 1 inning.
He spilled the bucket. Talking about mop. He's the one who brought the bucket out and spilled it all over the aisle. You know, I know Combs likes to poke fun at your ERA, bro. I genuinely think you got a spot in our bull. And I'm not even saying that as a shot at you. Heck, I got a spot in the bullpen at this point, bro. Let's throw the whole show, all the callers in the bullpen. We can't be any worse. I guarantee you we beat it. You know, if you put this team in the 162-0, they're not finishing over 500. Legitimate. At their best, they're not finishing over 500.
Yeah. I mean, the 162-0 takes into account basically all the things on paper. The Mets actually would probably be a pretty good team to throw into that. But yeah, you play the game in real life, and they're an atrocity. That's funny, by the way. He's the one that brought the bucket out and spilled it all over the place.
Their 9-hitter, Tyler Tolbert, has hits in 12 consecutive at-bats. He's got less than 100 at-bats to his name in his career. He's one of 5 players to hit 12 consecutive. He's got a guaranteed at-bat due up here before this game ends tonight. If he were to get a hit, it would be the first player ever to have 13 consecutive hits. So we may see multiple instances of MLB history tonight in Flushing, bro.
Oh, my God. I'm looking at his at the game cast. So he hit a home run in the 2nd inning. Was that the Little League home run, Ross?
No, we had the Little League homer. And that's something
else the Mets did.
Who was the last team? Carson Bench. I don't know the answer to this. What was the last team to have an inside-the-park home run and lose that game? It's probably us in 2018 or something. I guarantee you. It was
it was an infield single to the pitcher, and then you had an error on Lugo, and then an error on Caglione, and then error on Lofton, and Carson Bench on a ball that didn't make it out of the infield gets all the way around for a home run. My God. And the Mets just actually got 2 more runs. It's 16-11. This might be the drunkest game in baseball this year. And yeah, you're right. So Tyler Tolbert hit a home run in the 2nd inning. Since then, he had a single to right, reached on an infield single in the 5th, reached on an infield single in the 6th, reached on an infield single in the 7th. The guy's gotten 3 straight hits and hasn't left the infield.
I'll leave you with this, Pat. I appreciate all the time. If you had under 26.5 runs, you lost. Appreciate the time, bro.
See you, Ross. Good stuff, man. I mean, what else can you do if you're a Mets fan? What else can you do with that season and then just laugh at it? I mean, my God. Look, the one point he did make about Junior Caminero, it's if you grabbed them a couple of weeks ago, our friends at BetMGM, you made a wise decision. This was a guy that was hitting 273 back on June 12th. His average is now up to 284. And, I mean, the end of that month of June that he had, where he had what? I'm looking 6-7 games with multiple hits. He hit a home run in 5 straight games to finish off the month of June. Wow, it was actually even crazier than that. Unbelievable. I didn't even realize. I knew Junior Caminero was on a heater. I didn't realize he was on this much of a heater. I guess he's cooled down the last couple of games because he went 0 for 3 on Sunday and he went 0 for 4 last night. Let me actually see what he did tonight against the Yanks, because I think that game's gone final and the Rays beat the Yankees 6-4. Junior Caminero tonight 0 for 4. All right, so he actually now hasn't gotten a hit in like 11 straight at bats. So he's cooled off. But starting on June 25th, Caminero had 3 homers and 6 RBIs in a game against the Royals. After that, this is every game after that. Home run and 3 RBIs, a home run and an RBI, a home run and 2 RBIs, a home run and 3 RBIs, and a home run and 2 RBIs. Then he went 0 for 5 against the Royals, and then on Friday and Saturday over the weekend against the Astros, solo homer, solo homer. So in the span of 9 games, Junior Caminero hitting 10 home runs and had 19 RBIs. Holy smokes. Now, again, the last 3 games, he's come back down to earth. But yeah, this guy put everybody on notice last year in the home run derby, and he is turning into a bona fide household name. So kudos to Ross for bringing up Junior Caminero because, yeah, he's firmly in the mix for the American League MVP. 310-840-4910. 310-840-4910. Combs saying in the show chat, Phillies July of last year, last team to hit an inside the park home run and lose the game. Well, the Mets are on track to doing that tonight. Let's get producer Brandon Combs in the mix. Combs, before we get to a little hot or cold, let's check in on our Let's Go streaking here. Did Brad extend his record-setting streak?
I've got the game on right now. Wilyer Abreu is 0 for 3. He is on deck in the 9th inning. Red Sox have a 4-1 lead with 1 out and a runner on first. So barring a double play to end the inning, Brad will get one more at bat here. Or if Sedan Rafaela hits into a double play here, which he did not, he just flew out to right field. So Wilyer Abreu is getting one more at bat right here.
Uh-oh. So this is it. Brad's 15-game streak on the line. I know Monty is cheering for chaos right now. And Brad needs Wilyer Abreu to get a knock. He's who we picked tonight to try to make it 16 in a row. Otherwise, he goes back to 0. Wow. All right, so that's ironic that we mentioned that. I've got 5 in a row. I'm through safely with Bobby Witt Jr. Combs, you had who again?
Miguel Vargas. Miguel Vargas, who's also 0 for right now.
Oh. But he's getting up next inning, I'm assuming, right?
He may have a chance in the bottom of the 9th. May have a chance. You need a runner or 2 to get on.
Oh, you need more than that. Medroff leads off next inning for the White Sox, so that's 4, 5, 6. And Vargas is the leadoff hitter. You need 4 guys to get on base.
And bad news for Brad right now. It's a 2-0 count to Abreu, and they're not throwing him anything close to their strike zone. It's 3-0. They're not throwing him anything close to the strike zone right now. So here we go.
What do you? Why not? You got a lefty on the mound and Isert. Abreu's a lefty, right? So
I know.
What the hell are you pitching around him for?
There you go. There's a strike down
4-1.
So 3-1 count now to Abreu. We're living and
Monty
dying.
says a walk would be
right
legendary.
A walk would be so brutal. I could just hear Brad right now screaming at the TV. And they did. They walked him.
Oh, they walked him. So barring a White Sox comeback, Brad is going back to 0, and Monty says, let's go. Well, he did already break Monty's record, which was 14 in a row to begin the season, but Brad's streak looking like it's going to come to an end at 15 straight. That makes me the longest active streaker now at 5 in a row. Damn. It's a cold world. All right, Combs, you want to do a little hot or cold here?
Yeah, I'm down. Look, that was a great call, though, by the way. Ross, I would have never guessed that Ross was only 19.
He sounds like a grown-ass man.
Yeah, absolutely. 110%. Ross needs to come on my podcast on Sunday mornings. Combs and Fitz, Windy City Sports Talk, 11 a.m. Central Standard Time. Catch us anywhere you can get your podcast. Ross should come on and hang out with me for a little bit. He'd be fun.
I can shoot you his details if you really want.
Yeah, I'd love to have Ross on for sure.
I think I have an unanswered text message from Ross, which I feel like a bad guy now that I have an
That
unanswered
does
text
not
message from a
surprise
lot of
me.
people.
You are the worst person on replying to text messages. I will say that. Like, I love you to death. Like, you are one of my favorite people in the whole entire world. But you suck at replying to text messages.
I do. I can't even hide it, and I can't even deny it, and it's not something I'm proud of. I'm ashamed of myself.
Yeah.
You know what the problem is? I think I've never, and I'm not even joking. I think I have ADD. And I think I never got it diagnosed, and I think that the way that the iPhone notifications work nowadays, and I tried to fix it. I went to my settings and I tried to take it off of stack, try to have it so that like all the notifications, they stack up now, and like you have to like scroll for them to kind of expand.
Yeah.
And I feel like because of that, if I'm like doing something in the moment and you hear my phone vibrate, I try to stay locked in on what I'm doing and not get distracted. And then the notifications, it's like overload. They pile up, and I think text messages just kind of get lost in the mix. And it's a me problem, and I need to work on it. But yeah, that's.
But don't you have like the thing on your phone? Like when you open up your page, you have your text messages icon right there. Doesn't it have the little number in the corner of how many missed text messages you have? Like, it would drive me nuts if I had sat there and it kept coming up and I saw that I had, 25 unread messages. I'd be like, holy crap. And I got to get to my phone and check it. That would drive me, like, if I had ADD, that would drive me nuts.
Well, here, take a look. That's what I don't know if you can see that clearly.
What's the number on that?
210.
Oh, dude, that is
it's overwhelming.
It's overwhelming. Unacceptable. That is, unless you're like a part of like some big group chat that just blows up, because there are times I've got a couple of group chats that just go bonkers, and all of a sudden I look at my phone and I have 155 unread messages, but I'll still click on the message and just not read them all. That way it brings my number back down to 0. I'm not going to read 155 messages.
That's the thing. So I got a group chat from guys at the fan, the station I used to work at, that are all soccer fans. And this was like, we had like a group chat for the guys that loved soccer even before the World Cup. They've been blowing that thing up relentlessly. And you're right. Yeah. And I think part of my problem is I'll see the unread text messages, and it's like, all right, I'll get to those. I'll get to those in a little bit when I have like 5 minutes to like read them all. Yeah, because I don't know. If I'm in a group chat, I value what those people say. I like to be able to read them. Sometimes I just don't get the chance. So I'm like, all right, I'll save it, and then I don't end up getting to it. But with that group chat, yes, I tap on it, and I'm like, I can't do it.
Do you not know how to
read
mute?
63 messages in the span of 5 minutes about them arguing about the semantics of a call, that was it a penalty or was it not, or like how this one dude who's in the bench of a team in Germany and why he's going to be I can't get into the weeds.
Do you not know how to mute a chat?
Then I got other. I mean, I do, because then I got another group chat with my one friend and his other friend, and they talk a lot of tennis. And so that's like a tennis group chat, and they just, and all throughout the day during Wimbledon, they're blowing it up, and I'm like, I can't do it. I can't look at it. Then I've got my friends group chat from college, and I got a friends group chat from my friends back. It's too many group chats. That's the problem. That's the issue.
See,
take me out of your group chats. I'm sorry.
I'm in a fantasy football group chat that I have muted during the summertime, like after football season ends, because I have to. I have 1,757 unread messages in that chat right now.
Oh my God.
Because I just mute the chat, because it's just they've got a couple of guys on there that just nonstop, and they don't care if it's 3 o'clock.
Too much time on their hands.
Yeah, just too much time. So, but yeah, you've got to clear that up, man. 200, like, you got to separate your group messages from your singular messages. You get messages from one single person. You got to text those ones back, man.
You're right. and I feel bad. And I had somebody from a different radio station asking me if I wanted to come on for a guest appearance, and I just completely forgot to answer. And so now, like, that's in my head. So I feel like a bad guy. But yeah, I mean, Combs, with you, again, you're vital to my day-to-day operations, with the show and everything. So like,
and there's sometimes you don't text
now,
me back for 3 days.
Well, just call me. Just call me and I'll answer. I'm that person that if I see my phone ring, if I'm not like literally in the middle of doing something where my hands are not able to be used, I'm going to answer the phone.
Okay. Fair enough. Noted. From now on, it's phone calls. No more texts.
I'm a bad texter, and I feel ashamed. By the way, we'll get to hot or cold in a bit. We do have to take a break here in a second, but our guy Denton Day is filling in for Linnell Willingham again tonight. And he sent me a screenshot of his text messages. Let me tap on this. He's got 2,415 unread messages.
What is going on? What are you guys doing? Like, who's texting you that many times that you're just not answering? Like, I probably, if I looked up, I doubt she's listening, but if I looked up my ex-wife on my phone right now, I would probably have that many missed messages from her because she's muted and I don't talk to her. So, but that's one thing. 2,415 missed messages from people you like is absurd.
What kind of, like, that's out of control. I thought I was bad. Denton's got 2,400 unread text messages. That's like, like which type of person are you with your email? Do you have like 2 unread emails or do you have 2,000 unread emails? I think that's what text messaging has become. Because it's, again, group chats like didn't used to be a thing before. Right. Most people have iPhones. I don't think you still don't have an iPhone, right, Combs? So I don't know how you handle group chats.
I have an iPhone 17.
Oh, you do?
Yeah.
Okay. It's so easy nowadays to just create group chats, and you have all the different types of, like, you don't even have to text back. You can put an emoji reaction. You could do so many crazy different types of things. I sound like a boomer talking like this, but you know what I mean?
Organized. Though.
I think
like my group chats are in folders.
Texting though.
But my group chats are in folders.
In folders? You could put folders?
Yes. You can organize your text message, your group chats. Yes.
I'll have to figure out how to do that another time. But yeah, I feel like I don't know. Like, I feel like not enough people talk about that. How annoying texting is. Yeah. When I was in like 8th grade, and it was like, that was like the cool thing to do, right? See how many of your friends you could like be texting at once, and like, texting a couple of girls at once. And it's like, nowadays, I hate it. I can't stand it.
Mm-hmm. I mean, I hate the group text too, but with my job and like we have so many fill-in hosts, we've got like 7 different group chats just for this show alone.
Yeah. Well, that's good on you. You're organized. That's a good thing. Don't change. I need to change. You don't change. 310-840-4910. All right, we'll get to some hot or cold when we return. That's producer Brandon Combs. I'm Pat Boyle. Looks like Brad is his 15-game streak and Let's Go Streaking is coming to an end. We'll see if Combs can get Miguel Vargas up at the dish to keep his going. We'll get you a scoreboard update across Major League Baseball when we return. This is BetMGM Tonight. I'm Pat Boyle. This is Westwood One Sports.
So during an extensive press conference yesterday, Brad Stevens and Celtics owner Bill Chisholm fielded questions about the Jaylen Brown deal to the Sixers in exchange for Paul George. And the word optionality. I mean, if we were playing a drinking game with the word optionality during that Celtics press conference yesterday, we'd all still be hammered. It was mentioned over and over and over and over again. And Brad Stevens kept talking about how difficult it is in this system to keep two stars together when they're eating up so much of your cap. 70% of your cap is going to two max deal players. It's just so hard to do. And then Brad Stevens was asked about still having two players, thanks to Paul George's contract, eating up 70% of the cap. Listen to this.
And I know there are salary matching rules, but you talk about how you can't have 70% of the salary cap tied up into these two players.
Still do.
You still do.
That's right.
So
Good follow-up.
what's next
Yeah.
after this?
I think the biggest thing is that it's that plus the picks, plus the optionality moving forward. Paul's contract is shorter.
Drink. Optionality, drink. You know somebody at a podium is screwed when they acknowledge the quality of the follow-up question. Oh, yeah, you got me on that one. Good follow-up. All this was, in the end, the Jaylen Brown trade by the Celtics, all it was a salary dump that doesn't even take place for at least a year, probably more likely two. This isn't the Boston Celtics. What are we doing? Seriously. And again, I'm not even a Celtics fan. Closest I've ever been to being a Celtics fan was when I was in high school and listened to Jump Around by House of Pain incessantly and briefly thought for just a moment about buying a Celtics jersey. A green Larry Bird, obviously, but that's the closest I've ever been to being a Celtics fan. But if I were a Celtics fan right now, I'd be storming the gates. What are we doing? We're the Boston freaking Celtics. And we're worried about retaining big-time salaries 2 years from now? 2 years from now. This is the most massively mismanaged deal. And I know there have been a lot of really bad trades in the history of the NBA. So maybe I shouldn't say it's the most massively mismanaged deal in NBA history. But it's easily the most mismanaged deal in Boston Celtics history. The Boston Celtics, just a couple of years removed from a title run, decided to say, you know what, guys? We really need optionality. Drink. Are you kidding me? Look, there is a hardcore reality to the second apron in the NBA that can make it damn near impossible to manage a roster if you cross that second apron more than one time. Hell, even one time it becomes very punitive. And I understand you want to avoid that possibility. But you don't shuttle out one of the top 10 players in the league in order to avoid that possibility in exchange for a 36-year-old on one of the worst contracts in league history. You don't do that. You ride it out with Jaylen Brown. You run, if at worst, you just run it back. You've got a healthy Tatum going into next year, and you've got Jaylen Brown back. Oh, by the way, the guy that just helped carry you through Tatum's absence. But instead, you trade that guy for another guy who you repeatedly said during yesterday's press conferences, well, we like Paul. He's very good. It's a resounding vote of confidence.
Take a walk. Take a walk. Oh, nice. This has the lyrics on it. Great song. Take a walk. Passion Pit. Shout out Andrew, our guy running the board, or at least that's who started the show running the board. I think it's still Andrew back at our Westwood One studios. This is BetMGM Tonight. I'm Pat Boyle. Phone number to join, 310-840-4910. I'm going to get to hot or cold here in a second. You can call, you can text, 310-840-4910. So Brad's streak is looking like it's coming to an end. Red Sox tacked on another 4 runs, but they could not get Wilyer Abreu back to the plate. So 0 for Wilyer Abreu and Brad's streak of Let's Go Streaking is looking like, again, it's going to come to an end at 15, which is the record, one better than Monty's when he had 14 in a row to start. Combs is in trouble. Miguel Vargas is due up 6th or 7th this inning for the White Sox in that same game. Again, it's 8-1 in the bottom of the 9th. But I'm through for 5 in a row with Bobby Witt. And Monty, he called his shot. And Combs, when the man calls his shot, we need to listen. He said he'd be surprised not only if Shohei didn't get a hit, if he didn't homer. Shohei Ohtani homers to begin the ball game, or at least the bottom of the first. A dead center bomb, 409 feet off Michael Lorenzen, and home run for Shohei Ohtani. Home run number 20 of the season. RBI number 56. Dodgers up 1-0 over against the Rockies. And that's number 300 of his career. Is that really? That's 300 already for Shohei? Oh my gosh. That's the GOAT. That's the GOAT there, Combs. You can hold on. You can clutch your pearls of Barry Bonds all you want. That's the greatest of all time. What did it take him? 7 years to get to 300? Holy crap.
He's not even half ones. Not even halfway. Stop.
Yeah, well, again, he came into Major League Baseball when he was 25.
That's whose fault is that?
I'm just saying, if he had an extra 3 years, let's project it, right? Let's say Ohtani hits another 20 this season, and I think that's pretty valid. Get to 40, right? We're just over halfway through. That puts him at 320. He just turned 32 on Sunday, so he'll be 33 in 2027, 34 in 28, 35 in 29, 36 in 2030, 37 in 2031, 38 in 2032. Let's say he's got 6 more prime years left. I don't think that's crazy to suggest that. 6 more years. If he finishes this year with 320 career home runs, if he hits 40 home runs every season for the next 6 years.
With 560.
That's 240
560,
on top of 320. You're right. Thank you for the quick math. That's 560 home runs.
That's still 200 from Bonds.
All right. Well, let's say he hits 45. And he's up to what? 590?
You would have to hit
and let's
50
say he plays
a year,
until he's
Pat.
what if he plays till he's 41 and he hits another 50 home runs in those 3 years combined? Then he's
Okay.
up to 640.
Yeah, you know what they say. What if my grandmother she'd be my grandfather.
It's usually aunt and uncle, but I like the twist on that one. Either way, shout out Monty. I called his shot. He's through safely to the next day on Let's Go Streaking, and he still holds the best percentage on this show. Monty is now, 42 for 52, and I'm 41 for 53. And you're 37 for 53.
Mm-hmm.
All right. You want to do a little hot or cold here?
Let's do it. All right. Team USA will never make a World Cup final in our lifetime. Hot or cold?
Oh, man. I mean, I want that to be cold. I really do want that to be cold. That's a long time. I mean, at least for me. I'm 31. I don't know about you, Combs. But I would
15
hope.
years left.
Yeah, I mean, maybe it's hot for you. For me, I'm hoping it's cold. I'm hoping I can make it to like 80 or 90. And so I hope I get another, what is that? I don't know, 12, 13 World Cups, another 50 years, if not 60 years. Give me another 14 World Cups. I would hope that at that point, Team USA will have made a World Cup final. I mean, I would have said it's impossible 20 years ago. Soccer here in the States has come a long way since, with the resources and the money that we have and a growing population. Few, maybe even if it's a small percentage, little less kids playing football because of CTE, because of the dangers. Not saying that's going to be me, but I think the numbers show there's less kids that are playing football, more kids that are playing soccer. I'm going to go cold. I say we will see Team USA make a World Cup final in our lifetime. Maybe not win it, but making a World Cup final, yes. So I'm going cold.
Yeah, I'm hot. I don't.
Did we lose Combs?
You got me?
I got you now. I don't know if that was you or that was me, but there seemed to be a little bit of a freeze there. And Monty says he thinks it was you as well.
What I'm saying is I don't know that you're ever going to get Team USA to win or to even get to a final. Like getting to a semifinal would be a massive deal.
Yeah.
Getting to a final? I mean, I don't know. I don't see it happening.
Okay. All right. Well, let me U.S. men's national team at the World Cup. Let's just do a quick review of how we've done here. So round of 16 this year, did not qualify, missed out on the World Cup in 2018. Round of 16 in 2014, round of 16 in 2010, knocked out in the group stage in 2006, quarterfinals in 2002, group stage in 98, round of 16 in 94, group stage in 1990. And we missed out on the World Cup every time from 86 to 54. So think about if you asked this question in 1982. And think about if you asked this question in 1982, you'd say absolutely not. If you asked this question in 1998, you'd say maybe. If you asked this question in 2002, we went to the quarterfinals, you'd say probably. Now, since then, we haven't gotten back to a quarterfinal, but made a lot of progress in the last 30 years. Think about what another 30 years can do. So I'm optimistic. Who the hell knows what's going to happen, but I'd like to lean on optimism here.
Progress would be quarterfinals or semifinals. I don't know. And here's the other thing too, is that the rest of the world, and I saw this in the World Cup this year, and I saw it's kind of in the officiating too, is that they don't want the U.S. to win. Like other countries, man, Spain would rather watch Portugal win it than watch the United States win it. Like that's what others and wherever they're at. They do not want the United States to win the World Cup because that's their game.
Yeah, I suppose. But look how much European culture has played a factor now in our sports. Maybe not so much European with baseball, Dominican, Central, Caribbean, Central America, South America. Big influence on on Major League Baseball. And look at the NBA. Jokic, Serbia, 3-time MVP. Giannis, Greece, 2-time MVP. Luka, Slovenia. Like, we don't, I don't know. I don't think when it comes to international, we definitely don't want to see anybody but Team USA win. But I don't think it's like, I wouldn't actively root for, I don't know, Canada to win in hockey versus Sweden. I don't know. Maybe European countries don't like us when it comes to soccer. I'm not sure.
But that's the same thing. I mean, when you talk about baseball, right? Like the Dominican Republic, Japan, Puerto Rico, which I know is a part of the United States, but Puerto Rico, you're looking at, even the Netherlands. All of those teams, man, are all super talented, and a lot of times you go into one of those tournaments and you feel like those are the better teams right now.
That's fair.
All right. We move on to the next one.
Yes.
All right. The Colts are a 7-10 team at best this season. Hot or cold?
Cold. I think they're at worst they can win 4 games, and that means Daniel Jones, suffers another season-ending injury, or he's just completely not the same player after coming back 9 months after a torn Achilles. They could be worse than that. At best, I think they're a 10-win team, maybe 11. I mean, hell, I was waiting for the other shoe to drop the entire last season when it came to the Indianapolis Colts, to the point where I was kind of a hater because I had to screw 6 years of Daniel Jones on the New York Giants. It wasn't pretty, Combs. So when the Colts are 7-1 and Daniel Jones is tossing for 260, 270 yards a game, they got Jonathan Taylor running roughshod over everybody, and they're putting up 30 to 40 points a game. I'm like, what the hell is happening here? I'm like, just wait. Just wait. Daniel Jones turn. And then he tears his Achilles, which I didn't want to see it like that. I didn't want to see it happen like that. And at the time, they had lost to the Chiefs in OT. They lost to the Texans. And so they were 8-4 going into that game against Jacksonville. Maybe you could say the wheels had already started to fall off, but still, they were 8-4, very much in position to make the playoffs. Daniel Jones having the best season of his life. And so if modern medicine is that good and he has no impingements whatsoever when it comes to his mobility and his legs, then why can't they be a 10-win team? They were on their way to doing it last year. So no, I'm going cold. I know they've had some other, they traded away Michael Pittman. And so a lot to ask of Alec Pierce to be a number 1 receiver. Josh Downs has to step up for sure. But I think Tyler Warren's going to take a big step forward. And Jonathan Taylor, again, one of the best running backs in football. Their defense was able to get some turnovers last year. I know their pass rush continues to need a little bit more. It's not really where it needs to be. But no, I think at best, they're a 10-win team, if not 11. So I'm going to go cold.
Yeah, look, I don't know what I listened to you and Brad talk earlier about the Colts, and I just didn't understand it because I thought you guys are way too high on the Colts, way too high on Daniel Jones. Look, I know what he looked like in the first half of last year, but this team also had a running back that was running for 3 touchdowns a game. You can't hinge on that. That'd be like the Bears fans right now being like, "Oh yeah, we're gonna definitely win 5 or 6 more fourth quarter insane wins again this season," like hinging on something like that to happen again. I don't think that this team got much better. And to be honest with you, I'm not gonna bet on JT to be running the ball into the end zone 3 times a game again. And you saw Daniel Jones last year before he got hurt. He started to trend down in the last 4 weeks. You started to see him 14 for 27, 19 of 31, 19 of 26, 31 of 50, 21. You know what I mean? Like you were watching his numbers start to dwindle. You were starting to watch the interceptions pick up. That game against Pittsburgh where he threw like 3 really gross interceptions in that game. You started to see the real Daniel Jones start to show up towards the end of the season. And I think that that's more of who he is. And I think that the first half of last year was more of the aberration. I don't think the Colts win more than 7 games this year. I think that's their ceiling, especially with the schedule.
The schedule is, I mean, I looked at it up and down. It's very hard in the beginning, but it is you look at the records from last year, it's the 6th easiest strength of schedule in the NFL this year. So trust me, I think you're just being a little bit too dismissive of Daniel Jones. And I was that guy last year until I watched him 5, 6, 7, 8 games into the season, and he continued to play really good ball. So again, if it's not the Achilles that slows him down, I think we can say like it took him a while to figure it out, but he finally found a good spot. Like there was a lot of people doubting Sam Darnold in the Seahawks going into the season. Like, oh, like Sam Darnold's not going to be that good again, like he was in Minnesota. Look what happened at the end of the year. They win the Super Bowl. So I'm not saying Daniel Jones and the Colts are going to win the Super Bowl, but I think that they can absolutely win 10 games because they were on their way to doing it last year. Michael Pittman's a solid receiver. I don't think he's an elite receiver. I think he's replaceable. I think that offense can cook. I think Shane Steichen is a really good head coach. 310-840-4910. When we come back, we'll finish up. I got why Taylor Fritz is going to beat Sasha Zverev again tomorrow at Wimbledon. We'll take your final phone calls and your texts, and we'll take an early look at the World Cup quarterfinal games when we return. I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM tonight on Westwood One Sports.
Oh yeah, there is. And part of it feeds into something that we touched on a little bit earlier in the conversation, which is the age of these players. When the US missed the World Cup in the qualifying cycle leading up to 18, Pulisic was a teenager, he was the young up and comer. Yeah, you could have asked for more from him at that time. And he was on the field for the defeat that knocked the US out of qualifying, but he was still a teenager. That was not yet his team. It was his team in 22, and yet there was still this belief that, okay, everything is still pointing towards 26. 26 is when Pulisic, Adams, McKennie, when they're all going to be in their prime, and you put Richards in that conversation too, Anthony Robinson as well. This is when everything was pointing towards the big year, when you're in your mid to late 20s and that's your prime. This was it. Whether it's fitness, whether it's form, it can't always be something. And with Pulisic, it has seemed too often that there have been explanations or excuses and reasons why it hasn't all come together. This was the year. This was the World Cup on home soil. You play every game on home soil. You played every meaningful game on the West Coast. There were no excuses about long travel, etc. It was all pointing to this World Cup. And for whatever the reasons were, maybe injury was part of it, he just didn't deliver enough. And Balogun was their most dangerous offensive player throughout the course of this World Cup. I would say Tillman in his role was probably a close second. McKennie was probably third. Pulisic was, when healthy, he was good. But that wasn't enough, and certainly he wasn't good last night. And again, the injury is part of that conversation. More than likely, that will help explain it. But it can't always be something, Chris. And I think that the feeling for American soccer fans right now is it's for this generation collectively, and Pulisic is a huge part of this. It is unfulfilling. Unfulfilling. This was supposed to be the World Cup. Last night was supposed to be the night. And I think it left a lot of American soccer people, a lot of casual American fans who tuned into this team in this World Cup, just felt everyone a little bit unfulfilled after that game last night.
Chris Mack, thanks for the invite, and I'll tell you how it feels. I'm a big movie buff, but I feel like Warrior fans feel like we're watching something about Mary. And LeBron is Mary. We're all in line, hoping he chooses us, and you are correct. Last week, I didn't believe LeBron was leaving L.A. You know, I think he's a narcissist. I know he is, but I appreciate what he is as a ball player. And when Draymond Green opted out, which nobody expected, they got a relationship. And, you know, Steph Curry and LeBron played on the Olympic team. So we bought that, Warrior fans, hook, line, and sinker. And I'm thinking to myself, this thing might really happen. But I was just listening to your conversation. I look at the Sixers. If I'm LeBron, with all that young talent, their roster's better than what we have here in the Bay. And it didn't happen the next 48 to 72 hours. And now I'm thinking, oh, my gosh, we're thinking he's not coming here. And now you look at this roster, which is devoid of what I like to say, Chris, and call Thundercats. I don't know if LeBron's coming to the Bay, and every second that goes by without that announcement, we're feeling like, you know what, he might not be coming.
Late games, loud opinions, and money time moments. BetMGM Tonight rolls on.
Welcome on back, BetMGM Tonight, Westwood One Sports. Last couple of minutes here before we turn things over to Denton Day, our guy with his 2,400 unread text messages. He's filling in for Linnell Willingham. He's coming up on Westwood One Sports Night at the top of the hour. He'll take you till 3 a.m. Eastern, talking World Cup, talking football, talking basketball, baseball, a little bit of everything from my guy Denton Day. So make sure you keep it locked in right here on Westwood One Sports. We'll get to your final phone calls here in just a second. I know we've got a caller on hold that wants to talk Wimbledon. Really quickly, I am very pumped for tomorrow. Not only for men's American tennis, because the last remaining American man standing, Taylor Fritz, plays in the quarterfinals tomorrow. He got to the Wimbledon semifinals last year and took a set off Carlos Alcaraz and was a couple of points away from sending that to a fifth set. Could have got real interesting if that ended up happening. So Fritz is going up against Sasha Zverev, the French Open champion. That was his first Grand Slam title. That's tomorrow in the quarterfinals. And if he wins that, if Fritz wins, he'll be favored in the semifinals, whether it's against Flavio Cobolli, who's a surging player, lost to Fritz in the French Open final. He's a top 10 player. Or if it's against the fairy tale story of this tournament for Wimbledon, Arthur Ferry, the British wild card, a guy that's ranked in the 140s coming into this tournament. He's now going to be ranked in the top 70 after this tournament ends. I think Cobolli wins, but Arthur Ferry knocked out Grigor Dimitrov last round, and sometimes you just get these Cinderella runs, man, and it takes something really special to end it. I think Cobolli wins, but I think Fritz is going to beat Zverev again. And our friends at BetMGM, they've got it as a pick'em. I mean, dead even. They're both minus 110. It is a coin flip. Here's the thing. Fritz has beaten Zverev 8 straight times. Now, a couple of those have been exhibition. They played the Laver Cup. That's an exhibition. They played in Saudi Arabia, what they called the Six Kings Slam. That's an exhibition. But so even if you take those two out, Fritz has beaten Zverev 6 straight times. 2 of those have come at Grand Slams. Wimbledon 2024, the U.S. Open in 2024. But then he also beat Zverev in straight sets on grass in Germany in one of the run-up tournaments to Wimbledon. And he beat him in the other tournament in Germany, in Halle. He's beaten him 3 straight times on grass. Zverev's never been that great on grass. I don't know why Fritz isn't favored. I'm going with Fritz. I'm going with the American. I think he beats Zverev again. So I'll be rooting for him to go for it all. And if he wins tomorrow, he'll be favored to get to the final. All right, we got 30 seconds here. I'm sorry to keep you short here, but Susan in Massachusetts, last caller. Susan, you got like 30 seconds. Please keep it brief. What's going on, though? Welcome on into BetMGM tonight. How you doing?
Thank you, Pat. I just wanted to tell you about Federer being in the box all alone watching tennis. Everybody left that box except Federer. I just love this guy. He's an ambassador to tennis. I think you know that. First billionaire player, still getting money. He's retired, but he's still raking in money with all these endorsements because you know why? Good guy. People love him all over the world. I wish I could meet him. There's two athletes I love to meet. Federer.
Susan, I'm sorry. I got to cut you off because we're coming up to our hard out here. We got to be out in 10 seconds. So I appreciate the call. I love Roger Federer. He's my favorite. That's all we have time for. Denton Day's up next. Thanks to producer Brandon Combs. Thanks to Brad. Thanks to Monty. Thanks to Chloe, Zach, Max, everybody else. I'm Pat Boyle. We'll see you tomorrow, 6 p.m. Eastern, right here on BetMGM Tonight.
The version of Team USA that we saw last night bore zero resemblance to what we have seen from this team throughout the World Cup. The excitement that we saw was totally absent. I really don't believe that the Balogun situation, is he in, is he out? who's involved in getting the red card suspended, etc. I don't think that decided the game last night. Did it shift the focus a little bit and create more noise than perhaps they needed? That may well be true. Whatever the reason was, I concur that this team was not focused last night. They did not play like a focused soccer team. They seemed at times to be unsure, tentative. It could have also been just as simple as this, that for a while they were maybe the analogy I'll make is that when you're watching a college basketball game in March and the 12 seed is all of a sudden about to eclipse the higher seed and they're closing the gap, and then all of a sudden they take the lead with 6 minutes left. They look up at the scoreboard and say, okay, well, now we got to win this game. And then it changes everything. The atmosphere changes, the tone changes. And this felt like a team that did exactly that, looked up at the scoreboard and said, oh, man, we got to deliver now. And they just didn't. And there was the Tillman moment with the free kick goal, which was another beautiful strike from him. And by the way, he's still young enough that he's going to be a huge part of this team for a long time. But this was the game. This was the game, the pivot point to where if you win last night and if you lose to Spain on Friday, you can still stamp this as a competitive step forward, because for so long, the round of 16 has been that moment where it all fell apart. And it was the same story. And it wasn't just that they lost, Chris, it was how they lost. Mexico lost on Sunday to England, and yet still emerged from that game as a team that was lauded and celebrated in Mexico and around the world for the way in which they performed, even in defeat. That was not the case for the Americans last night.
Who's your replacement for him? I'd love to hear this. Right. Who wants to walk into this situation after this guy just got the most wins for the U.S. men's national team, where he has to go to the media and being like, guys, you're being too harsh on yourselves. You're acting like you're the New York Yankees when realistically you're the Pittsburgh Pirates. You just got to stop. And that's the problem with Team USA and their supporters sometimes, is that this level of competitiveness is great to have, but you also have to look at yourself in the mirror and realize you're nowhere near what you thought you were. 2002 was the last time they even made a quarterfinal, and then prior to that was 1930. Can we please stop this? Because now you're going to put a lot more pressure on whoever were to replace Poach in the first place.